Hey guys, what's up? Come on in, my peoples. I've missed y'all. Tell me what, Lacey sent me a text message. She was like, Marlene, are you in YouTube jail? Because I have not seen you at work. Too funny. Too funny. Happy Valentine's Day, my people. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh Lord, I'm so tired. I had a long week. Whew. I had a long week, guys. I had a long week. It was a lot. It was a lot. There's so much to do, so little time. I wish I could multiply myself. But anyways, I can't. Happy Valentine's Day, my people. Hopefully you've enjoyed your V-Day. If you haven't, hopefully you've enjoyed today. Hey, babe. Happy Valentine's Day, bro. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. I was so busy this week, you guys. I can't even come outside. I was just, like, dang. I need help. Okay, I need a team. Hey, Janet. Happy Valentine's Day. Woo-hoo. Happy Valentine's Day, my peoples. Hopefully you've enjoyed yourselves. Oh, my Lord. It was chill. Yeah. We didn't do much. We went out today, though. Went out today. Because yesterday was a lot. I was tired. I was exhausted. Oh, you do? Thank you. I'm trying, Janet. I'm trying. I'm really, really trying. I went ahead and I created a TikTok and an Instagram. I was like, let me just do it. Okay. But when I tell you TikTok has a great algorithm now, it is crazy. Like the TikTok page, I only have 9 people. Yes, I have 9 followers on TikTok, right? But yet, let me see if I can show you guys. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put my back up in it. Woo-hoo. What's this? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can show you my channel. Let me show you something. Okay. Oh, this is me. Look at me showing up. Oh, now I have 10 people. Okay, Marlene, go ahead, girl, with the big numbers. Okay. But you see this? Do you see this? Right? I only have, hold on. I only have 10 followers, right? I had less than that. But I posted a video like yesterday or like 2 days ago. Almost 200 views, yes. And this one, 127. This one had 15. It didn't move. But this one, 131 views. I posted this one today, right? With just 10 followers. I'm like, that is crazy. That's really crazy. Okay? I'm like, you get more views on TikTok than you do on YouTube. Like YouTube, it takes me like over an hour to get 100 views on my shorts. I'm like, that is crazy. That is crazy. So now we have a matching TikTok and we have a matching Instagram for the hair page. I am so excited. And the good thing is I have so much content from my hair channel so that it's going to feel like I'm consistent. Oh my gosh, she's so consistent. She posts every day. Okay. Love it. All right. So now let's get back to YouTube business. There's just so much to talk about. You know what? Let me show you something. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. There is so much to talk about. Okay, hold on. Let's pull up Big Sis Fumi real quick, okay? Let's pull up Big Sis Fumi because she did a video recently. This one, almost 200,000 views, right? Okay, let y'all get in here, right? Oh, sorry. Oh, USAID, sorry, it's such a mess. And this is why this USAID stuff, I'm understanding why there's so many rich people in DC. Because DC has no real industry. Like if you know anything about the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia, Janet's here. I'm here. There's no real industry. Like we don't have a trade or a business. Hey Val, happy Valentine's Day. Oh, happy Valentine's Day. Y'all get that? Oh, that is so cute. Oh. Oh, that is so cute. That is just so cute. Happy Valentine's Day. Hey, Val. Hey, Lacey. Okay. There's no real industry in DC, but people here have so much money. Now it makes sense. It's corruption. And I was telling one of my big sis, right? I was like, you see, I was telling her, Pauline, there's Pauline, right? I was like, you see, the thing is, right? For so many, like decades, right? Maybe a century, right? When it comes to America, especially the powers that be, they've always said, oh, Africa is so corrupt. There's corruption in Africa. African politicians are so corrupt. They're so corrupt. So I think people got to a place in America where they truly believe, oh, we're not corrupt. We're above the fray. Like, this is DC. We're so honest, right? And then today it's like, yeah, the veil is being pulled. And like, yeah, there's just as much corruption in America as there is corruption in Nigeria. Okay? Get into it. Get into it. Okay? You have corruption can happen anywhere. Corruption can happen everywhere, right? But this whole notion of, oh, white people can be corrupt. There's no corruption. No. There's corruption in DC. There's always been lots of corruption in DC, right? And the irony of it all, it took a white African. Oh, yes, it sure did take a white African to come to America and to expose, okay, the corruption in the American politics. Okay, look at God. Would you look at God? Okay. My dad is fact that he doesn't like Trump. You know what? Are you black, BD? Are you black? Does your dad even like himself? You know what I'm saying? Does your dad even like himself? Okay. Child, my dad doesn't like Trump. I'm like, God, do you even like yourself? Do you even like yourself, right? I'm like, some of y'all, I think Trump reminds you of the man you wish you were, but you can't, you didn't have the courage to actually be it. Okay. So if you guys don't know this, on Monday, I am officially starting my YouTube channel. Okay. Monday, I am officially starting my political YouTube channel. I am starting my political career. Let me tell you this, right? For far too long, I was scared, y'all. I was a bit scared. I was, I had some trepidations. Like, I don't know. Do I really want to do this? Like, do I really want to be attached to politics? But why not? Why not? Why not? So I'm like, and I've come to realize this. A lot of black people globally, the diaspora, I can tell you this. I'm like, you guys, you don't understand. It's the genetics. It is the genetics. Okay. All right. It's like black people, like people of African ancestry, they have a problem. Okay. They might not like to admit it to themselves, but they have a problem. And the vast majority of black people, the vast majority of people with African ancestry, right? They're socialists. They are socialists. That's why the vast majority of black people globally are Christians, because they're socialists. They are socialists. And that is a huge problem. They haven't learned anything. They truly have not learned anything, right? Oh, do not vote for her. Oh, yeah, good job, V. Good job, my love. Good job. They haven't learned anything. Let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. And I know you might be shocked. You might be offended, but please don't be offended. But if you are offended, I get it, right? But, when I was young, even into like my later years, slavery really had me messed up. Like slavery really had me messed up. It used to make me really sad. It still does make me sad. It really does. But at the same time, though, it's like, okay, if you don't protect yourself, first of all, you're about the shorelines, right? You're right about the water. You're right about the ocean, right? You don't protect yourself. You're sitting there eating food. Don't be mad when some crazy people from Europe come and chain you up, okay? Because maybe you should have been aggressive, okay? All right? Tyrone, where are you from? I was born on Ivory Coast, Tyrone, okay? He said, if you don't love America, get out. I don't understand that statement. Who said we don't love America? Tyrone, how you gonna be a member and at the same time be mean to me? Like, how does that make sense? Okay, but Tyrone, what's up? Thank you for being a member, and then thank you for serving the country. Okay, we love you. All right, but it's like you have to get to a point where you understand, like, you really have to protect yourself, and not just protecting yourself, but you better be on the offensive, right? You better be on the offensive before somebody comes for your behind. Right. And I feel like to this day, a lot of black people still don't understand the fact that, oh, thank you, Queen. They still don't understand to this day that socialism, it will always set you back. It will always set you back. Sitting here like, oh, people should do things out of the kindness of the heart. Oh, we should just take from the rich. Or we should, it's insane to me. It's insane to me. Right. There comes a time when you have to recognize, like, this life out here, it is extremely cruel. Life is cruel. Life is really cruel. You see it in the wilderness. You see it with animals, right? It is really cruel. You either run fast or you get killed. You either have help or you die. You either hunt or you die. Like, nobody's coming to save you. Nobody's coming to save you. And the problem is, it's like today you have this huge, it's like, I don't know, you have millions of black people around the world who are just indoctrinated into socialism and feeling like, oh, somebody owes me something. Somebody owes me their country. Somebody owes me their generosity. Somebody owes me this. You owe me that. No, you owe yourself everything. And when you live this life, it is your job to make sure that you can compete. Because if you cannot compete, don't expect anybody to give you charity. Right? I have one of my aunties, right? I'm gonna tell you something, right? I have one of my aunties. She's been here illegally. Yes, yeah. I do know some illegals, right? One of my aunties, she's been here illegally for like over like 10, 20 years now, like at least 15 years, right? Yeah, maybe 20 years now, longer than I've been married, right? And my thing is like, okay, so yesterday she was like, oh, Marlene, I am so concerned about Trump and what he's doing. You know, I'm waiting for him to stop. But I'm like, auntie, he might never stop. But my point is, are you never going to go, hey, Nafisa, are you never going to go back to the Ivory Coast? Like you will never go back to see, I mean, she has a child. She only has one child. She has grandkids, her mom. I'm like, everybody, the entire family. Are you never going to go back? You're going to stay here like this. You're going to live like this. I mean, this is not a life, right? Just so you can say that you live in America. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. And I told her, I'm like, don't let anybody lie to you. Because the visa that she got to come in here, because she has some religious visa, right? She came here on a religious visa. And I'm like, these visas are only good for 5 years. You've extended your stay by over 15 years. So even if there is a way for these people to, you know, give you papers, give you a green card, or there's a way for them to give you amnesty, you are still going to have to leave the country and you're going to have to come back. This is how it goes. The vast majority of people who came here illegally, even when they're able to get papers, you have to leave. And I told y'all this. I said, it is when they tell you to leave, it is so much better for you to leave before they come and get your behind. Because when they get your behind, when you officially get deported, right, you cannot come back for 10 years. And even that, the odds of you getting a visa once you've been deported and you're in the system, good luck, right? So it's always best when they tell you to leave, it's always best for you to leave on your own accord. Because as long as you're not in the system, right, it's going to be a lot easier for you to come back. And I've told you, I had 2 cousins who didn't want to leave, but eventually they end up leaving before getting deported. And today they're living on the Ivory Coast. They're thriving. One has like, he always like doing like restaurants and stuff like that. He's really successful with his restaurants. Like he has like multiple restaurants now, right? My other cousin, he's a pastor, whatever that is, right? But he definitely lost weight though, so that's a benefit, okay? Because the food there is like non-GMO, right? But I'm like, they're doing so well. Sometimes you're like, oh, I got to stay here illegally just for the sake of staying here. But you barely have a life. It is not a life. You cannot live like this. This is not life. And anybody who's encouraging you to stay here illegally does not love you. They're looking for slaves. They are seriously looking for slaves. And this is why the vast majority of white liberals do not want to let go of these illegals, because they want somebody to make their coffee. They want somebody to clean their floors. They want somebody to do all these menial jobs they don't want to do, right? They're looking for slaves. And don't you ever forget that the Democratic Party is the party of slavery. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like 20 years, no visa. That is not a life. That is not a life. I don't even care. I don't even care how bad you think life is in Nigeria or life is in the Ivory Coast or Burkina Faso or Guinea or Mali or Senegal or Gambia. I don't even care. In 20 years, anybody can change their life. Child, in 2 decades, right? You can start off with like selling plantains or selling bananas outside. Hey, Mark, bisous, okay? And then like in 5 years, you might even be able to have a storefront. And if you keep going in 20 years, hey, Gary, in 20 years, you might even have a couple stores with air conditioning, right? Why do you think that you have to come to America illegally for you to have a great life? You can have a great life anywhere because success is from within. Success is from within, right? But I'm like, this life, I would never wish this life on anybody. I would never wish this life on anybody. That's why all these white liberals who are so pro-illegal immigration, they're doing everything in their power to help these illegals to evade being deported, right? I'm like, nah, y'all don't love these people. You don't love these people. You want cheap labor. You're looking for slaves. Because if you had to switch roles with these people, you would never do it because it's not life. Right? No matter how much they work, they will never contribute to Social Security. So they will never have retirement. They will never have health care. If they get injured on the job, there's no protection. There's no guarantee. There's no security. Why would you recommend that to anybody? People should risk their lives just to come here and work at Starbucks. People should risk their lives, walk across the Rio Grande, get kidnapped, or even being eaten. Sometimes people get eaten by the coyotes. Okay? Hey, Ruva, it's extremely dangerous. I know this one girl, her mom walked the desert 3 times. I'm like, 3 times? What the freak? Okay, it is so crazy. And sometimes they leave you there. These cartel people, they leave you there or they raise the price. You guys, they will walk you in the middle of the Rio Grande, the desert, y'all, the desert. And then they change the price. They're like, oh, you know what? Yeah, we told you 5,000, but now it's 7,000 in the middle of the desert. And if you don't pay the money, they just leave you there. Can you imagine how frightening that must be? You were probably so disoriented. Like, where am I? North, east, south, west, south. It all looks the same. And you barely have enough water. You know what I'm saying? The girl I know, her mom even had her menstrual cycle when they were crossing. She's like, you just keep crossing, and her mom was bleeding. You just bleed on yourself. I'm like, how is that? Like, how is that even humane? Right? And her mom did all this, and guess what? All her mom did was clean. Just to clean. Like they left Honduras to come here just to clean offices, clean people's houses, clean this and clean that. Like, what the heck? What in the world? What in the world? Okay. No, there are successful people in Honduras. There are people with money in Honduras. At the end of the day, it comes down to you. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but my thing is, at least if you're in Honduras, you have your family, you have people, you speak the language, you're home, you know the climate. You know, life in America is hard. It really is hard. And it's like America, it's like, it really is a cultural shock. It really is a cultural shock. It is not easy. You know, like me, I'm from West Africa, right? I'm not Ivory Coast, right? But even that, I've lived a lot of places. I speak lots of languages. But my thing is, one thing I have noticed, right? Especially from West Africa, you see, West African people, they'll say hi to you. They come outside. People talk to their neighbors. Plus, it's not cold, so you know that might be the thing, right? But like here in America, depending on where you live, some people will never say hi to you. People don't even talk to their neighbors. You know, people barely check on their neighbors. Sometimes you'll hear, oh, this person died inside the house. Like, oh, but damn, how come nobody went there and knocked? Because nobody knocks. Nobody says hi to you. Right? Like it really is a cultural shock. Right? America has like it can really have a really cold, very distant, inhumane kind of culture. And so when you come from a warm place where people talk and people are outside and they get to know other people, you know, you can really have a cultural shock. Another thing also about living in America is that here, when you have money problems, you're on your own. People don't help people out here. Like people don't help. You're on your own. You can't make your car no. Ooh, you can't make your rent. Ooh, you know what I mean? You can't put gas in your car. Ooh. Okay, you are truly on your own. And that can be a cultural shock. Like, oh, I can't ask people? Ask who? Okay, like it really is different. It is, and there's so much more, but it's really different. It's really, really different, right? So it's like, don't think, oh, I'm gonna come here. It's like, oh, the American dream. Okay, especially if you're going to come here with no degrees, like you have no degrees. If you come here and you have a degree that can get you a job, like a good job, a good career, yes, and you'll have a whole different experience. But if you're coming here with a bare minimum, like all you had back home was a high school diploma or barely a high school diploma, you're not going to have a good life. Right? And the most you might ever be able to treat yourself, oh, I'm going to go to Target and buy something nice from Target. That's about it. Because you're going to be living paycheck to paycheck to paycheck. And I'm telling you this, you're going to live in a bad neighborhood. Your kids will be in a bad neighborhood. And before you know it, you might even lose your kids to the streets. You might. You understand? Like, it's a lot of things that go into immigration that people do not consider, right? And sometimes it's just not worth it. It really, really is not worth it. And somebody can say, but, oh, Marlene, it's so easy for you to say, right? I'm like, yeah, duh, right? But guess what? My dad came here legally. It's not my fault. I was a child. I had nothing to do with that. Right? My dad came here legally. And because of that, I was able to stay here legally. It's not my fault. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to feel bad about that. It's life, right? There are people who have way more money than me. And trust me, I need the money more. But guess what? It's life. Everybody has some kind of privilege, right? But I know enough to say that no matter where you are, believe in yourself. You don't have to live an illegal life. You don't have to live in hiding. You don't have to take these weird menial jobs just to make it, right? Because you can make it at home. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really, like, I would never wish on nobody. It's sad. It's like, you know, it's like, but I'm like, at the same time, like, stay home, fight for the country, fight for the politics, fight for the politician, right? Fight. You have to fight. American people, they went through a lot of wars. America's had lots of war. It was not a country that was just great out of the blue. No, it was a lot of foolishness, okay? It was a lot of foolishness. It was a lot of killing. It was a lot of war. It was a lot of determination, right? Because there's no perfect nation, but only the nation worth dying for. Hey, right? So that's that. You understand me? Right? So, Big Sis Fumi, right? Big Sis Fumi, she cracks me up sometimes, right? Ooh, Fumi Nation. Fumi Nation, they be cracking me up. Because sometimes when it comes to Big Sis Fumi, I just feel like she just says the things the girls want to hear because she got to sell them some tickets or some products, okay? Because this is crazy. So she was upset at Kemi because Kemi, you know, Kemi, I've shown y'all Kemi before, but Kemi is a British politician. Okay, so yes, she is of Nigerian ancestry, right? So she was born in London, right? I think she went back to Nigeria and she went to the U.S. I don't know, but then eventually she makes her way back to the UK. She enters politics, and I think like right now she's like quote unquote like a Republican. Okay, if I can explain it that way. Like right now in the UK, she's a conservative. I think it's like what they're called, the Tory, what they're called, but she's more of a conservative, right wing. Hey Diana, I'll have the baby. Okay, so a lot of Nigerians, a lot of African people are upset at her because they feel as though, oh, given that you are of Nigerian ancestry, like seriously, like your mom, your dad is Nigerian, you are Nigerian, like your name, your last name, right? Why are you doing things that are going against the immigrants, right? And she's like, oh, you people are crazy. You people are crazy. And you guys, if you know me, right, you already know I support Kemi. Kemi is my girl. I wish she would open up her comments so I can tell how much I love her, right? I support Kemi. So big sis Fumi is upset at her, like, oh, but Kemi, your mom is Nigerian, your daddy's Nigerian. I'm like, big sis, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China, right? Kemi has told y'all something perfectly clear, right? She identifies as a British person. She was born there. That's how she identifies, and she sees herself as a British. Now, if when you look at her, you can't see besides her black skin, you might be a racist. Okay, because like growing up, especially like for me, like I used to vacation a lot in Paris, but whatever. But for a lot of African people who've been in Europe, right, whether it's like France or the UK, whatever, but especially France, right, a lot of African people will get so mad when French people would say, go back to your country, or, you're not from here. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, no, I'm here. I'm from here. I'm French. And I'm like, okay, sure, whatever, right? Whatever you call yourself, right? But now that we have a African London-born person who says, oh, I see myself as British, it's a problem. Right? But when the white people say, go back to Africa, you're not from here, they get upset. Oh, I'm British. Oh, I'm British. Oh, I'm French, or I'm German, right? So now that Kemi says, yeah, I'm British. But oh, how dare you say that? You're from Africa, your mama Nigerian, your dad Nigerian. So I don't care. She sees herself as a British citizen. Right? And then so big sis Fumi's gonna bring up this point of, oh, but you were born there. And I think she was born like in like 80s or something like that. But she was born right before there was a change in the law as it pertains to like birthright citizenship, right? So she was like, yeah, you were born a year before they changed the law. But I'm like, how are you gonna sit here? Big sis? I'm like trying to blame her for something she had nothing to do with. Like, is it her fault that her mom chose to birth her in London in the 80s? No. Did she even choose her date of birth? No. Is she responsible that she was born a year before there was a change in law in birthright citizenship in the UK? No. It's not her fault. Right? But what she is responsible for is that she sees herself as a British citizen. She sees herself as a British person. She does not see herself as Nigerian. And that is her choice. And people have to respect that. It's just like here also in America, like when you're a black, you don't have the right to not be anything but a Democrat. No. People are free. Nobody owns anybody based on the color of your skin or your ethnicity or your provenance or your ancestry. That's lunacy to me. Okay? That is lunacy to me. Kemi has been very forthcoming, and she told y'all people she does not see herself as Nigerian. It is not her fault that her parents happen to be Nigerian. It is not her fault that her mama gave birth to her in London. It's not her fault. It is not her fault that she happens to be named Kemi. Like, she didn't choose any of that. Like, you cannot hold her responsible. She has the right to her own mindset and who she wants to be and how she sees herself. So my thing is, if you're Kemi and you say to yourself, oh, I see myself as a British citizen, then she says to herself, as a patriot, what do I have to do to make sure that I can safeguard Great Britain? And that makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect sense to me. Not to say, oh, but your mama Nigerian, so you should think about the immigrants. Yo, she cannot do that. She's not an immigrant. You are an immigrant. You're an immigrant. She's not an immigrant. Okay, she's a British citizen, and her job is not to say, oh, how do I serve the immigrants of the world? No, her job is to say, how do I serve the British people, right? And the weird thing about so many immigrants, oh my gosh, they drive me crazy, these immigrants, right? The weird thing about all these immigrants today from these third world countries is that they think people owe them something. Oh, you owe me. Nobody owes you. Nobody owes you. Nobody does. Okay, and that's the same thing. Yesterday, I was listening to J.D. Vance because J.D. Vance went to Germany and he let these fools have it because these Europeans are all kinds of foolish people. They are foolish people. And this is why they deserve to be bullied by Russia. They need to bend the knee to Vladimir Putin. Okay, they need to bend the knee to Vladimir Putin. The kind of goofy stuff they're doing in Europe, everybody should be concerned. Everybody should be concerned. And JD told these people, nobody in Europe voted. The people of Europe, all countries of Europe, did not vote for you European leaders to have this open door, open gate policy when it comes to immigration. And this is why they are so financially burdened by this immigration crisis in Europe that they cannot pay their fair share when it comes to NATO. A lot of these European countries are owing us money. They're late on their invoices because they're too busy taking care of illegal people. And so America is responsible for paying what they're not paying because they chose to be, we are the world, we are the future, we are the, no. Europe is not meant to be the land of immigrants, okay? No, that has to stop. That truly has to stop. It is crazy. And they got so upset when he said that. But I'm like, no, it had to be said. It had to be said. And I looked at JD. I'm like, JD, you owe President Trump an apology because you called this man all kinds of Hitler. But today, look at where he placed you. Look at where he placed you. You owe this man an apology. So anyways, I'm going to play Fumi's video, right? Because I'm like, what? Make it make sense. Make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. And all this, it has to do with these European wealth funds. There are a lot of European wealth funds that are about some foolishness. And then they influence the UN, United Nations is again involved in this foolishness. And then you have places like BlackRock and things like that who are also involved in this foolishness. But these globalists are a problem. They are a serious problem. Okay. So initially I didn't really want to do it. I was like, tinkering. But I think on Monday I am officially going to start my little political career on YouTube. So I have another channel. I'm going to be uploading on that channel. Okay. Exactly. Like they're insane. They are truly insane. Yes, JD called Trump Hitler. He called him Hitler. And now the man he called Hitler is the one that has him going to Paris with the whole motorcade. I'm like, damn, like somebody that you disrespected this man, you insulted this man. And now look how he lifted your name up. Like you should see his wife. She's like, oh, damn. Ooh, I'm an Elysee. I'm like, you see this? You owe Trump an apology. You truly owe Trump an apology. Y'all be so quick to call people names. Right. And then the people that you insult are the same people to lift you up. Right. Your crazy behind. With your old crazy behind. Make it make sense. He needs an apology. And I want my apology. Yeah, he called Trump all kinds of Hitler. He was going off on the man. Okay. No, I don't think he can be bought or not. But one thing I do respect about President Trump, I think President Trump, he's the type to be like, you know what? Keep your friends closer, but keep your enemies closer and make them work for you. So I really do respect the politician in him. I respect that dark air sign, Gemini spirit in him. Like, you know what? You talk ish about me. I'm going to hire you. I'm going to make you clean up a mess. I like that. You know what I mean? So, but my thing is me personally, I'm Marlene. I support Kemi. I support Kemi 1,000%. And on top of that too, right? Great Britain is an island, okay? It is an island. United Kingdom's an island. England is an island. They can only take so many immigrants. And she has said before on TikTok, I saw this one clip. Hey, Kevin, I saw this one clip on TikTok where she said to take care of one illegal immigrant, it costs the UK £50,000, which is close to $70,000 per person. That's a hold up. Wait a minute. Right? So these immigrants, they always want to act as if like they don't cost money. No, you people, you deplete the treasuries. Like you deplete public treasuries. And that is a concern. And also when it comes to immigration, one thing that people do not want to talk about are people's cultures and their habits. And sometimes those cultures and those habits are not, well suited for Western life. You understand? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the same way that I felt. Like I told you, I said when it came to France, for example, right? Let me show you a video. Let me show you a picture. Marine Le Pen, the daughter. Okay, I thought Marine. Oh, cool. Okay, she almost has her daddy's name, okay? So, Marine Le Pen, she's the daughter of this very conservative, what you call a right-wing white man. And they're French, right? And so, when I was growing up, people used to not like her dad. Marine Le Pen. Let me show you her. So, that's the daughter, right? Let me show you the dad. Okay, so this is her dad. Okay, this is her father. So when I was growing up, right, I'm telling you, when I was growing up, Nobody liked this man. Like nobody black liked this man. Like nobody liked this man because we were told that he was a racist, that he hated black people. He hated like black African people, right? Like he hated black African people, doesn't like them, right? So we went, oh yeah, he's a racist. He's a, the racist. Okay, sure, whatever, right? But then, I got older. I'm like, is he really a racist? I don't know. Okay, because y'all call everybody racist, right? But even me, from the time I was young until I got older, even though I have not been in France in a very, very long time, but I can tell you this, being young, like as a baby, growing up until maybe my mid-20s, right? When I would go to Paris, I'm like, something is off. You know what I'm saying? Something's off. I'm saying, because I could say honestly that as a West African woman, I did feel embarrassed by the way a lot of African people behave in Paris. I do, and I still do. Because I'm like, you people, you have no respect. Okay, you have no respect because a lot of times when it comes to black people, they're so good at telling you, oh, this person hates me, they hate me, but they never tell you the why. Why do you think this person hates you? Right? You did something. Right? Because when you immigrate, are you also like a model citizen? Do you do everything right? Do you behave right? Do you respect the rules? Do you have a great marriage with their culture? No. You understand? No. We have to be honest. And I even told my dad, I'm like, oh, you need to stop being fake. Because, a lot of people, we have a lot of people from Mali, Guinea, Senegal, Gambia, a lot of these countries, right? They are Muslims. They are Muslims, right? And they will tell you stuff like, oh, because they're Muslim, so Islam allows them to have polygamy, right? So they go to France, for example, and they bring this polygamy mindset to France, right? So, Europeans do believe in socialism way more. I mean, Western Europe does believe in socialism way more than America does believe in socialism, right? So they do have programs like housing and things like that, right? But it's also for you to be reasonable. It's for you to be reasonable, right? No, these people are completely unreasonable. It is not far-fetched for you to go to France, for example, and to see a family from Mali, right? Where the father has 3 wives in Europe, okay? In France. The man will have 3 wives, 4 wives. They might be given a 2-3 bedroom apartment by the city, by the council, all right? In 5 years, 10 years, they're going to be 10 people in a 3-bedroom apartment. How would you feel, right? If this was your country, how would you feel? How would you feel, right? And then they cook their food. They cook all this African food. Now, of course, I'm going to eat it, but I can recognize that sometimes it's a lot. If you're not raised, I'm not trying to be offensive, right? And I'm not, because, I'm never, oh, Margie thinks she's white. No, I am not white. I know who I am, right? But my thing is, you also have to be honest, right? You also have to be honest. When you're used to eating certain kinds of food, when you've grown up eating certain kinds of food, the smell does not bother you, right? Because that's all you know. That's not a big deal, right? Even the taste doesn't bother you because you've always eaten that food. So for you, it's actually normal. But for people who are not accustomed to it, it can smell bad. Okay? It can smell bad. It can really smell bad. But oh my gosh, this is it's really strong because they're not used to that. They're not used to these smells. Okay, they're not used to it. I have enough self-awareness to understand, you know what? I like it. It doesn't bother me. It tastes good to me, but I can see how if this is not your culture, it can be a lot. It can be a lot. You understand, right? It's even I don't know if you guys have ever heard, if you've ever heard of jollof rice. Okay, let me show you, right? Okay. But this is before I even knew it was called jollof rice, because jollof rice is an Anglo-African, it's an Anglophone type of name, right? But what we know is French-speaking West African, we know chepchen. So chepchen is the Senegalese jollof rice, right? But even chepchen, to make this rice, it's very pretty, y'all. It tastes amazing. It's it's freaking delicious. But I promise you, you have to use fermented fish. Okay, there's a special fish that you have when you make the stew, because you gotta make the stew and then you put the rice in there. That's how the rice gets the color when you're eating chepchen, right? But even to eat chepchen, you have to, there's fermented fish that goes in there. So if you're not used to it and you smell chepchen being cooked, it's a lot. It really is a lot. Even me, I can tell you it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot, right? We have there's also this thing that there's this okay, there you see. You understand, right? There's even this thing that we love. Even Nigerians love it too. It's when we grill lamb. How you guys call it? We call it shukuya. They call it Suya. There you go. Suya. Because it's the Hausa. Like Hausa people, you know, like the northern part of Africa, like all these countries. I'll show you. Let me show you a picture. It's going to make more sense. Hold on. It's going to make more sense. Okay. It's going to make more sense. Because you just can't visualize this, right? Do you see all this right here? Right? Y'all look right here, right? Do you see all of this? Like, you see like most of like this white part, right? The white part here is where you have, this is where you have the nomads of West Africa. So sometimes they're called Hausa, you know, if they're Nigeria and Niger, they'll be called Hausa. So you see where Nigeria is? So you have Nigeria here, and then you have Niger. So they share the same people. Those people are called Hausa. So Hausa people, they'll be here, they'll be here, they'll be here, they'll be here, they'll be over here, right? So Hausa people, they make this one thing called suya. So in French, like, I wrote in French, like for people who's French-speaking people, Francophone West Africans, we'll call it shukuya, right? But even that too, like the seasoning that's in there, if you're not used to it, y'all, it's strong. It is really strong. But when you grew up in it, it doesn't bother you. It's just like, not to be offensive, right? Not to be offensive, right? It's like sometimes too, Indian people, I think like they're nose deaf when it comes to curry because they're so used to cooking with curry. They're so used to like, you know, curry is their life. So I think a lot of Indian people too, sometimes they're not even aware of the curry smell because that's just all they eat. So I think like you become nose deaf, if I could say it that way, right? But I'm like, I could see how if that is not your culture, you know, if that's not what you eat, it's a lot. Yeah, okay. And it's not offensive. It's not offensive. When people say, oh my gosh, that's so nasty, like, ew, yuck, I would never, okay, like that part's offensive, right? But to me, I have enough self-awareness to realize, like, you know what? If you were not raised eating this food, if you were not raised with your mom, your aunties cooking this food, and you grew up in that smell, it can be overwhelming. Like, oh, this is strong. This is really, really strong, right? It's strong. You understand? And this is why, even for a lot of like, cuisines that come to America very, very oftentimes, right? A lot of people have to kind of change the taste profile a little bit because, you know, you have to be, it has to be suitable for the American people, right? Like a lot of stuff has changed. Like Chinese food here is not the real Chinese food. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Right. Like for me growing up, like, you know, once again, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Paris, like France, whatever, right? We got to eat the real Cantonese, like real Cantonese food. We grew up on real Cantonese food, right? Like the real Cantonese, even Vietnamese food, like the real stuff, like real Vietnamese food from the Hanoi, from the Saigon, right? Real Cantonese food, like the fried rice. Like if you ever see, I thought, let me show you real quick, right? Let me see if I can show you, right? Yeah, you see? So we grew up eating like what they call Cantonese food, like so you heat cantonais, right? But here, their fried rice, I don't know, it's something different. But I can see how they had to change the flavor profile to be more suitable for the American taste palette, right? It's really different. Even Italian pizza. Like if you ever go to France, for example, and you eat Italian pizza compared to an American pizza, like it's not the same. It's like, what the heck? What is this? Okay, like it's just too much. Like American pizza is just way too much. It's like this. What is this? Okay, c'est trop. Okay, that's the thing. But you know, it's a real thing. It's a real thing, right? So growing up, a lot of people used to say that Marie Le Pen was a racist. For me personally, growing up now that I'm older, I don't think he was a racist. Maybe he was a racist. Maybe he had biases, but I can see why he would have these biases because I can see why he felt as though the people who were coming to France, who were immigrating to France, were not the most high quality African people. I can see it. I can really see it, right? And was he wrong? Most likely not, right? Because French people are really proud of their culture. They are absolutely proud of their French language. They love their French language. They cannot stand when you mess it up, right? They're really big into like they love their country. They love their nation. They love everything about them that makes them French. And they don't want to see that change. And I don't think that's racist. I think that sometimes I will speak for my perspective. I think that sometimes African people too can have this lack of respect for somebody else's culture. And I can see why, because you left your country because maybe your country had nothing to offer you. Okay. Right. So you don't take pride in your country because maybe if you did, you would have stayed there. I'm just saying, right? They're not immigrants. They're staying where they're staying. You coming to them. So obviously they're proud of their culture. They want their culture to stay a certain way. They want their cities to stay a certain way. They want people to speak French a certain way, right? And they do get offended when they have people who've been in France for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, don't even speak a lick of French. You know, there's a lot of Chinese town. There are a lot of Chinatowns in France, for example, where the people do not speak a word of French. They only speak Cantonese. Or Mandarin. It's like, what the heck? Okay, how can you be in someone's country and not even like bother to try to learn the language? And I don't think that makes somebody racist. So now that I'm older, I'm like, you know what? I have to spin the block and be like, you know what? I don't think he was that bad, right? But now his daughter, she came so close to becoming president and they lost their mind. I'm like, why y'all losing your mind? Right? So Marine Le Pen, she took up the stick from her dad, and she's like continuing the march that her daddy led because she wants to keep a France that is extremely French. And I don't think that's bad. I really don't think that's bad. You know what I mean? And that's the issue with socialism and globalism, is that you don't have the right to say that we have the right to a national identity, right? And even though Marlene, I know that I'm a West African immigrant that is a naturalized U.S. citizen. I get that. But I really take offense to when other people, even people who are American born, people who are also immigrants, and say things like, oh, America is a country of immigrants. America is a country of immigrants. You know, to me, I find that to be extremely dishonest. I find that to be extremely insulting. And I find that to be, you know, it's a way of like bastardizing the hard work that the American people put into creating what is now America, right? America is not just a country of immigrants, because there was also slavery. So when you say things like, oh, America is just a country of immigrants, I think it's extremely insulting for people like me also who are African, and my people were sold into slavery, right? And who were brought here into the slavery. It's insulting because they had no choice, okay? They have no choice. So it's not just a country of immigrants. So that's one point that I address. My second point is going to be, just because America is a country of quote unquote immigrants, it does not mean that those immigrants did not work hard, did not come together, even fight sometimes, right? To create something called the American culture. Okay. America has a culture. It might not always be the best culture. It might not be something that you're always impressed, but they have worked together where they have a national culture. America has a national identity. Right? Because when you keep saying things like, oh, America is a country of immigrants, so does that mean that America should never have some type of identity, some type of culture? Should America be constantly evolving, always polymorphic, always adopting anybody from whatever world you come from, whatever culture you come from? But then after that, it's no longer America, right? You understand, right? America has July 4th, apple pies, you know, the firecrackers, right? They have the blue, what's it called, the red, white, and blue. They have the American eagle. Like, I don't know what else makes America America. They have Thanksgiving. They have Halloween. I don't know. There are things here that make America America, right? So I find that incredibly offensive. Like, no, America has a cultural identity, right? You might not always like it, but to those people, it means something. To the American people, their culture means something. You understand? And so it's incredibly disrespectful to just walk across the Rio Grande. You've been here for less than 2 minutes. Blah, blah. It's a country of immigrants. Then okay, then go back to your country then. Okay? Make it make sense. I think it's so offensive. And you're like, oh, you know what? I'm an immigrant, and since America is a country of immigrants who've done a great job, I would love it if I could partake in your culture, in your tradition, right? But America stands for something. And people have the right to say, we want to still be able to recognize America, even if we welcome immigrants. We want to welcome people into what has been built by those immigrants, not always change it so you can please all these immigrants. Like, then after a while, who you gonna be? Okay. And like they say, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for everything. So like, no, it is offensive. I'm offended. I am seriously offended. America stands for something. Now, I do wish America would change its foreign policy. And hopefully that does happen. But I'm like, America does stand for something, right? The F-150s, like, like there's a certain thing out here, freedom of speech, all that goofiness, right? And it is what it is, right? It's America. You know what I'm saying? Like the Statue of Liberty, it stands for something. Like America stands for something. That's what America is. It's about that life. Okay, it's about that life. America is a place of like the American dream and this, and that. It stands for something. You cannot just keep saying like, oh, it's a country of immigrants, as if the people who are here are somewhat immigrants. No, they can be the descendant of immigrants. They can be the descendant of the enslaved, but these are American citizens. They are not immigrants. So I'm like, you got to be respectful. Like, what is wrong with people? That's crazy. Right? Because at this case, we can all just say, you know what, when it comes to the world at large, because there's been so many movements of migration throughout human history, right? So then we can say, okay, then no country is a real country because the world is full of immigrants. So then what happens? That's just crazy to me. That is just so crazy to me, right? That's just so crazy to me. Okay? I'm like, that is just so crazy to me. I find that to be incredibly offensive. So to me, I understand why the French people, those who are French born, those who have lineage, and those who happen to be white, right, are fighting to keep France a certain way, because otherwise it's no longer France. I understand why the British want to fight to keep Great Britain a certain way, because otherwise it's no longer Great Britain. Right. But the problem with the immigrant mindset, especially third world immigrant mindset, because they're socialists, because they come from countries where nobody takes pride in anything, cleaning up, picking up trash, them people don't care. Okay. They feel as though, but why do you care so much? Why do you care so much? But that's the point, because we care because we don't want to see America or Great Britain or France turn into what you ran away from. You understand? It's like, I'm not sure. Listen. Okay, not trying to be offensive, right? Not trying to be offensive. But the best way I could put it is, if you are a dirty person, all you can give anybody is how to be filthy, because you had never learned how to clean, right? So if you're a really dirty person, if I put you somewhere clean, I can pretty much be sure that within 30 minutes, you're going to find a way to mess us up, because that's all you know how to do, right? Have you ever seen people like, oh, why do you care about cleaning up so much? Why do you care about being so clean so much? Why? Because they don't clean. So when they see how tidy you are, they get stressed out because they don't care. They don't clean, right? Because that stuff they have, it don't amount to much. Or you'll have people who ask other people, hey, can I borrow your clothes? Can I borrow your shoes? And then they'll treat your clothes any kind of way. They'll treat your shoes any kind of way. And then when they return it and you get upset, oh, but why do you care? You have so much more in your closet. You got more shoes in your closet. That is not the point. That is not the point. That is not the point. Okay? That is not the point. When you borrowed something, it looked one way. When you bring it back, it needs to look the way it was when you took it from me. That's it. Right? But you see, that's why you don't give to people sometimes who ain't got it. I know it sounds harsh. It sounds harsh, but it's the truth though. And that's what the Bible talked about in the parable of talent. Because the one who had the one talent, you see, he didn't multiply the money. So they snatched the money away from him. Right? Because people who don't have nothing to lose do not care. And that is the fear. And I will say this as somebody who's really proud to be West African, but I will say this. One of the biggest fears that people have when it comes to West African immigration, all kinds of immigration from third world countries, is the fact that when you allow people who come from places that don't have much, they're not going to care and they're not going to be appreciative. And consequently, they will bastardize everything they touch. That is a real fear. Okay? That's a real fear. Because when you don't know how to fight for something, when you don't know how to keep something clean, when you don't know how to even pick up trash, how can I trust that if you come to Paris, you're not going to just drink out of a bottle and toss the bottle on the side, right? When you see all this plastic, people drink out of plastic bags in Africa, and then you just toss the plastic all around the place. How can we trust? How can we trust that if you come here and our streets are clean, that you will have, you know what, hey, let me walk over to the trash can and put that in the trash can? No, we're going to have to raise you. And that's the part that comes to immigration that people don't want to talk about. That when you welcome people from third world countries, you have to raise these people because they're not coming here with manners. They're not coming here with savoir-vivre. Now, they might come here with family units. Yes. Oh, like we're going to be married, raise our kids. That part, yes. But it's not enough. Because besides the whole nuclear family thing, you also have to know how to integrate in a healthy way within the main society. And many people struggle with that. And I told you, when it comes to kids, it's a lot easier because they probably will be in the public school system. So there you can address that. You can correct that. But what about the adults who will never, ever, ever be in any encadrement, in any structure where they are going to be trained to know how we do things the American way, how we do things the British way, how do we do things the French way, right? And it matters. It truly matters, right? It's just like a family. Families have traditions. Otherwise, how exactly do you know that you're a family? Okay, how do you know that you're a family? And they resent that fact because it involves discipline and it involves structure, which is something that a lot of African people don't like to have. So please don't come for me. Please don't come for me. But it has to be said. It has to be said. No, Mark, you can be anti-French, Mark. And I get that because you're Haitian. I get that. Right. But just because we hate French, like we don't like the French government or the people who have ruled the people who have ruled France and have done evil. Right. But does that mean that we have to completely destroy a whole country? Like we have to destroy a whole nation? I don't agree. I don't agree, Mark. And my thing is like, and just like for me, when I look at, for example, like what France has done to West Africa, what France has done to the Ivory Coast, right? Because of what they've done. I believe that if we go to France, if we immigrate to France, we should compete to be the best of the best. Not to be welfare people who are just waiting for the government, waiting for the welfare checks, right? That I'm like, how is that doing any justice? Because the more African people go to France just to live off welfare, then they're going to have to keep robbing Africa because they got to make those payments. So that you become part of the entire machinery that you claim to hate, right? Like we have to help these people be self-sufficient. But if you go to France and you decide to have 3 kids, 4 kids, 5 kids, right? You'd be surprised the number of African men who are in Paris just impregnating people, Mark, and they don't take care of those kids. And the city has to take care of the children, right? So when you when you have all these kids and you're not taking care of them, the city has to take care of the kids. Well, they're gonna have to go steal some more because where's this money coming from? You know what I mean? No, I find that behavior to be appalling. I really do find it to be appalling. I'm the type to believe, okay, if I go live in France, right? If I live in France and let's say like traditionally on average, a French family has 2 kids, right? Okay, at most you have 3 kids. Right? No, but you'll see some African families up there having 10 kids, 12 kids. It's out of order. You're not even putting enough money into the public treasury. A lot of these people, they're not even paying taxes. They're not even paying taxes, but they're having 12 children. And on top of that, if you were going to raise these 12 children to be math geniuses, right, or scholars, okay, sure, I get that. No, but the vast majority of these African children will end up in prison, Mark. You see what I'm trying to say? So, this is why, Mark, this is why, me personally, I even feel the same way here with even Black America, right? My thing is, when you move out of hatred, you're going to hurt yourself more than the person that you're trying to hurt. You understand? If we say to ourselves, as people like of West African ancestry, like, okay, France took this much money from West Africa, we got to get the money back. Right? But are we going to get the money back through welfare system and failing to raise Black children to be successful and they end up in prison or do all kinds of quote unquote rakai, all kinds of effery in the streets? I don't think so. Right? To me, the way I would operate my revenge on French, the way that I would operate my revenge on France would be like, okay, if I'm having children here, even if I'm on welfare, I'm going to be an invested mother that my children become highly ranked politicians. They become powerful attorneys or doctors, right? People in high society. So they can be people of influence. Like, for example, compare the mindset. And I'm not trying to be offensive, you guys, but I do have to say it the way I have to say it because otherwise it's too much. I ain't got too much time, right? But I'm like, I want you to think about, Mark, think about Ashkenazi Jews, right? Think about the Ashkenazi Jews from Germany, Ukraine, Russia, USSR, whatever, like these European, like these Ashkenazi Jews, right? Consider those people, right? That's one box of people. Consider even African Americans. That's another box. Then consider African people, like West African people. That's another box, right? Look at how Ashkenazi Jews operated, right? Coming out of World War II and having what they faced, because I told you, even the Americans did not want them, right? Great Britain did not want them. America didn't want them. I think also maybe Belgium did not want them. But a lot of these rich countries did not want the Jews because they said they didn't want to have a Jewish immigration problem. Because at that time, Jewish people were considered, Ashkenazi Jews were considered to be undesirables, Okay. I told you they go to what was then called the Mandate of Palestine. They had these people in the concentration camps, Cyprus and what was then Palestine. Okay. Lock their asses up. But do you see how the Ashkenazi Jews, for example, right? They prioritize education, family, their commitment to their religion, and business, right? It's been about like what 80 years, right? Not even 100 years. We're around like an 80-year mark since World War II ended, okay? But do you like take America, for example, Mark? Every high position in the government is occupied by an Ashkenazi Jew, right? Every position in you look, even from Joe Biden, even before then, but you take Biden, you take Donald Trump, you have an Ashkenazi Jew at every key decision. FBI, Department of Justice, the ministry, the Federal Reserve, the Treasury, the you find an Ashkenazi Jew everywhere you look, okay? The judges, appellate court, Supreme Court, over here, RGB, the lady who died, she's an Ashkenazi Jew, right? But do you see how they prioritize family, education, religion, and business? Okay. And you know, when you're a kid, just like when you're Muslim, you have to go, when you're Muslim and you're a kid, you have to go to Quranic school so you can learn the Quran. They also have rabbinic school where you go and you actually learn you learn the Talmud, you learn the Torah, you learn all the books, right? Look at those people today. Look at those people today. Instead of moving out of hatred, they move with strategy. Because you see, hatred is just a goofy ass emotion to be wasted on any given Sunday. Okay? When you move a strategy, you take your pain in stride because you have a bigger picture. You look at France, a lot of Ashkenazi Jews are running that place. Bernard Arnault, the founder, the CEO of LVMH, Bernard Arnault, right? The Rihanna's boss. Huh? Okay? Bernard Arnault, his granddaddy, he's Jewish. Okay? He's Jewish too. He's Jewish. Okay? And if I'm not mistaken, his granddaddy was working with the Führer, okay? If I'm not mistaken, right? But Bernard Arnault was the richest man in France, is Ashkenazi Jew, right? They're Jewish. You look at Germany, look at Switzerland, right? These people have found a way in 80 years to position themselves in all areas that you can't say no to these persons. Oh, absolument, il est juif. C'est un juif. They don't talk about a lot, but he is. Okay? Bernard Arnault is a Jew. He's a juif. And if I'm not mistaken, his granddad, so his dad's dad, used to work with the Führer. And that's how they were able to make a lot of money. Then his father invested in what they call France-Afrique, which is the oppression of West African countries and siphoning all the money out of Africa. Okay, West Africa. His daddy was involved because when he starts his whole real estate business, like he's like 30-something, his daddy gave him a whole lot of money. And that's how he goes on a buying spree. He buys Dior out of bankruptcy. He buys this thing out of bankruptcy. Womp. Okay? All right? It's a lot over here. It's a lot over here. Right? Now, consider African people. Oh, France took from us, so we're going to immigrate there, whether it's legally or illegally, and just be on welfare, have a bunch of kids, not be committed to their education, not make sure that these kids are committed to their faith, not like, and the vast majority of these kids end up in foolishness. They end up in foolishness, and many end up going to jail. Right? Same thing here too. If you're here also Black American, oh, racism, oh, slavery this. But you see, look at the grades, right? Look at the lack of families. Look at the lack of family structure. Look at the grades of the Black children, right? Because when all you do is live out of hatred for white people, especially Anglo-Saxon, the French, as opposed to saying to yourself, right, what is the bigger picture here? And how do I take my pain in stride? Because revenge is a plate best eaten cold. You gotta take your time with this. We are just too emotional. But I'm like, what would happen if it was, okay, we understand that they took something from us. We understand that. But instead of trying to seek goofy ass revenge, right? Predictable hate behavior, how about we prioritize education, family, religion, and business? Right? And then everything else, keep your feelings to yourself. Right? And then you find a place, you find a way where you put all these kids in all kinds of powerful positions where now the entire French government or whatever it is completely filled up with Black children. You see? And this is why today a lot of America's foreign policy is always pro-Israel, because a lot of these Ashkenazi Jews are all over the place and they have key positions. They have powerful positions. They have strategic positions. Strategy will always trump emotions, right? You can't go far with that, right? Well, my thing is, you can go there, Mark. You can go there. But once you're there, what is the strategy, Mark? And that is my point, is that Black people are just too emotional. Where is the strategy, Mark? Because if we're going there just to be on welfare and to not even say, okay, you go to work, I'll stay with the kids. I'm going to make sure they do their homework. I'm going to make sure that our kids are extremely bright, extremely intelligent, that one day they'll have high positions of power. What is the point, Mark? What is the point? And that's my point. It's like, what is the point? Because if you're not going to go there and compete with these people and shame these people and infiltrate their government, their banks, their this, and that, then what is the point? What is the point? Right? You know what I'm saying? What really is the point? And this is like, and because I had this revelation when I watched a video from these two Asian dudes, and they were talking about how many Ashkenazi Jews are in Trump's government. And I'm like, that is so crazy to me, because the way that I look at it, right, that should have been African Americans. They should have been in all these key positions, like just infiltrating the entire place. You know, let's take over. Because if anybody has something to gain out of America, it is you. Right. But instead, they're also being indoctrinated into having low and like hatred and all these loathing emotions towards their own nation. Right. And meanwhile, there are people who are taking everything that belongs to them because they're too busy cajoling their feelings. I'm like, do you not see what is going on? Right. Because when you've been through slavery, like when you think about everything you had to overcome, look at where we are today. These Ashkenazi Jews, they came here like around the 50s, right? So like what, almost like 75 years. Look at what they've been able to accomplish in 75 years, right? So I'm like, it's a real thing. But I'm like, everybody, there's all these key positions. They're all Jewish people from Europe. They're Jewish people from Europe. And then you have the children, like the descendants of the enslaved, who are at the bottom. Right? Because why? We're always in feelings, emotions, hatred. I hate, I'm mad, I'm upset. Oh my gosh, can you start being more strategic? Right? But I'm like, you look at Ashkenazi Jews, what they prioritize education, and not even just like basic. You don't have to be the best of the best of the best. They don't do the B's and the B pluses. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Okay? With these people, it's like straight A's or nothing. Because they train you to be the very best, that you can go after these positions and get these positions successfully. That's why they take over Harvard. They take over Yale. All these Ivy Leagues are overtaken by Ashkenazi Jews. That's why the black lady had to go. Because some Jewish dude, the guy who used to be an investor in Airbnb, where I can see his face. I can't think of his name, right? Black Street. No, he has a black something. It's not Black Rock. Black Street? No. It's called Black something too, right? But you see, he's one of the biggest investors, like he's one of the biggest donors of Harvard. He's Jewish. So when he didn't like what the gay lady was doing, he said, oh, no, she got to go. So, okay, fine, you got to go, right? Yale, predominantly Jewish people. All the Ivies are overtaken by Ashkenazi Jews. And this is happening in less than like 75 years. This is crazy. So I'm like, if you actually get to 100 years, what is America going to look like at this rate? Because there's really, I guess besides the Asian people and Indians, right? But who's really out here competing with these people, right? But these are new immigrants. And look at how far they've gotten, like where they can get one of the most powerful nations in the world to just give into whatever Benjamin Netanyahu wants to do. This is crazy. This is so crazy. But this is what happens when you prioritize education, family, religion, and business. I said what I said. That's it. Don't be mad at me. Do not be mad at me. Okay? I'm not responsible for what I see in the world. It's not my fault. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, this is crazy. But we have to stop moving out of hatred. We got to stop moving out of You know what I'm saying? We got to stop moving out of hatred. And we now have to start being a bit more mature. And we got to start talking about strategy. What is the strategy? And it has to be education, family, religion, and business. So my point is, if you're going to immigrate to Europe, you got to have a strategy. If you're just going there just to, well, y'all stole from my people, so I'm just here and I'm going to have all these kids and my kids going to be a bunch of failures and have all kinds of C's and D's in school, you're a freaking idiot. You are an idiot. Because how are you helping? You're making things worse. If you go to Europe and your mind is, okay, if you live in Berlin, if you're if you're an African person and you're going to Germany and your job is, okay, I'm going there so that my kids can become one day prime minister of Germany, or my kid can become like the CEO of the biggest bank in Germany. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Because now you have a child of African ancestry that's in a powerful position in Germany. Then they can influence the German government to do something good back for the home country. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. But to just have children, bunch of black kids, and in France, for example, just for those kids go to prison? No. Because you're hurting yourself more. You're not hurting the French. They're going to put your child in jail. They're not hurting. You're going to be hurting. Hopefully you get me, Mark. Hopefully you get me, right? Because me, Marlene, I am all about competition. If we say white people took something from us, so we got to take it back, I get that. But my thing is, moving with hatred, we're not going to get anything. We're going to look stupid. And we've been looking stupid, okay? Right? What I'm saying is we have to start moving with strategy. And whether it takes 50 years or 75 years or 100 years, but I'm like, if the Ashkenazi Jews could do it, we can do it too. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I'm like, when you study these people, when you take your time and you study Ashkenazi Jews, you will realize that these people prioritize education, family, religion, and business. And in 75 years, look at what these immigrants have done. They're all over the place. And not just basic ass, goofy ass jobs. They're like the top of the food chain. They have the best jobs. They have the most influence. They're all over the place. I was like, oh my gosh, Mayorkas, Ashkenazi Jew. The guy who ran the FBI under Joe Biden, Ashkenazi Jew. Blinken, a Jew. Kamala Harris, her husband, Ashkenazi Jew. I'm like, these people are all over the place. And wherever there's money, power, and influence, you will find those people there. It is a real thing, you guys. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Like today, America is ran by Jewish people. Don't come for me. They run everything. They run everything. They really do run everything. But how did they get there? And like the people say, success leaves clues. Success leaves clues. But we are just so consumed being hateful, right? Oh, I hate white people. I hate white people. And it's like, which white people? There's different kinds of white people. There's rich white people. There's poor white people. They're not all the same. You have liberal white people. You have conservative white people. They're not all the same, right? You have British white people. You have French white people. You have Irish white people. And then you have like Ashkenazi Jewish white people. Which white people do you have an issue with? Okay, it's a lot of white people, boo. Okay. But the thing is, the vast majority of the white people who are powerful are Ashkenazi Jews. Okay. But my point is, hate the game, don't hate the player. Okay. If you do prioritize education, family, religion, and business, good things will happen. Families matter. They really do. Your faith matters because it gives you a sense of conviction. It emboldens you to stand for what you believe, even if it's extreme. Hey, here's what it is, right? Right? Understand? But today, I'm like, and it's like, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be mean. But I'm like, if you look at Black America, if you look at African Americans today, right? It's a people now that's walking further and further away from God. If you look even at African people, the way that they prayed, they're not walking away from God, but they're walking towards some kind of like, it's like an idolatry type of faith. It's like, oh, I'm just going to pray for miracles, right? I'm going to pray. So Africans pray for miracles. Instead of saying, God, I pray for energy and courage that I may pursue this path as long as it takes. They'll be in church all day, every day. You know, Africans, they clock into church. They do like 40 hours a week at church because they're just waiting for miracles, right? When it comes to like Black America, for example, they're completely turning their backs from God. Like, oh, hell no, I'm not doing this. I can think for myself. It was made by a white man. You know, all that kind of weird stuff. Like, okay, sure, whatever. Okay, all right, no problem. But here are the consequences, right? When it comes to business, whether you're looking at Africans or you're looking at Black America too, huh? Most people don't want to do business. They want to work for other people. They want to work for the federal government, whether it's here, back home. Everybody wants to work for the government. When you tell them that, oh, they can't have welfare, they go crazy because they want socialism. You know, like, okay, do not come for me. Do not come for me. I do not do anything to you. You're not going to be mad at me for seeing what I see. Okay, yes, like, you know, and I'm like, I've noticed that, right? Like me having been here for almost 3 decades, I've been in America for like almost 30 years, right? The way Black America used to pray, love going to church and things like that, it is no longer there. The fervor, like the passion of God, the love of God, it's gone. It is gone. It has been replaced by whatever kind of goofy ass tenets or religion they get from these white liberals, right? The religion of self, the religion of I do what I want, when I want. This is what's out here now. Okay, even the church embodies that. You know what I mean? The church today is crazy. The Black church in America is crazy. It is a crazy place. Even I don't recognize it. You understand? Where today, even a pastor, if you have a Black American pastor, if you have a Black American preacher who preaches the truth, right? People are gonna go attack this man. Right? That's how far people have gone. You understand me? Now, when it comes to African people, they go to church, but they don't pray to say, God, give me the strength. God, give me courage. God, give me vision. Oh, no. I'm waiting. Oh, I'm waiting. Waiting for what? You waiting for what? For what exactly, right? You weirdos. You understand? Like the Jewish people, they have their faith. They believe in God, but there is like, you know what? Because God told me I'm going to be great, therefore I'm going to study harder. Because God said He chose me, therefore I'm going to believe in myself, right? They're not waiting for miracles. They go to their faith for conviction, and then they work hard, they study hard, they compete, they go and take everything, right? Like African people, they pray and pray and pray. And I do feel as though the more they pray, the more insecure they become. Do not come for me. Do not come for me. Do not come for me. It's not my fault. Okay. If I see what I see, it is not my fault. Do not come for me. Don't you dare come for me. But my point is, I feel like they pray and they pray and they pray. It's like the more they pray, the scarier they get, the more I'm still waiting for confirmation. Oh, I'm waiting for God to give me a sign. I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting there. Like, I'm like, it's like the more you pray, the more you become frightened. What is this? Right? Where it's like the more you pray, the more you should feel emboldened to say, you know what? Hey, I prayed. I got this. Let me go do it. Like, oh, no, I need one more song. Let me pray some more. Let me sing one more song. Let me do one more offering. It's like, but this is crazy. You don't need to pray 40 hours a week. This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. It is crazy, right? And here also, like when you're here in America too, you look at Black America, a lot of people have walked away from the church, or they try to bring the world into the church. Okay, because people don't want to hear the gospel. People don't want to hear the truth. People don't want to hear that. Oh, you have to work hard. You have to be patient. Oh, no. This is just utter madness. It is madness, right? It's insane. It really is insane. It is insane. You have to go. You got to go and fight. This is crazy. This is crazy. Like we have pastors here, like Jamal Bryant. We have pastors here who are saying that they support abortion. What is going on? What is going on? Because you see, today we're bringing the world. Either we're walking away from the church, or we're bringing the world into the church. It's like Jesus Christ. So these people give me a headache. They give me a headache. Right? And the sad part is that if you say these things, people will accuse you of being anti-Black. But like these people, like the Jewish people, they don't go to church every day. Like, oh, God, give me cars. God. No. They get their conviction from their faith, and it emboldens them to like, yeah, I need more. I got to have more. We don't think like that. We pray and we're, oh, no, I'm waiting for the government. Oh, I'm waiting for somebody. I'm waiting for this person. How does that even make sense? This is so weird. Oh, I'm praying for a husband. I'm praying for this. Shut the hell up. Okay? Nobody prays for a husband. God is not going to marry your husband. You're going to marry the man. So go and find the man that you like and stop looking for perfection and build family. You know, like, this is so crazy, right? Even like when it comes to Eve in the Bible, she was not out here looking for a man. Oh, I want you. You're my wife. That's it. Let's move on. That's it. It's not that hard, right? But it's like we have a serious lack of family. And I'm like, here in America too, like we have a lack of family because people are walking away from God. They are truly walking away from God. They are losing their Christian values. You know what I mean? Like, look at the amount of Black people now, even Black women who are so comfortable with abortion. They're so comfortable with sex work. They are comfortable with being on dating apps. They're comfortable with having one-night stands and casual hookups. This is lunacy. When I tell you, like, I came here in 1996, right? But when I tell you there used to be a time where Black women were extremely prudish, extremely prudish. Like, what? You do what? That is so crazy, right? There was a time where you used to be shamed for this kind of behavior. You wouldn't even say it out loud. This is crazy. And when stuff like that was being done, no offense, Gary. I love you, Gary, right? But no offense to Gary. But usually it was white girls doing that kind of stuff. It wasn't Black women. It was not Black women. Now, look at where we are. In less than like 20-some years, right? Look at how far we've come. This is crazy. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. But when a people departs from God, bad things happen to the people. And I'm like, it seems as though we haven't learned anything, right? It's in the Bible. Every time you depart from God, bad things will happen, and he will deliver you to your enemies, and they're going to spank your ass. So, might be offensive. Don't come for me. I'm innocent. Huh? Well, but I'm like, when it comes to, and you can do your own research, huh? Do your own research, Sarah. Do your own research, study for yourself, and see what you find. But from what I have realized is that when it comes to Ashkenazi Jew people, it's that they prioritize education, family, religion, and business. So don't come for me. Do your own research on those people and then ask yourself, how do a people that leaves Europe completely broke, destitute, how did they become so powerful in 75 years? This is crazy. This is insanity. I'm like, this is insanity. I'm like, it's true though. They have all the top positions in this country. Every top position is ran by an Ashkenazi Jew. I'm like, how the heck is that possible? Right? How is that possible? But you see, they're really big on their religion, like Shabbat dinner, Wumpty Wumpwa, Hanukkah. Like, child, they don't play. They do not play. Okay? They are really, really serious. They don't play about their faith. They don't play about their religion. You know what I mean? They send them little babies to rabbinic school. They're going to learn the Talmud. They're going to learn the Torah. Okay? And they grew up in that. And they value family. Family means a lot to those people. It really does mean a lot. Education means a lot to them people. You know, also, like, what I think it's like, I think it's for all of them, I'm not sure. But I think like kosher Jews, right? Not sure. But maybe it's the kosher Jews, because kosher Jews don't mix their meat and chicken, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, Shabbat, you don't even use technology. There's no technology. So all you do is sit there all day and read a book. Okay? Because you can't use your phone. You can't, anything that's like, it's like an Amish lifestyle for a day. Like, you can't use any kind of technology. So you have no choice but to read a book. But that's why a lot of Jews are lawyers, doctors, business people, politicians, you know, you name it, like business people, anything that's like highly prestigious, you will find a lot of Jews there, right? Why can't we say the same about Black people? All around the world, huh? I'm not saying about one group over the other. I'm putting everybody together. My point is, why we can't say the same thing about Black people? Okay? We need to start being a bit more strategic and less emotional. We do too much. They're in everything, Kevin. It is not a joke. If there's money to, and I'm not even talking like cheap money, if there's a lot of money to be made or a lot of power to be yielded, you're going to find one of the people there or a whole lot of them there. But it is not a joke. It is not a joke. So that's why today America just does whatever Israel says they want, because their children are all over the place. They're all over the government. They're all over the world of finance. They're all over the world of entertainment. They control everything. So if you say one thing they don't like, your life is over. And they work quietly for that. They work quietly until one day, well, hold up, wait a minute. How'd y'all do this? Well, you get my point. You get my point, Gary. I see your point. But hopefully you get my point also. Make sense? Like, it's a real thing. Even when they make loans to each other, they have different interest rates. Y'all, it's a real thing. It is a real thing, right? But all we have to talk about is the past, the past, the past. We need to talk about the future, okay? What is the future going to look like? And I'm telling you, if people don't start prioritizing family, education, religion, and business, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a real problem. Okay, now let's go back to this.
Cool. For many, is a British politician who has served as. Who is Kemi Badenoch? I will tell you who Kemi Badenoch is because what? Google is your friend. Olukemi Olufunto Adegoke Badenoch is a British politician who has served as the leader of the opposition and leader of the Conservative Party since November 2024. She's the first Black person to hold those offices. Badenoch previously served in the cabinet under Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak from 2022 to 2024. So let us hear what Kemi Badenoch has to say and why is she trending and why is Fulmination bombarding my DMs. Listen to what she has to say.
They do.
Britain is our home. It's not a hotel. It's time to tell the truth on immigration and propose real plans to do something about it. I want to reduce immigration and make living here actually mean something. We need to change the way our immigration system works. So I'm announcing that the Conservative Party is going to do the following things differently. 1. If you want to stay in our country permanently...
Sorry. What am I doing?
Especially... Sorry. If you want to stay in our country permanently and apply for indefinite leave to remain, the time you have to live here before you apply will increase from 5 years to 10 years. 2. You will have to be a net contributor with a high enough salary, especially if you want to bring family members with you. And if you've got a criminal record, you're banned. 3. If you've claimed benefits or need social housing, you can't even apply. 4.
Okay. Me, so far, you guys, I listened to what she said. I'm like, what's so offensive about that? Okay. I'm gonna let her say. I'm gonna let her finish. Hold on.
We will increase the time before you can apply for a British passport from 12 months to 5 years, meaning it will take a minimum of 15 years to start an application. 5. If you enter this country illegally or outstay your visa, you will be banned from ever gaining leave to remain or a passport. Not a hotel. It's time to tell the truth on immigration and propose real plans to do something about it. I want to reduce immigration and make living here actually mean something. We need to change the way our immigration system works. So I'm announcing that the Conservative Party is going to do the following things differently. 1. If you want to stay in our country permanently and apply for indefinite leave to remain, the time you have to live here before you apply will increase from 5 years to 10 years. 2. You will have to be a net contributor with a high enough salary, especially if you want to bring family members with you. And if you've got a criminal record, you're banned. 3. If you've claimed benefits or need social housing, you can't even apply. 4. We will increase the time before you can apply for a British passport from 12 months to 5 years, meaning it will take a minimum of 15 years to start an application. 5. If you enter this country illegally or outstay your visa, you will be banned from ever gaining leave to remain or a passport. These changes, on top of a strict numerical cap on numbers, will constitute the most robust changes ever made to our immigration system. Lower numbers, secure borders, and an immigration system that finally works for the British people. This is another step in our plan to control our immigration system. If you agree, join us and let's get it done.
So hopefully you guys still here. Hopefully y'all heard what she said. I'm like, what did she say that is so bad? I am so confused. These people are so dramatic. Let me play it again. Hold on. Let me see if it plays again.
Britain is our home. It's not a hotel.
Okay. So she starts off. Y'all still here? Y'all here? She says Britain is not a hotel. It really is not. She said Britain is our home. I'm like, I understand. What is mean about this? What is mean about this? What is racist about this, right? To say Great Britain is not a hotel. It is not a hotel. It's people's homes. It's their home. It's all they know. It's their nation. As we say in French, la patrie, okay? It is their home. That's all they know. This is their home. And for some people, this is, oh, let me come over here and act a fool and do all kinds of foolishness and have all these children and then have the state pay for it. Hold up, wait a minute. Okay? It is not a hotel. Okay? It is not a hotel. It is a country. So I'm like, okay, what is the problem? Like, because I'm still not seeing what the issue is. I am not seeing what the issue is. I am confused. I'm like, I understand exactly what she's saying. Just like America also is not a hotel. People come here illegally. They're put up in fancy hotels. The people don't spend $59 million to put these people in a hotel, even though people in North Carolina who are American citizens are still struggling and all they get is $700. Hold up, wait a minute. This is ridiculous. So I'm like, I don't understand what she said that is so bad. Wait a minute, let's go.
It's time to tell the truth
Absolutely.
on immigration and propose real plans to do something about it.
Okay.
I want to reduce immigration.
Okay. She says she wants to reduce immigration. Okay. What is the problem? I'm like, do people realize? I'm like, you see, and that's why I don't mess with socialists. Okay. This is why I don't mess with socialists, you guys. I cannot stand these people because these people just want to gimme. Okay. And what do you offer in return? Nothing at all. All right. So look at this, you guys. This is the surface area. This is the surface area of Great Britain. 50,301 miles square, right? Okay, cool. All right. Let me show you something else. Surface area of New York. New York. Okay. Where we at? See if I can find the numbers. Hold on. Why is it not pulling up like this? Okay. Right. All right. So you see, here's the surface area of New York, just the state, right? So you see, here in America, for example, the state of New York is bigger than all of England. You understand me? You get me, right? You get me? So put that in perspective, right? Great Britain is an island. It is an island. They have a finite amount of people they can house. They have a finite amount of people houses they can even build. It is an island. Okay. All right. All the people who are always concerned about climate control, where are they? Climate change. Well, immigration also affects the climate. Okay. It is an island. They have a very limited amount of space and they have a limited amount of housing they can build on said island. Okay. New York alone is bigger than Great Britain. Okay. So this is New York, 54,556 square miles, right? Let me take you back to England, right? England is 50,301 square miles. Okay. Here it is in blue. Okay. The people are constricted. The people are limited. That does not make anybody a racist, right? So when you consider their limitations, right? Yes, it calls for new changes in immigration policy. What worked in the 80s is not going to work in 2025. That does not make anybody racist. It just means that we have to deal with the harsh realities of geography. Surface area. These are real things. I don't know why socialists just hate numbers. Finance, they hate the numbers. Economy, they hate the numbers. The surface area, they hate numbers. Why do these people hate numbers so much? Like, they just drive me insane. They really, really drive me insane. Kevin, it's not a big place. Great Britain is not a big place. England is not a big place. I'm like, it's a freaking island. It is an island. They're limited before bad things really start to happen. It's not like America. Do you know what the surface area is of America? Hold on. Let me show you. Okay. Surface area of America. Okay. All right. This is us, right? America has what? 3.794 million square miles. That is crazy. Okay. But even without that, even without that, the actual land itself is 50,000 square miles. New York is 54,000. It's not a big place. It is not a big place. Look, this is America. This is America. America over here. How much do we have? Oh, Canada has more than us. Oh, wow. Russia has more than us. This is crazy. Okay. So we have 3,809,525 square miles. You know how, okay, this is us. So you see, what we can do, what America can do, preach, Kevin, right? What America can do in terms of immigration, Britain could never. They could never, right? So the thing is, based on their land, they're limited. Based on their land, also, they're limited to how many properties they can build. So therefore, how many properties they can tax. They're limited to how many people also they can actually tax. Like, numbers are a real thing. Oh my gosh. Oh my Jesus. Okay. Numbers are a real thing. And this is the same thing we saw here. And you see, and then when I say things, people might say, oh, Marnie's anti-Black, or she hates Black people, or she hates. No, I do not hate Black people, but I do hate Black people's commitment to being idiots. I really do. Why is it that my people do not like numbers? I do not get this. I do not get this. Right? It's the same thing with Kamala Harris. Oh, let's go vote for this lady. Oh, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Calm down and breathe. Have you seen her proposals to raise income taxes? Of course you haven't, because you don't care about the numbers, right? Have you seen her proposals to commit $30 billion to Israel over the next 10 years? Of course you didn't, because you don't care about the numbers. Like, have you seen what she has done with the Inflation Reduction Act? When they went in there and asked Congress for $3.8 trillion, and thank God they only got 1.9, and they were told this right here is going to cause inflation. Oh no, Marlene, she's a Black woman. She's a Black woman. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Why is it that you people don't care about money? I just don't get that. Why are people like this? Right? And this is why sometimes I really struggle to make content, because, you know, when you're Black, naturally, understandably, you're going to attract Black people. And you get to a point, it's like, okay, I don't want to sound like I'm being mean. I don't want to sound like I'm trolling people like that. That's just not me. And sometimes I don't even like the feeling that somebody might think, oh, Marlene is just being mean. I hate that, because I'm a really cool person. Ask Kevin, right? Kevin has been messaging me all day, like since yesterday. Ask Kevin. I respond really, really fast because like I have the phone in my hand, right? I really treat people well. Like, I mean well for everybody. But it's like there's just certain things. I'm like, why does your brain work like this? Why do you not see that this is harmful? Why do you not care about numbers? Why do you not care about taxes? Why do you not, like, why is it that Black people don't care for numbers? It triggers me. It really does trigger me. I'm like, oh my gosh, Jesus, I don't think I can do this. Damn. And you know what, that's Russia after you break off the USSR, because the USSR was bigger than this. It had like Poland, all these countries, Latvia, Lithuania, Chechnya, okay? All these countries belong to Russia. But anyways, right? You understand me? Right? So it's like, it's a real thing. But I don't want people to think I'm being mean. I'm really not a mean person. But I'm like, we have to stop being lazy people. Like, we have to stop being lazy intellectually. And that's why we're so emotional, because we are actually lazy intellectually. We got to stop doing this. Like, numbers, they tell a story. Numbers, they matter. And if you don't pay attention, one day you're going to wake up. You're going to be in such a bad hole. You're like, what the heck? How did I get here? You got here by ignoring the numbers. Numbers are real. And one thing we know about white people, okay, especially like the ones that rule, is that white people love themselves a model. You don't think these British people have run all kinds of models to be able to predict 5 years, even 20, 50 years, what the population is going to look like, how many people are going to be making 100,000 pounds or more, 50,000 pounds or more? They model all of this. You should know this. White people have a colonizing mindset, especially these Anglo-Saxons, right? White people love models. White people love science. They love to predict things. You think these people just woke up one day and just made this up? No, they've been thinking about this. They've been modeling the whole immigration stuff, right? What does that look like? between the immigrants coming, our own people who are aging, people who will be on retirement, people who will be entering the workforce, people who are going to be on welfare, the new people who are immigrants coming in who need all these services. And they look at their budget and they're like, wow, even Great Britain borrows money from America because sometimes they run a deficit. So we loan money to Great Britain because they barely even have enough money themselves. Like, money is a real thing. I truly do not get this. And my point is, I also don't understand how people can't say, but I'm not, this point I'm talking to African people, but I really don't understand, like, for a lot of African people who have immigrated to England, right? For a long time, England was good to y'all. They were not as picky. They were not as extra. Like, there was a time everything was laissez-faire, but it can't always be this way. It cannot always be this way. There comes a time where African people have to also mature. Like, you know what? They've been nice to us. A lot of us got to live there. A lot of us got to be born there. A lot of us got to be British citizens, right? Okay, cool. But they cannot let that happen forever. It is not possible. They're going to go bankrupt. And when they go bankrupt, even your British passport is not going to mean a thing. So do you not understand how, if we just allow anybody and all kinds of people to come into England to the point that England is completely bankrupt, your British passport will not mean anything. And that is not fair to the people who have invested into Great Britain to make it what it is. I keep telling you all this. I'm like, these countries are like corporations, right? The people who are citizens and the people who are legal residents, they're like shareholders. The more people you let in, you are diluting the stock. That's why you just can't. That's why you see a lot of companies sometimes, they even buy back their stock. Like, hold up, wait a minute. We have way too many people who have our stocks. We want our shit back, because then it brings the company back up. Right? But once again, we don't care about money. And that is my issue with a lot of Black people, is that, oh, I'm a Christian, I pray to Jesus, so therefore I don't have to, I'm waiting for Jesus to come back. He might never come back. It might be even a fairy tale. Okay, but one thing is real out here, money matters. We have to stop being financially illiterate. Like, I am sick and tired of this stuff. I really am. Stop being so financially illiterate. We have to care about money. If you keep allowing all kinds of immigrants to just keep coming and coming and coming with nothing, with no this, no housing, no school, no shoes, no this, and you keep having to pay and pay and pay, you're going to run out of people to tax. You're going to run out of properties to tax. A country cannot tax property owners up to 50% or even 100% of the property value. At that point, nobody's going to buy houses. So there's a sweet spot where it's okay, people are like, you know what, I'm still going to pay the taxes. But there's a spot, it's okay, you know what, F this house, foreclosure, I don't care, do whatever, right? Because you still have to keep a certain amount of incentive into the economy. If people are completely disincentivized, right, to work, to pay taxes, it's going to be bad for all people, right? So if you're an African person born in the UK and you happen to have a British passport, do you not want your British passport to mean something? Okay, then you should understand the concept of scarcity. Like, why do Louis Vuitton bags cost so much? Scarcity. Why do Birkin bags, they cost so much? Scarcity. The same has to be said about citizenship. The same thing has to be said about the passport and the issuance of a passport. If everybody and anybody can be a British citizen, it becomes worthless. It becomes meaningless. Because once other countries start to feel as though you're not being very careful, you're not really vetting who gets to have your passport, they're like, you know what, now no more. We're going to have different tourist agreement because you just allow anybody to have your passport. You have to have a certain level of scarcity. And when there's a certain level of scarcity as to when you give your citizenship away, it allows you to stay on the good graces of other European nations, with America, with Canada, because there's a certain level of trust there. People are trusting that you are being very mindful, you're being very dutiful when you allow citizen to people. But if you just give your citizenship to anybody who cries, oh, I'm from a third world country, oh, I'm seeking asylum, oh, blah, 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 oh, blah, 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 blah. No mas, no more. This is the same problem that we're having with Canada, because Canada is bastardizing what it means to be Canadian, how to get the citizenship, and even have to get the green card. So people want to come to America, but they know first go to Canada, become a Canadian, and then you just walk over to America because we have very friendly treaties with Canada. No mas, no more. On arrête, ça suffit. It's too much. It's like, il faut arrêter. You know, I saw Trudeau. Trudeau came outside speaking his little goofy ass French. I'm like, oh, be quiet, tais-toi là-bas, okay? Tu dis n'importe quoi. Tu racontes n'importe quoi. Like, we cannot continue to let Canada do all kinds of foolishness with their immigration, because then Canada itself is not even able to provide jobs and a certain standard of life for these new immigrants. So what do? Once they have their Canadian citizenship, they just come over to America. Right? These people who are going to Canada are truly intending to come to America, but they go there first, get the citizenship, and then enjoy the benefit of the Canadian-American treaties to come here and do foolishness. No, you need to stop. You have to be stopped. But my point is, I don't see what she's saying is a bad thing. I don't see it. Let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going.
And make living here actually mean something. We need to change the way our immigration system works. So I'm announcing that the Conservative Party is going to do the following things differently. 1, if you want to stay in our country permanently and apply for indefinite leave to remain, the time you have to live here before you apply will increase from 5 years to 10 years.
Yeah. And why is that? Well, you got to learn the culture, maybe speak the language, maybe get yourself a British accent, but you also have to pay taxes. That is the thing. Can we say that somebody who's there for 5, because when you become a citizen, right, you get to claim certain benefits. Well, my thing is, if you've only been there for 5 years, how much have we really taxed you for you to turn around and start claiming benefits? Okay. You're going to have to pay taxes. I see exactly what she's doing. And I'm like, and even to me, also, it doesn't bother me because I came to America in 1996, you guys. I don't become a naturalized U.S. citizen until 2013, right? So look at how long even I waited. Okay, and then we waited because it wasn't like we waited, but my dad was like, he went to like a really bad lawyer. I don't know, some cheap ass lawyer. He found a civil spring because my dad is really cheap. You know, he's a Libra. So he was not trying to spend the coins like he needed to spend the coins on, right? But my thing is, right? My thing is that I came here in 1996. I became a U.S. citizen in like 2013. So that's what, like 13 years plus 6, like almost 19 years. Okay. One thing, one bump. Hey, Jenny. Bump it up, bump, bump, bump. If you want it bad enough, you'll wait. And then in those 10 years, you're going to pay taxes. So that way, when you turn around and start claiming and you say, oh, I want this benefit, I want that benefit, we know that you have put enough into public treasury for you to claim the coins. And also, maybe we do need more 10 years to really study you and study your behavior and see if you are fit to join the royal family. Okay? It is what it is. You don't have to take it. If you think it's too much, you can go somewhere else. It is not a problem. But I'm like, what is the problem? 5 years, 10 years, wumpty wump wump. What's the rush? If you want to be a British citizen, what is the rush? Because I'm assuming you'll stay there for the rest of your life, right? What's the problem? Okay? What is the problem? Okay, no.
2, you will have to be a net contributor with a high enough salary, especially if you want to bring family members with you.
Exactly. Okay.
And
because who wants to have people who want to become naturalized citizens that are dead broke? No. People want people who are coming to make money, who can actually be taxed and help to move the country forward. People want intelligent, competitive people who don't want to stay in the house and do X, Y, and Z. He said, can Mark still here? Gary, you need to stop trolling Mark. Gary, you are crazy. Gary, you crazy. Gary found his little black family. Now he can't get enough of us. Okay? But I'm like, I don't see what's bad about this. And also, you cannot be a criminal. Why are you a criminal? Why should anybody give citizenship to a criminal? So you can keep killing us? No. Once again, I repeat, immigration is a privilege. It is not a right. I repeat, immigration is a privilege. Immigration is not a right. Immigration is a privilege. You are not entitled to anybody's country. It is a privilege to have access. It is a privilege to be invited. It is a privilege to be let into someone else's country, but it is not your country. No. Immigration is not a right. Okay? It's not a right. I'm going to say it. I'm going to keep saying it. I ain't going to stop saying.
You've got a criminal record, you're banned.
Woo.
3, if you've claimed benefits or need social housing, you can't even apply.
Exactly.
4,
why are you immigrating into the UK if you can't take care of yourself? You see? Even Sylvia is not complaining. Even Sylvia is not complaining. So why are you complaining? I'm like, this new breed of immigrants who want everything microwavable, we don't have time for y'all. Okay? We don't have time for you, right? But you see, Cynthia said she moved there in 2005, and she became a citizen in like 17 or 18. So she waited like 12 to 13 years. Whoop, ding, womp, womp. Okay, and so if Sylvia can do it, you can do it. Like I said, it's always these new breed. There's a new COVID, I don't know, quarantine, gray type of new immigrants. They are so entitled. They are just so entitled. They are just so entitled. Listen, you are crazy. You are crazy. Why do you immigrate somewhere if you can't even take care of yourself? So you want us to raise taxes on our hardworking citizens to take care of you? No, no. It is not fair to other people. So other people should be taxed because you came here knowing damn well you couldn't afford to take care of yourself. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? I'm like these people, socialists, these people truly believe that there's such a thing as a free lunch. There's no free lunch. Everything, it costs money. Everything costs money. Everything costs money. Those free school, they ain't really free. They taxing people's homes to give you this, right? All these teachers, these ESL teachers, they ain't free. They don't work for free. So who's paying them? How are they paying them? People's properties are getting taxed. People's apartment. When you have an apartment, you pay property taxes into your whole rent. Your whole rent contains an amount for property taxes. People are getting taxed. Hardworking people are getting taxed. That you can have a free ride in someone else's country. Yeah, you're crazy. You are absolutely demented. You are crazy. Exactly. They are crazy. They're truly crazy. People, but it's free. It's free. Nothing is free. Right? It's a largesse. It's a gift. It's a kindness. But at the same time, do not take the native people's kindness for granted. Because when are you also going to start putting something in the pot? When are you going to start putting something in the pot? Hey, McCoy, what's up, about Happy Valentine's Day? When are you going to start putting something in the pot? We are tired of people always, I take. When are you going to start giving and giving and giving? When are you going to start putting in? Okay? No, it is crazy. Why are you immigrating somewhere when you can't take care of yourself? Mabby, what's up? You see, 45%. And I told y'all this is where we're headed. With Kamala Harris, Maverick. Oh, you guys, let me pick him up. Okay? I told y'all this. I'm like, with Kamala Harris, this is exactly what we're headed for. 45% income taxes. What's up, girl? What's up, beautiful baby? Here's your bottle. Eat your food. I know. You're so cute. Everybody asked about you. I know. Sweetheart. Okay, eat your food, okay? Good baby. Good boy. Sorry, you guys. Yeah. You see? Because she was going for, Kamala was trying to raise it like 39.7 or like 39.8%. So almost 40% income tax. That's just the federal level, right? Then you still don't have your state income taxes. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. What is this? What do you mean? What's up? Come through, Mr. Belt. Yeah. I was like, this is exactly where we're going. We're like 39.8% income tax, federal income tax. I'm like, who's gonna pay for that? Girl, you are crazy. You are seriously. This woman is crazy. She's a witch. Okay? Because they want to turn America into a socialist nation, you guys. You're gonna wake up and all you do is just work to pay taxes. And that's predominantly how people live. Like the majority of Western Europe, that's how they live. They just work to pay taxes. They work just to pay taxes because they have all these benefits they have to give to people. It's excessive. Hold on. It really is excessive. You know, you get no money to yourself. You get no money to yourself. You just work to pay taxes. Work to pay taxes. But can you imagine if 45% of your check is taken by the federal government? You're a slave. You are a slave. You are really a slave. So if you make $100,000 a year, you just off the bat, you give $45,000 to the government. What? So you're left with like what? You're left with $55,000? My God. So that means so y'all think about this, right? If you make $100,000 and you're taxed at a 45% interest rate, right? So that means that $45,000 goes to the government, you keep $55,000, right? So that means that almost half of the year So from like January to pretty much like June, you're just working for the government, right? And then like from like somewhere like mid-June to December 31st, then you're working for yourself. What in the world? And that's slavery. And that's sharecropping. And did the government even help you to find a job? No. They help you write out your resume? Did they connect you to like through a job fair? No. You have to find the job. You have to interview for the job. You got to pay for you have to get yourself a job. And the government comes in, not even helping you, not even putting out no reference for you, and just take your money, huh? So think about that, right? So it's like, okay, 45,000 goes to the government, and then you keep 55. It means that during the year, you're like half the year, you're working just for the government. You are a slave. You are a slave. I'm like, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. So that's why I fully understand when Trump says he's trying to get rid of, what's it called? He's trying to get rid of income taxes. I don't know if it's possible for him to fully get rid of like federal income taxes. But listen, if he can bring them down, though, I'm down for that. Okay, but Kamala, she was going to take us into the 40% territory. So it's like 40% territory. It means that, okay, so out of the year, maybe like 4 to 5 months, you're working just for the government. Then like the other 6 to 7 months, now you're working for yourself. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? We are not slaves, okay? Emancipation Proclamation. Everybody out here is free. We are not slaves. We don't work for the government. Like, what is wrong with people? Like, what is seriously wrong with people? Okay, yeah. So, like, you work for the government so they can have these goofy ass policies to allow people to stay home, do all kinds of goofy stuff. How is that fair? And that's why, if you notice carefully, if you keep up a lot of like British influencers or like business people, many of them are moving to Dubai. They are moving to Dubai, you guys, and they are giving up their British citizenship. They don't want it anymore. And it's crazy how white people who are British citizens, right? They're born there, their families from there. They're giving up on being British citizens because they don't want to pay the taxes. And then you have all these Africans who now want to be British citizens because they're thinking about all the benefits, right? And this is why people are scared of y'all. I have to say it because you're not coming to add, you're coming to take. Because it's very bizarre. How can somebody who's always been in England or was always born there, his whole family's from there, his whole lineage is from there, he's like, nope, take it back. I don't even want the citizenship anymore. I'm going to move to Dubai. You know, they try to become Dubai citizens or whatever because they don't want to have to pay the taxes. Because it's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. And yet here you are from a third world country. You're crying about, oh, well, I can't get to be a British citizen. Why? Because you want the benefits. You're a leash. You're a problem. You're a parasite. You are a true parasite. That's what it is. Because I'm like, who in their right mind? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm like, who in their right mind would want to immigrate into a country where you pay 45% in taxes? If it's not someone who wants to take advantage. Because that is just not normal. Like if you, oh my gosh, I mean, this is crazy. No. You know, so that's why, like, this is why I support Trump and Doge, whatever it's called, trying to get as much fraud out of the federal government. Hold on, Maverick, right? Trying to even fire, you know, they're going to fire a lot of people from the IRS. A lot of IRS people going to get fired, y'all. They're going to fire the people from the IRS. They might even get rid of the IRS, and they're going to try everything in their power to reduce our state income taxes, right? Because we're not about to be here and just work for the government. We are not slaves. We are not slaves. That is not fair. You cannot tell a person every year you're going to work, you're going to give 6 months of all your income to the government. You guys, that is slavery. That is sharecropping. No. Those days are gone. Those are gone. I think at most, if I'm being honest, I think at most a government should take about like 20% from people. That's it. Okay? 20%. That needs to be the max. At most 20%. Okay. Maybe you like, okay, so you make 100,000, you keep 80, and then you give the country 20%. No, I can do that. That's a problem. Okay. 20 grand, 20 bands, let's go, sure, no problem. Okay. But when you start saying, oh no, give me 40 bands. Why? You are crazy. Get that ish in blood. You are insane. You are insane. The most they need is 20%. That's about it. Anything else, I guess you're going to have to lay off some people. No, we're sitting here. We're subsidizing people who don't want to go to work. Then people do not want to go to work. If you don't want to go to work, then you don't want to have a job. Okay? Stay home. Stay home. But why are we being taxed for people to stay home in their pajamas? All these federal buildings, nobody's going in there. Nobody's going to work. So we pay for the rent. We pay the power. We pay all the taxes for these properties, and we pay their salaries, and we pay their benefits. And these fools are not coming into work. Are you kidding me? Fire all these people. Let them go. And they can try that foolish stuff in the private sector and see if it actually works. I am so tired of leashes. Like, I am tired of parasites. I am tired of people who think that other people should be taxed to subsidize their lifestyle. It is absolute lunacy. Like, who raises you people? Exactly. We are sick and tired of this. That's why I don't understand. I'm like, for as much as you might not like Trump. Oh, I'm black. I don't like Trump. Okay, sure, whatever, right? But the moment it comes down to taxes and you see the federal government trying to cut after 40% of your income, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. I don't care. I don't even care how much I don't like Trump. I am not voting for this. I am not voting for this. 40% state income taxes, and you haven't even paid your state taxes yet. So, like, how much money am I going to keep? So, like, legit, like, yo, you want me to work like 4 months out of the year? I work just for the government. Then another month you're working for, like, maybe another 1 or 2 months you're working for the state. So, like, how much money you left with? So then, from June to December, then that money is mine. And y'all think that's fair? How is that fair? It's a freaking government. What kind of giant, like, I don't know, what kind of appetite is this? Like, you are a monster. You are a greedy ass monster. Why are you coming after my money? Like, this is insanity. Why do we need all these goofy ass departments? For what reason? Cut that thing in half and use AI. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. People should only be taxed for what is absolutely necessary for the government. What is absolutely necessary? No, instead, they're taxing us to pay for gay parades or gay books in the freaking Indonesia, to have a DI in Pakistan. I ain't got time for this. I need my money. I need to go buy more skincare, okay? Leave me alone. Leave me and my money alone. And my kids also, huh? Leave us alone. You are crazy. You are seriously demented. And people sit here and they put up with this. It is not fair. But this is just madness. It is madness. I'm so sick and tired of taxes. I don't even know why people are not tired of taxes. We pay taxes on everything. We pay taxes on everything. Every time you swipe your card, you're paying tax on something. Like, everything it costs, even the parking ticket, there's tax on your parking ticket. Are you not tired of paying taxes? No, I hate Trump. Who cares? Who cares? Even if you hate Trump, if Trump is the person that can keep the most of your money in your pocket, in your custody, why not support the man? Like, you hate yourself that much? I'm like, do you hate this man more than you hate yourself? Seriously? Like, do you hate this man more than you hate yourself? Like, it's insanity. We pay taxes on everything. We pay taxes on everything. You order online, you buy in the store, you buy food, you buy water, your power bill, your cable bill, your phone bill. Everything you buy has taxes in it. We're nonstop paying taxes. Even when it comes to the whole, like, Social Security thing, right? I'm like, it makes perfect sense what he's saying. Because when people put their money in there, they're getting taxed. When you take the money out, you're getting taxed. How can you get taxed twice on the same amount? Like, this is robbery. It is thievery. These people should only be taxed once. If old people are getting $2,000 a month off of Social Security, right? Why are you chasing after $2,000? Why? So we can give money away, $300 billion away to Zelensky, right? We can give $300 billion to Ukraine, but we are persecuting American people, old people, for $2,000. Like, you're going to run after somebody, right? Oh, thank you, Lillian. Thank you, my love, right? You're going to go, you got to imagine, right? Our grandparents, people that have grandparents, people like even people's parents, right? So if your mom and your dad, like, they make $2,000 on Social Security, $2,000, they're going to persecute these people to take their money. They're chasing old people for their money. It is so disgusting. It is so disgusting. The last thing old people should have to worry about is paying taxes. They've paid taxes all of their lives. They paid taxes their entire working career. For 40 years, they paid taxes. Leave them the fuck alone. Leave them alone. My God, like, do you see me out here chasing after an old person for taxes? Oh, I need your $100. I need your $200. Leave these old people alone. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. They're old people. My gosh. No, but they can give Zelensky $300 billion. So you obviously don't need it. You don't need the money. Then why are you doing this? Why are you persecuting? Why are you tracking down old people and their retirement money for taxes? It is so disgusting. Like every time I see that, like it angers me all over again. These are old people, and you know they have medication to pay for. Some of them, they're all by themselves. Sometimes they even forget to cook for themselves, right? All this money you're taxing these people, they could use that money for DoorDash. You freaking weirdo. Leave old people the hell alone. It's so predatory. It is so predatory. We have a government that preys on old people for a goofy ass $200. Like, have some shame about your ass. My goodness, where are the socialists when it comes down to fighting for old people? This is ridiculous. People work for 30 years. They work for 40 years. And even in retirement, they're being persecuted. They're being hunted down like dogs for some freaking taxes, for some income taxes. What the heck? On money that was taxed before it went in there. How is this serious behavior? How is this serious? Like, seriously, how is this serious? This is insane. This is insane. And I'm like, so for Kamala Harris, you gonna go vote for Kamala Harris when you know she's gonna come after your granddaddy, your grandmamas, even your parents' Social Security check? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Foolishness. Like, it's just so much foolishness. People are just so foolish. It's just, it gets on my nerves. Maddie, what's up? What's up, little baby? They have no shame. It is so disgusting. It really is. It's extremely disgusting. It is disturbing. You know, we can give money away for bombs to go kill people. But we have to go track down somebody 65, 75, a 77-year-old man. He has to pay income taxes. He paid taxes his entire working life. Damn, can the person catch a break? Okay, can the person catch a break? And I'm like, it's just slavery. We're on a freaking glorified plantation. Okay, no, it has to stop. It really has to stop. The government should not be getting any more than 20%. That's it. That's it. That's the limit. Like anybody else, they need to learn how to budget. If they can't afford it, I guess you ain't gonna do it. Don't go around the world promising all this help, all this aid to people. The people need to learn to take care of themselves. We are done with this. We are done with this. Okay? And my point is, I've told you that, when it comes to all these non-for-profits, Africa is full of non-for-profits. And to this day, this continent is still struggling. So obviously it don't work. Because maybe when you give money away to people, you rob people from self-determination. Yes, Maverick. What's up? I know. People like everyone say every time you hear me talk, you want to start talking. Okay. Oh, you guys, guess what? Maverick has teeth now. Maverick, show your aunties and uncles your teeth. Say hi. Let them see it. Let them see it. Y'all see this? Maverick, you shout. Oh, good job. Okay, he's tired. Okay. Oh yes, Kev. The continent is full of NGOs. NGO for this, NGO for that, NGO. Kevin, the people still poor. Okay, the people are still poor. Sometimes I feel like these NGOs, they probably make things worse. Exactly. We don't even know what's getting done. We are sick and tired of poverty. Me, Marlon, I don't like taxes, y'all. I do not like taxes. I don't like to give away my money. I don't like to give my money to the government. I do not like it. I don't enjoy it. Yeah, no, it's excessive. The government was never created to be this big. And it was never created to do some of the, like even half the stuff it does. Where in the Constitution? Where? Okay. Oh, thank you, everybody. Where? Taxes. You know? Look at Jenny right here, right? Y'all, you know, here's Jenny, y'all. Jenny from Philadelphia, y'all. Jenny is from Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. She recently opened a business, right? And guess who she was trying to vote for? And I'm looking at her like, girl, and you starting a business. And don't you have a business? And you're a business owner, okay? Like, do you know how much you have to pay when you're a business owner? No. People are tired of taxes. People are tired of taxes. We need a tax. Yes, Maverick. We need a tax vacation. Yes, we do. We need a tax vacation. It is a lot. Like, you guys, it is not a joke. You know, and maybe, oh no, she thought it was a joke. I was like, Jenny, you are crazy. Right? And then her husband, he's like in the transportation industry. And I'm like, Jenny, Are you aware of what this woman is trying to do when it comes down to like gasoline and diesel, right? Because she's trying to ban all of that. She's trying to ban all of that and force everybody to go electric. I'm like, are you thinking like, are you actually aware of the gravity of what she's saying? It's not even like, oh, you have the option of like electric or gas. No, it's like, oh, no. By 2030, in 5 years, everybody would have to stop using gasoline to go for electric. I'm like, so even if you have a perfect car, you have a perfect this, you're going to have to go buy a whole new car, a whole new vehicle just to satisfy some goofy ass government mandate for what? So that these people can put money in their pockets. No, she will not. Oh, she will not. We rebuke this heifer. Okay, I'm gonna say it, but child, no, we rebuke her. No, she's not good for business people. She is not good for business people. She's not good for business people. When you have a business, you guys, because I've had one. When you have a business, it's like you just work to pay people. You know, and maybe that's why I'm the way I am, because I have my business. So like, I have changed, you guys. I have changed. When you have a business, you only pay, it's like you work to pay everybody. You pay yourself last. When you're a business owner, you pay yourself last. So gosh, I would appreciate not being taxed. It's like you're being punished for being ambitious. You're being punished for trying to create jobs. Like you're being punished for trying to stimulate the economy. That is not fair. That's not fair. I think anybody who wants to be ambitious, who does not want to rely on the government, they should get rebates. You know what I mean? We should get some kind of money back. You know what I'm saying? How can you punish people for being ambitious? How can you punish people for for trying to create jobs and do this and that? That's just so crazy to me. It is so crazy to me, right? But I'm like, we have to care. And we have to care about the policies. We have to care about their view on life, especially on energy, okay? Electric vehicles. These things are not reliable. They're cute, but they're not reliable. They're not always reliable. Because you got to be able to charge them. You got to find a charging station. Sometimes also you have to you got to be mindful of the weather, right? Not every place has charging station. Sometimes the weather is not great. These machines just turn down. And then my thing is, what if we get to a point where the federal government can just shut down your car because there's a mandate or you haven't paid your taxes? You know what I'm saying? Like when you put gas in your car, you're more independent. Nobody can remotely shut down your car. It is your car. It's your vehicle. You can go wherever you want. Whenever you want, right? There are more gas stations and you have charging stations. So part of being an American is we want freedom of choice. Leave people the hell alone, okay? This woman is insane. She was crazy. And thank God she lost. I will never stop rejoicing at the fact that she lost. That crazy witch. She's insane. She was really, really crazy. No.
We will increase the time before you can apply for a British passport from 12 months to 5 years.
Okay.
Meaning it will take a minimum of 15 years to start an application. 5. If you enter this country illegally or outstay your visa, you will be banned from ever gaining leave to remain or a passport. These changes, on top of a strict numeric...
Yeah, because and then she has to dissuade. Hey, Sheila, she has to dissuade people from coming. She has to dissuade because they're coming too fast. They're coming too fast. They don't have the money. Like I don't know why people don't understand. The government is not a business. They don't have a product. They don't do direct to consumer. Okay, government. The only way they make money is by taxing people. They tax people. So now, if you have more welfare recipients, you have more benefits that you have to pay out. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to raise taxes as much as they can on as many things as they can. And then everybody loses out. Everybody loses out. Our job should be, okay, how can we be the most responsible private citizens that we don't need the government to always meddle in our business? Because we understand that every time you call the government, it's going to cost you something. It's like calling the paramedics. It ain't free. Right? So everybody should be, okay, as we all need to be responsible, mature citizens who can take care of our own business, right? Because as long as we can all take care of our own business, we don't need the government. So therefore, we keep more money in our pockets, right? Because every time the citizens refuse to fix their own problem, well, now it's a new agency. It's more jobs by the government. You're hiring more people, more control. And guess what? Because the government does not have a product. They don't sell merch. Okay. They're going to raise people's taxes. like, okay, that should go into our heads. And that's why Republicans have always been seen as mean. They're not mean. They just believe in a small government, because a smaller government means small taxation, right? And when you have less taxation, people get to keep more of the money that they've worked for, right? It is your money. Your mindset should be get that money in blood. That should always be your mindset. You should never be like, oh, you know what? Okay, I'll just give it to the government. I'll just give it to the government. No, you're not a slave. This is not sharecropping, okay? You are a private citizen. You are a free citizen, okay? You have civil liberties. It is a government. The government works for you, not to oppress you, right? And when you're paying 40, 45% federal income taxes, you are being oppressed. Okay, you are no longer a citizen. You are now a slave. You are on a glamorized plantation with a bunch of bureaucrats pretend to be your friend, but all they do is keep writing legislation to take all of your money. Okay, you need your money because you know what to do with your money way better than the government ever could. That's why the vast majority of all these government agencies are failing when it comes to their mission statement, right? The Department of Education failing. Okay, the Department of Treasury most likely failing. This other USID failing. A lot of government agencies are failing. They're not successful. Why? Because for the most part, it's usually not the smart people who go and apply for the public sector. Okay, when you really can, you go for the private sector because you can make more money that way. But the private sector is way more competitive. There is no one subsidizing your income, your salary, your job. Every day you show up, you have to compete. If they're not satisfied with your performance, you get fired. When it comes to the federal government, federal employees are like a labor union, okay? Once they get in, it's really hard to fire them, even if they don't perform. And then we have to pay for bums to just do the bare minimum, okay? That's the problem with the federal government, is that it doesn't have access to the best of the best, because the best of the best go into the private sector. Right? Then it's like the B, C, D students, they go for the federal government. Right? And it's like, no mas. Okay? We need competitive people for these jobs, intelligent and competitive, right? So if one person can do it instead of 5, we want the one person that can do what 5 people can do, okay? Plus AI, that's it. But everybody's mindset should be, I need to keep my money, okay? I'm not working for the government. I do not want 40% of my income to go to the government for them to go pay for wars, pay for bombs, pay for missiles, pay for God knows what. No. That could be money that I take on a trip. That could be money for a brand new kitchen. That could be money for a brand new car. That could be money to stimulate the economy the way I see fit, okay? I don't want to give the government my coins, and I shouldn't have to, okay? Make it make sense. They are crazy. These people are seriously crazy.
Cap on numbers will constitute the most robust changes ever made to our immigration system. Lower numbers, secure borders, and an immigration system that finally works for the British people.
And like you said, the immigration does not work for the immigrant. Immigration works for the citizens, right? Immigration policies have to be immigration policies that do not diminish the base of race and, you know what I mean, reject the actual citizens, because the real shareholders, the real stakeholders of a nation are the citizens of that nation, right? They're the real shareholders. They are the real stakeholders, right? So we're not going to bypass these people and make immigration laws that benefit the immigrant. No, you have no investment here. You have no stock here. And we know for the most part, you're coming here to take and not give. So you're questionable, okay? But immigration rules have to work for the citizens of the nation. And I think for a lot of these globalists, it's like backwards. Oh, no, I'm an immigrant, so your immigration laws have to make my life easy. Oh, no. That's not how it works, okay? No. Okay? And we're not going to take any advice from you people, because guess what? Nobody wants to live in a third world country. So you're not in a place to give advice. So, cállate, okay? Be quiet. That's why. So it's like, no. Kamala, no, she was going to usher some crazy ass, socialist, goofy ass stuff. No, Mark, you have to fear these people. Like I said, it's because here in America, they have decided that, Maverick, hold on. The problem here in America too, because they have decided that when it comes to World War II and Hitler, we can't really go in deep, right? Or you'd be called anti-Semitic, right? So people don't realize the dangers of socialism. People really don't. right? But if people could really properly look at World War II, where it's like, you can really be, be extremely honest and not be called an anti-Semite, right? People will see that socialism is extremely dangerous. So anybody who wants to put you on that stuff, no, you have to rebuke these people. It is extremely dangerous. It is really, really dangerous, right? And that's why Europe has a problem. And every time they have a problem because they want to be better than God knows what, purists and whatever, right? America always has to step in and save these goofy ass Europeans. But I think it's about time that people just let these people suffer the consequences of their higher than thou attitudes, right? They're so pompous. Let these people suffer the consequences of their foolishness. Okay. But I do believe that nobody should intervene when it comes to Russia and the rest of Europe. Vladimir needs to whoop their asses. He needs to whoop their asses. They're out of order. They're out of order. Europe is out of order.
This is another step in our plan to control our immigration system. If you agree, join us and let's get it done.
Okay, so that's that. Okay, now let's go back to the big Sumi over here.
Kemi, later shortened to Kemi Olufunto Adegoke, was born on the 2nd of January 1980 in Wimbledon, London. Her mother had traveled from Nigeria to the UK to give birth in St. Teresa's private hospital before the British Nationality Act in 1981 abolished automatic birthright citizenship.
Okay, so allegedly she was born in 1980. A year before the birthright citizenship was abolished. But I'm like, okay, is that her fault? Like, is she responsible for being born in 1980? Nobody chooses their date of birth, okay, and their year of birth. So that's crazy. Number two, did she tell her mama, oh yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead. I need to be born in the UK. No. All of that was her mom's doing. So she's not responsible for whatever her mom decided to do and how the chips fell. Like, hey, that's what it is, okay? It is what it is. It is not her fault. I'm like, okay, and like, what the heck? It's like, it's kind of like, it's given like, because you're born rich, like you can never pass a law that could affect poor people. It depends. Why are they poor? Why are they poor? You know what I'm saying? Like, no. Just like I had some people say to me, but Marlene, like you're an immigrant. Like I would think that, no, you thought wrong. Don't think like that. Don't think for me. Okay. I'm an immigrant. And so therefore what? I should be okay with what? Illegal immigration, you are insane. You are insane. Even Marlene, I don't come out the bushes. I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't come out the bushes. Okay. I came from a nation state called the Ivory Coast, right? The same thing I wish for America. I wish the same thing on the Ivory Coast. I would not like to see a bunch of immigrants from Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, just stroll to the Ivory Coast. No. Yes, we're all Africans. We're all West African, but there's a way to do things. There is the right way to do things, right? You're not a mean person because you say, hey, I love you. You're West African, but hey, I have ports of entry. The airport, like we have places where you can go and you can enter the country legally so we can know who's here. And if you are a good person and you don't mean us no harm, like, you know what? I understand. Because it's about keeping everybody safe. You're not going to get offended. Right? Why are you offended that people are saying, we want you to come here the right way so we can know who you are? Because we just never know. Well, how dare you ask me? How dare I ask you not? Fool, you crazy? Are you actually okay? Right? People have the right to know who's coming in. Like, who's going to just leave their house open for just anybody to walk through their house? Are you crazy? Are you actually crazy? No. Okay. Okay, so my thing is like the same way what I wish for America is the same thing that I wish for the Ivory Coast, because there was a war in the Ivory Coast, and because we don't have safe borders, a lot of Ivorians got slaughtered. They got slaughtered. I'm like, no. How can you be a strong nation state if anybody can just walk through your borders whenever they see fit, at whatever time they see fit, with whatever they see fit? Oh, no. That's not how life works. Just because somebody is nice does not mean they don't get to have rules, laws, and boundaries. That does not make a person bad. Like, that's crazy. Even your friends, like, okay, even now with the iPhone, you can even put your phone on Do Not Disturb because you have to respect people's peace. Not everybody wants to be receiving text messages and phone calls at any time of the day. That's crazy. That is crazy. You have to be mindful. And my problem is, like I said, we have a new breed of immigrants who are not mindful. But you owe me this. You owe me that. Oh, but you guys are rich. Oh, you have all this land. Oh, okay. And your jealous ass. That's what we don't want you here. Okay? Your greedy ass. Right? No, it doesn't matter. You still have to respect people's rules, their laws, their boundaries, right? And then we'll be good friends. That's it. Well, I'm like, what the heck? It doesn't make anybody a bad person. I'm like, I'm so confused why people don't understand that. Immigration is not a right, it's a privilege. You have to respect people's rules. You have to respect people's laws. It is not that hard. People are not mean because they have laws. Laws keep people safe. They keep all of us safe, right? There has to be a standard, and then there have to be consequences so that everybody's encouraged to follow the law. There you go, because you have more people than you have law enforcement. So we need people to self-govern in a way that is beneficial and conducive to the prosperity of the nation. It is not, it doesn't make anybody bad. It doesn't make anybody bad. It's like if you do something that your parents don't agree with and they discipline you, or you get grounded, or they spank you. Yeah, they're not mean parents. They're good parents. They are enforcing consequences. Love enforces consequences. It doesn't make anybody a bad person, right? If you lie to your mom and then you get grounded, is she a bad mother? No, she's a good mother. Why did you lie? Okay? Why did you lie in the first place? Make it make sense. Oh yeah, Gary, we're gonna have Gary coming. Child, Gary found his little black family. He's gonna stay with us.
Those born in the United Kingdom and then returned to Nigeria shortly after Badenoch was born.
Is that her fault?
So her mother came from Nigeria, gave birth to her in the United Kingdom just before the abolishment of the citizenship by birthright, and jumped right back to Niger.
Okay, and so what's the problem? Is she responsible for this? I'm so confused. I'm like, here's Kemi right here. This is Kemi. Kemi right here, right? I'm like, okay. What's the issue? Like, how is she responsible for what an adult did? She was a child. The mom was the mama. Her mom was the adult. I'm like, I really didn't understand this part, because I'm like, how can you blame her for what her mother did? That makes no sense. I am so confused, right? That's her mom. She was born. What could she do? Even as a child, I was like, oh, we're going to go back to Nigeria. Oh, no, I'm going to stay here because I'm a British citizen. She's a minor. So she has to go with her parent. What can she do? What can she do? So at this point, I didn't understand. I'm like, oh, we're trying to say, like, oh, but you took advantage. No, she did not take advantage. Her mother took advantage. And it's not her fault. It's not her fault.
Okay, all righty. And returned to Nigeria shortly after Badenoch was born. In later interviews, Badenoch denied claims she was an anchor baby and asserted that her family did not know she was in fact eligible for a British passport until she was a teenager. She is one of 3 children born to Nigerian Yoruba parents.
Okay, so what is the point? And my thing is also, big sis Fumi, because you do too much sometimes. Okay, I see your content. We're doing too much sometimes. But my thing is, you clearly said that the mama had the baby. She took her baby, and then she went to Nigeria with the baby. So her mother, may she rest in peace, right? The late mama, she never took welfare. You see, so I really don't get this part, right? Her mama did not take welfare. She didn't stay in England. She came, she had the baby, she went back to Nigeria. So even Kemi never was a welfare baby. Her mama was not a welfare person. She never stayed in government housing, state housing. I mean, y'all call that stuff in London, right? How y'all call your housing in the British people, right? She was never in public housing, right? She never even, probably even go to school in England, right? So she never lived off the British government. Yeah, right? Whereas a lot of people now who are immigrants or legal immigrants, they are living off the British government. Right? They want to become they want to become British citizens just so they can take off, pretty much just rob the public treasury, right? Her mama did not take any money from the British government. She had the baby, and maybe she even paid for her own hospital because, like you said, it was a private hospital. So most likely Kemi's mom went to England with money. Oh, right? Exactly. So you said her mama went to a private hospital, St. Teresa Hospital. So most likely Kemi's mom, she just wanted to have a better pregnancy. I can see what she's saying, right? Because maybe it could be that at that time in the 80s, right, Nigeria did not have facilities that were up to her standards. So Kemi's mom, her husband, their family, they put money together and they wanted her mom to have the best delivery possible at a private hospital. Once again, they paid out of pocket. Once Kemi is born, they stitched up the mama. She feels better. They go back to Nigeria. because they did not even care. Oh, we want to be British citizen. We want to take money, live in council home, get on welfare. No, you are saying it yourself. The lady went back to Nigeria. So she never took money from the British people. Y'all get me? Y'all get me, right? You get me? Right? So like that, so you can't compare. Because whatever you're trying to do here, it doesn't even, like, I'm like, it doesn't even match. Like, you cannot make this argument. First of all, Kemi is a child. So whatever happened, the dates, the time, nobody out here can choose their date and year of birth. Like, that's just randomly assigned at birth. So I don't even understand. How can you be mad at somebody for being born in 1980 in the UK right before birthright citizenship? Okay. She's not responsible for that. She's not responsible for her year of birth, nor is she responsible for this whole birthright citizenship coming to an end in 1981. She ain't responsible. Number two, the mama did not even go to a public hospital. She went to a private hospital, which means she came to London with money. She didn't come there as a beggar. This is not what we're talking about. Okay, they're not talking about rich Nigerians or affluent Nigerians who come to the UK with money, who can take care of themselves, who don't need public housing, don't need welfare. Nobody is talking about these people. When she has her baby and she paid her bill, then I run out the bill. She paid the bill. And like some people who come to London or come to America, have these children, don't pay the bills, right? And then we have to pay the bill because they ain't paying the damn bill and their baby is U.S. citizen, okay? It ain't the same. But the mama took the baby back to Nigeria. The child was raised in Nigeria, right? On their private funds, not on British funds. So what are we saying? Like, I'm like, what's happening here? Right? What's happening here? Like, what are we saying? I'm like, what are we really saying? And that's the problem with making content for the sake of pandering, right? When people make content just to pander to people, they just say all kinds of erroneous things. Like, you don't even sit there and realize how flawed your logic is and how horrible your arguments are. So that's what she's saying. I am not an anchor baby, because the mama did not have her in the UK hoping to gain something or to take something or exploit something out of British people. No, she probably wanted to have a great hospital because maybe 1980s, right? Maybe at that time, Nigeria did not have the best hospitals. So she's like, I don't want to die. Okay, don't want to die. I have the money. I'm going to go to Europe and have a baby. It's like my brother, Chris. My youngest brother, Chris was born in Paris. Okay, he was born in Paris. Why? Because my dad had more money and my mama wanted to have a better experience. So she went and had the baby in France. Me and Kevin were born on Ivory Coast, right? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But my dad started making more money, 93-ish. She was making way more money, right? So he flew the wifey out to Paris to have the baby. Okay, Chris was born in Paris. Right? But it's not like my dad paid the hospital bill. And when he paid for the flight, paid for everything, paid the hospital. When my mom had Chris, they came back to Burkina Faso. That was that. Because sometimes they have better care. You want better doctors, because, it was what it was. And he could afford it. So he did it. So I'm like, I understand. But Chris is not, you can't say, oh, he's an anchor baby. No, my dad was not waiting out of anything from the French people. Thank you. Keep your low benefits. Right? Because how do we know that Kemi's mom is not some like Nigerian Harris? You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of rich ass Nigerian people. How do we know that her mom is not some rich ass little girl from a rich ass family? Okay, so do more research on who she is and where she comes out of. But she could be of some elite family. But nonetheless, in the 80s, that family had bread. They had big money. So they paid for the flight. She had the baby at a private hospital. She paid her bill. And then she went back home with her child. And the child was raised in Nigeria on their private money, not on British funds. So I'm like, what exactly is the point? I don't get it. I don't see it. Okay. I really don't see it. Hold on, Maverick.
Her father, Femi Adegoke, was a GP who later founded the publishing company in Nigeria.
See? So her family's not random. I told you, see? Her family's not random people. Okay? So her father was a GP who later founded a publishing company in Nigeria and became an activist for the rights of Yoruba people. Yeah, if you can, yeah. And her mother was a professor. Yeah, these people had money. This is not what we're talking about. This is not who we're talking. And even Kemi, in what she said, these are the kind of immigrants that she wants, okay? Because they have money. They have high degrees. They have money. They can take care of themselves. So yes, come on in because you can pay taxes. So I'm like, what is the problem?
And became an activist for the rights for the Yoruba people. Her mother, Faye, was a professor of philosophy in America and at the University of Lagos. also known as Unilag. She has a brother and a sister. According to a profile in the Times, Badenoch is the first cousin once removed of former Nigerian Vice President Yemi Osinbajo.
Okay. So you see, it's a very affluent family. Yeah, it's a very affluent family. They don't need the money. They don't need public funds. Now maybe they want a passport, but they don't need public funds. They got money. They have money. See, she went back. And then she went to America too, huh?
Badenoch spent her childhood living in Lagos, Nigeria, and in the United States, where her mother lectured.
You see? So once again, when her mom goes to America, her mom is not on welfare. Her mom is a professor. She's a professor at university, right? So once again, they're not relying on the government. I think people don't understand. People who want immigration laws or rules are not against immigration. They are against parasitic immigration, where people come here with nothing and just take. They have no issues with highly educated people who have money who want to come here. Be like, yeah, people like that, they're going to make the economy better. I know, Ms. V, I know. They're going to make the economy better. They're going to pay taxes. They're going to buy houses, buy cars. These people come and they stimulate the economy. Everybody wants these people. But whether it's in Nigeria, whether it's in America, we can see that her mom was always employed. The lady always had a job. She was not here looking for council house. She was not over here looking for welfare, Section 8 housing, right? She does not take advantage of the government. She works. The vast majority of these new breed of immigrants do not want to work. They want to come into a country and not change their ways, not change their mindset, and have the government give them all kinds of benefits. We do not want that. We cannot afford that. It is not a sustainable model, okay? People don't have an issue with immigration. People have an issue with illegal immigration. People have an issue also with criminals, people who are criminals in their home country who want to come to America as a place of refuge. No, we are not a place of refuge for hard-ass criminals. If you are a murderer, a rapist, a child molester, we are not the place for you. We don't want you here. Okay, the same way your country wants you in a jail, it's the same way we want you in prison. We don't want you here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, it's not the same. It really is not the same. Okay, people want immigrants that can do for self. That's it.
Badenoch has spoken about having a very tough upbringing in Nigeria. Her family lived in the middle-class neighborhood of Surulere, Lagos, and she was a student at the private international school of Lagos. Oh, that's interesting, Badenoch, because I went to the international school of Ibadan. So you were ISL and I was ISI. Badenoch has described her background as middle class, but said in 2018, being middle class in Nigeria still meant having no running water or electricity, sometimes taking your own chair to school. Oh, what school did you go to, baby? Because I went to Holy Child College and they had chairs. So I don't know where you went to, that they had to take your own chair. That's new on me. And claimed that her family went through periods of poverty due to inflation. She returned to the UK at the age of 16 to live with a friend of her mother's, owing to the deteriorating political and economic situation in Nigeria, which had affected her family. Mm-hmm. During her parliamentary maiden speech, Badenoch stated that she was, to all intents and purposes, a first-generation immigrant. She is married to Hamish Badenoch. That sounds German. I think he's German.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Maybe.
They have 2 daughters and a son.
Okay.
Hamish works for the Deutsche Bank, and that's German, and was a conservative councillor from 2014 to 2018 on Metron Borough Council. Mm. He also contested for and Northern Ireland Conservatives at the 2015 general election. Kemi Badenoch was a board member of the Charlton Triangle Homes Housing Association until 2016. And was also a school governor at the St. Thomas the Apostle College in Southwark and the Jubilee Primary School. Mm-hmm. Badenoch describes herself as agonistic with cultural Christian values and notes that her maternal grandfather was a Methodist minister in Nigeria. Badenoch identifies as Yoruba, not Nigerian, stating, I have nothing in common with the people from the north of the country, the Boko Haram, where the Islamism is. Those were our ethnic enemies.
Okay.
Badenoch's father died in February of 2022, and she took bereavement leave from her ministerial duties for a brief period.
Okay.
So that is who Kemi is.
Okay.
For those of you that don't know, that is who she is, and these are her roots.
Okay.
And I think it's trending for very obvious reasons.
Mhm.
That why would you say what you said
Mhm.
about immigration
Mhm.
when you have benefited from exactly that?
How exactly? I really wish I could talk to her. I'm like, big sis to me. I would really love for you to tell me how exactly did she benefit from immigration? How? Because from what you just stated, right? Her mother went to England with money. Kemi was born in a private hospital, right? And then the mama went back to Nigeria. Kemi grew up between Nigeria and America. She goes back to the UK at 16. 16. Right? So it's like, how exactly does can you say, oh, you benefited from immigration? How? Like, how? How did she benefit from immigration in the UK? How? How? Her life, like 16 years old, she's like 40 maybe, right? So 16, 40, okay, maybe like the past 24 years. But even that too, it's like, okay, she's a British citizen, right? But it's like her mother benefited from the fact that she was allowed to go there to have a baby. You cannot blame Kemi for what her mother chose to do. But ultimately, she goes back there at 16. Did her mother ever take a dime from the British government to raise Kemi? No. Okay. Yeah. Like, I think, no, Fumi also lived here. Fumi lived here. I think she lived like in LA. She lived in LA for a while. Right. But I'm like, you can't blame a child for what a parent chooses to do. But she goes back there at 16. Okay. Okay. She acknowledges that she's Yoruba. She acknowledges that she has Nigerian ancestry. But she has made a decision that she sees herself as a British citizen. Okay. Right? It's like, it's the same thing. Imagine if I ran for Senate, right? And I got to become Senator Marlene. And then I said, oh, I'm going to be up there and I'm going to use my role as a senator to pass immigration laws that are beneficial to the immigrants. Isn't that like an act of treason? Okay? Because you have to make a choice. And I think a lot of immigrants have a hard time understanding that. There's a choice has to be made. Like she's not a Nigerian serving in what's it called, in Parliament. She is a British citizen serving in Parliament. She's part of the Tories, right? Okay. She's a British person. She's not a Nigerian in Parliament. And you guys won't let her be. You won't let her be. And I'm like, Loki, Heike, it's kind of racist. Like, why is it that when you look at her, all you see is, oh, she's Nigerian and her name is Kemi Olumuto. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because right now she's married to a British man. Her name is Badenoch. Okay. She wears her husband's last name. Doesn't matter. Y'all, I'm like, a lot of y'all have to go past looking at somebody's skin tone, right? The same thing you don't like that white people do it. Why are you doing it to her? She was born there. She goes back at 16. As an adult, she has made up her mind. Kemi says, I know my roots are Yoruba, but as far as my nationality, I identify as a British woman. She's a British citizen. When she's in Parliament, she is serving in Parliament as a British person, not as a Nigerian person who is there to serve the interests of Nigeria. That would be kind of like an act of treason, okay? She cannot do this. So if she's a British woman serving in Parliament, her decisions have to be what is actually good for Great Britain, not what is good for you African people. She's not there for y'all. And the thing that drives me crazy with all these African people who are asking all this stuff out of her, it's like, okay, did you help her in school? Did you ever pay for her school fees? Did you ever help her to study? Like, what have you done for her in her life that you feel as though she owes you so much just because we all come from the motherland or just because we all come from Nigeria or whatever it is? No. Right? She is where she is today because she worked hard. Nobody gave her that whole like, oh, be the face of the Tory party, whatever it is, right? This girl had to work hard. This woman had to work hard, and she had to make that happen for herself. She made that happen for herself. Nigeria did not give her this. The Nigerian people did not give her this. When she ran, everybody voted. The British people voted. It's not, oh, the Nigerian British. No. It's the British people who voted, and she got elected. right? She owes nothing to Nigerian people. She owes nothing to Nigeria, right? I mean, besides not starting no mess, but she's not starting any mess. She's not provoking anybody. She's saying, I'm a British citizen. I work in Parliament and I represent the interest of Great Britain and the British people. So because of that, what is best for England? And what is best for England is for England to have a better immigration policy. Because when one immigrant is costing you £50,000, yeah, that's a lot of money. Okay. And I wish a lot of immigrants could understand, right? Between the children of a nation versus your asylum, crummy or river cases, right? The children come first. What do I mean by that? If we have to choose between £50,000 to house one legal immigrant versus £50,000 towards the education of a British child, yeah, we're going to spend that money on the British child. Absolutely. Okay. Because that's a child of England. That's a child of the crown of England. You're not from here. Nobody owes you anything. Right? And at any moment, you can decide to pack your bags and go back to wherever you came from or go to a different country and try your luck. Right? There's nothing that commits you to this nation. So why are we putting so much money into you when there's nothing committing you to this nation, to want to fight for this nation, to even want to join the military and things like that? No. And if you notice also, and I will also say this, whether it's here in America, even Canada, or in Europe, in Western Europe, right? How many immigrants do you ever see truly go into the military, right? Take here for America, for example. How many immigrants are, I love America so much. America was so good to me. I'm willing to die for this country. No, the vast majority of immigrants want they want really low risk jobs. They want really safe jobs. They want really high paying jobs, right? Like notice how you will see not even high. You will see a disproportionate amount of Indians in engineering, right? Do you see a disproportionate amount of Indians signing up for the military, right? For the Army, for the Air Force, for the Coast Guard? They don't want to die, okay? But they want the cushy jobs where they get paid lots of money, get to drive Teslas, right? You understand? But how many Indians are out here trying to die for this country? They don't want to die for this place. They want to make money out of this place. The vast majority of immigrants don't ever want to die for the country, like their adoptive country. It's usually the people that have lineage. It's usually the people who've been here who want to die for their country, right? They will be the first to want to serve, right? Like if you look at white people who serve in the military, it's usually like Midwest poor white people that will serve in the military, right? They usually have a very disproportionate sense of pride, right? Then you'll have like some Black Americans too, but it's usually also like, very low income Black Americans, right? But it's like, how often do you see immigrants run to the military? Oh, America was so good to me. I'm willing to die for this nation. No, they're not willing to die for nothing, right? They're not willing to die for this country because deep down inside, it's not your nation. It's not your homeland. It's not your home country. You're just here to take advantage. Exactly. Most immigrants don't want to die for an adoptive nation. They don't. They'll do all this chaos. They'll cause all this mayhem. Like even AOC, go ask AOC to go sign up for the military. She ain't gonna do it. Right? Because the vast majority of immigrants, they want the plushy jobs, like low hazard, low risk. I don't want to die. I want a nice office. I want a fancy name on my name on the door. They want the fancy titles. They want the high pay, but they don't really want to die. Right? It's like it's the desperate. People who are here, like came here legally, and they're told, if you sign up for the military, you'll have citizenship, right? Then they'll do it because they want citizenship. But it's not out of like a strong conviction. It's not like out of a strong conviction. Like, you know what? I love America so much. I am willing to die for this country, right? Because they know deep down this ain't their land, right? So I always find it so funny how immigrants always make such a big hoopla about, a country being racist or a country not being so like this, and that. Okay, but how many of you people are willing to go into the military and die for your adoptive nation? And it's not that many. It is not that many, right? So it's like deep down inside, you're only here to take. You're only here to get rich, right? You're not really here to be like, you know what? This is it. This is it. This is my home now. This is all I know. If I die here, I might be buried here. Like your mind is not there yet because your love for America is not there and it might never even be there. And you just don't want to admit that to yourself, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you still have options. You can always go home. So why would you die for an adoptive nation? Right? And that's why a lot of immigrants are always on the wrong side of history when it comes to where America should be, right? They always take an anti-American position, a treacherous position, right? Because this is not their ever after. Like, no, they plan to leave. They plan to leave. So as long as, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think a lot of them actually do. They like the fancy jobs. They like going to school and having jobs and being safe. But it's like when stuff gets real, how many of you immigrants are going to put on a suit and be like, you know what, I can die for this nation. Okay, all right, there you go. So it's like, you know, be honest with yourself and stop causing chaos, right? If we start seeing a whole lot of immigrants who are running up in the military, putting on the fatigues, I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna die for this country today. I'm willing to die, even if I don't have a citizenship, right? Like, even without a green card, even without a visa, right? If push came to shove and somebody had to fight for America, I'm gonna do it. No. No, you ain't gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. You know, because even the ones that I know who have done it is because they were promised citizenship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. Right? But that's how, and this is where you recognize who's a real son of America and who's not. It's the real thing. Remember how, like, the story of like the story of King Solomon, right? Between the two mamas. And they're like, okay, but who's the real mom? Nobody knows because you can't do DNA. So then the king said, okay, well, let's cut the baby in half. And the fake mom was like, yeah, cut that bitch up. Okay. And the real mom was like, what the heck? How does that even make sense? How does that even make sense? You're going to murder my baby? She's like, you know what? If that's the case, just have the baby. Because she's like, it's better for me not to have my child and but for my child to be alive in one piece. And that's how King Solomon, he knew who the real mother was, because what real mother is going to sit here and agree to cut her baby in half? How does that make sense? That makes no sense, right? And so when you look at the vast majority of immigrants, right, who happen to be immigrants, like, sorry, they vote Democrat, they're extremely liberal and socialist, right? Because they're not, they don't have love for this country. It's the same thing as the fake mother. Because if you loved America, you would never encourage anti-American feelings. Like me, I wasn't born here. Like I said, I came here in 1996, right? Hey, Peggy, came here in 1996. America's not always perfect, but I think America's been good to me, right? But in my life, I have never done anything bizarre to the American flag. My mind would never even go there. Even if I bought the American flag from the dollar store, I would never trample on that, pee on it, set it on fire. Like, what the heck is wrong with you weirdos? Okay? You are just bizarre. You know, there are things that America has done. It's not even America. It's people who are responsible for foreign policy. And I know who they are. They're usually Democrats, okay? They're usually Democrats. You understand me, right? So it's like there are people I have not liked. Bill Clinton foreign policy, I didn't like. Madeleine Albright foreign policy, I did not like. Biden also, I don't like it. Blinken, I don't like him, right? These are individuals. Like, there are certain people, unfortunately, who have been in government who have had horrible foreign policy, and they have dragged America into some foolishness. And unfortunately, people think it's the American people. It's not the American people. And that's why I said, for me, I wish America would even stop all these wars. I really do. And I wish America would go more like the Chinese route to do business with people, give loans to countries, right? Because I do feel as though America has a lot to offer. And I think it's really sad that in the Middle East, for example, the vast majority of children, even young people, young adults, and when they think of America, like, oh yeah, the people who bombed my family, bombed my house, killed my mother. You know what I mean? I really feel bad. You know, like there's such a good side to America that I wish we could import that and have other people discover, like even like Halloween, for example, like even Thanksgiving, like, you know, because there's a lot of generosity in America. There's a lot of good things in America, right? But unfortunately, so much of the world, all they know is America that drops bombs on people, you know, kills people, kills Muslim. It is so sad. You know, it is so sad. I saw that this girl posted a video. They had a food fair in Ghana, like a Chinese fair, where the Chinese people were cooking for free and all the Ghanaians could try their food. And I'm like, wouldn't that be a nice thing to do? People could actually, like, if we could have American food fairs around the world and have people try American cuisine and, you know, and things like that, right? Because America has a lot to offer. But the past 25 years, it's just been war, killing, murder, bombs. It's like, oh my gosh. How about we import the cars, the movie industry, the holidays, the lifestyle, the mindset, the entrepreneurial mindset. Like, America has so much to offer. But you realize that, what? If you want to see better foreign policy, maybe you also have to get involved in government to have better foreign policy. But that's my one grievance, right? But it's like, besides that, like, America is a really good country. It really is a great country. I don't understand how people can be so upset. They go up there, they grab the American flag, they burn the American flag, they pee on it, they tear. I'm like, what the frick is wrong with these weirdos? Like, it's just, oh my gosh, like, it just does something to me. It is so insulting. It is so disrespectful. You have the right to be hurt. You have the right to be upset. But you don't have the right to touch the flag and do this foolishness with the flag. Like, that's just out of pocket. Okay. That is seriously out of pocket. It is out of order. And like this anti-American feeling that's like growing amongst people, and they think they're so legitimate in their right to have all this hatred for America and the people and the institution. Is like, okay, y'all need to calm the hell down. It is weird. It is bizarre. Okay. It is so weird. You understand? Right? But I'm like, even AOC is out here trying to inform these illegal people so they can evade the raids. They can evade. I'm like, girl, do you work for America or do you work for Latin America? Because this is giving treason, right? If you're a part of Congress and you are made privy to some information, it is not for you to take that information to make sure that you can commit obstruction of justice. Okay, we have the right to remove these people. They're here illegally. What right do you have to inform these people of what the government plans to do? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy, right? So like, you see in this country, like, there are people who want to divide this nation. There are people who want to see this nation descend into chaos. They want the stock market to go into chaos. They want the financial sector to go into chaos. They want everything to go into chaos and for the vast majority, when you look, they're immigrants. Okay? They are immigrants. A country that was nice, that let you in, and in return, all the country gets from you is just hatred. You have so much hatred. It's not even like constructive criticism. It is just hatred. It is such hatred. What country do you know that's perfect? I mean, tell me. Okay? Because heaven it's not a place on earth. So every country has its flaws. But I truly, even though I do support Palestine, but those who went about standing up for Palestine, I did not like the way they went about it. I do not like people burning the American flag. That is ridiculous. Just like you would not like anybody burning your flag. It's extremely insulting. It's insulting to the nation, the American people, and all the people and their family members who have served, right, protecting this nation. Okay? Oh, think of it, right? It's out of order. It's out of order. Right? If a nation has been good to you, even if you have your grievances, right, you should find a way to be somewhat moderate. Everybody will always have grievances. It's part of human nature. But you should always find a way to like temper that a little bit, right? Like temper all your it's too much. It's just way too much. It's just way too much. And I'm seeing this from the left, and like, it really, really does trigger me. But I'm like, Kemi identifies as a British woman. Right? She has a new last name. She's married. She has a whole new family. She's in England. That's where she's going to die. Most likely that's where she's going to be buried, right? Her kids going to be there. Her grandkids are going to be there. She's not going back to Nigeria. She does not want to go back to Nigeria. England is her home. So from that standpoint, and based on the job that she does, that she was elected by the British people to perform, right? Her job is to look out for the British people. And these immigration policies that were forced on England because they were part of the EU and also the United Nations, right? It is not fair. It's like, you cannot tell a country that you have to give asylum to people and you got to pay £50,000 per person. Who is the UN to force that on people? That is just crazy. Who is the UN? Their job is to keep peace. They don't get to tell a country like, oh yeah, even though your constitution says why, even though you might not have the funds, well, tough luck. We are forcing you and we are requiring you to provide for these asylum seekers, even if it costs you $60,000, $70,000 per person. No. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I think Jay, I will tell you this. I kind of disagree. I think that those probably, like those who served, and some people probably don't. But I have seen, Jay, I am really seeing an increasing amount of Black Americans, like African Americans, who are starting to have some anti-American, very unpatriotic feelings. And it really, really confuses me. Like even one of my friends, like, I had to confront her about this. I'm like, you're out of pocket because your entire family is from North Carolina. Like, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. All your people are from North Carolina. Like, even if you don't like Trump, right? Is that a reason to align with these crazy weirdos? These people are crazy. They are crazy. Like, they're sitting here talking about a country without borders. Like, I mean, a country without borders, a country where your citizenship means nothing, where immigrants come first and the children come last. That to me is just wild. It is wild. Now, did she burn the American flag? No. But I was like, it's crazy. She's like, oh, but Marlene, I don't even understand why you love this country. I'm like, girl, are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? Like, I'm like, girl, I'm like, honestly, and I was like, you know what? What you're saying, I should be saying it. Because you sound like an immigrant. Like, I'm like, to me, like, you are really, really crazy. This is your home. I'm like, where are you going to go? Like, God forbid something really, really bad happens, right? Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go? Why do you allow people from the left to trigger you into hating your own country? Where are you going to go? Right? Like, that's one thing. I can see, okay, yeah, I'm Black. Yes, I have African ancestry. Yes, I want to go discover Africa. Okay, sure. It's okay to vacation there. But my thing is, like, will you ever fully feel at home? Like, no matter what country to go to, even the best of the best countries in Africa, right? You might enjoy yourself. But there's going to come a day where you're going to miss home. Like, you're going to miss being in America because you are an American. You know what I mean? Like, this is where you are. Like, this is where you're from. Like, your people are here. Everybody's here. This is your language. It's your home. Like, this is where you grew up. You understand, right? Like, cool. Africa is cute and all. You know what I'm saying? But there's nothing like being at home. This is your home. And no matter how upset you are, you should never allow anybody to get you to hate your own country. That's just so crazy to me. Where are you going to go? Where you going to go? Where you going to go? And you think if you hate your country and then your country falls into disarray and mayhem, you think those people are going to be nice to you? Oh, no, don't come here because you messed up your country. They're not going to be nice to you. They'll be nice to you. Yeah, it's really like it's like it triggers me. It's really, I'm like, and I told somebody that today, Jay. I told someone that today. I was like, it's so funny to me how when America was the most racist, like for real, like seriously racist, how many Black Americans served this country, even though they knew the military was racist. They knew they would go places, be free, be respected, and things like that. But then they would come home, be called the N-word. You understand? From the civil rights, the whole fighting with Texas, like with the whole Mexican, like the whole Alamo thing, right? You got the civil rights, you got the Mexican War, you have the what other thing you have? World War I, World War II, Vietnam. I mean, you name it, right? All these wars, America was not what America is today. I think it was way worse. I think it was awful. It was so awful. A country where you're called the N-word and you're still putting on a uniform to go fight for a country where you're not even respected, where you can't even go eat at a restaurant, right? But how crazy it is that in those times, those people were way more patriotic, even though they were being called the N-word. They had signs that said N-word only, N-word this. I mean, it's like, it's a lot. It really is a lot, right? And it's like those people were extremely patriotic. You fast forward, we are in 2025. Even if there's still like remnants of racism in America, it is not the same America from the 20s or the 1900s or even the 1950s. It is not the same America. And people who are not even experiencing that detestable America are having so much hatred for their country when people who experienced the worst of America were more patriotic. This inverse relationship, it really messes with my mind. Yeah. It truly, like, it really, really messes with my mind. And I really do not get this. I'm like, people who got the worst of America, right? Yeah. People who got the worst of America were extremely patriotic, even though this country was so awful to them. So awful. So awful. You remember, like, one time I watched, let me show you. One time I watched this one documentary on BET, right? Because it was a documentary about Master P. Hold on, Eric. Right? Because little Romeo looks just like him. It's so crazy. Okay, right? All right. So I was sitting there, not here, it was New Orleans, right? But I was in New Orleans and I watched this one documentary about Master P. So they talked about his granddad. So his granddad, he served in World War II, right? I don't know what role he had, but I know he got a medal. He got, when he was done serving, I guess, he was discharged with a medal, right? But the thing is, even though he had all this respect, like he accomplished so much in the military. I guess he went to France also, I don't know. But when he came back to Louisiana, the best job he could find was being a baker. Like with everything he had, I'm like, I mean, that day I was like, this is crazy. This is crazy. The best job he could find after risking his life for this goofy nation, like the best job he could find was he was a baker. I don't even know if he got his GI Bill. I don't remember, right? But I know he was decorated in the army. Like when he retired from the army, he was decorated. But imagine, like, you fight for this country, like you're all decorated, like you go over there, you're treated right. Oh my God, the American. You come back to America. The only job he could find was the job of a baker. And the man, he worked so hard, he bought his wife a house. That's the house that she used up for bond when Corey got in trouble. And then he still went and got in more trouble, right? He took his money and then he paid for Master P and Corey to go to private school because they went to a private Christian school because he wanted them to play basketball and he wanted them to have the best grades. But I'm like, I really need somebody to explain this to me. If Mr. Claude Miller in this awful racist America, especially Louisiana, in this racist, awful ass Louisiana can be so patriotic, please explain to me why Black people in 2025 are so unpatriotic. They're so crazy. I'm like, what the freak? I'm like, what is wrong with you weirdos? You are just bizarre. You are seriously bizarre. Right? Like, it's just like, it really, like, it does something to my mind because I'm like, I don't understand. You, right now, you're probably getting the best version America's ever had to offer Black people. These people here, like, Master P's grandfather, they had a really bad version of America, like, especially Louisiana. They had a horrible version of America, right? And I think we're even fortunate to probably never even know that side of America. A lot of us have never really known that side. We probably read about it, but we've never really experienced it, right? Probably didn't even experience it. We will probably never experience it. But how can we be more hateful and have all this like unpatriotic foolishness going through our veins, right? Compared to people who really got, like, they really went to the gigs. They really went through it. And like, in a time where it was so normalized to call you all kinds of this, to call you all kinds of that. It was normalized to be mean to people. It was normalized to discriminate against people. It was normalized to lynch people. It was normalized to torture people. It was normalized to not give people jobs. It was normalized to not let Black people sit at a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, these people were so patriotic. And you haven't even known any of this. I see a lot of people today, a lot of young Black people today talk about racism. Oh, please. What racism have you really experienced? Shut up. Okay? You just read about stuff in books. Now you're making it up in your mind as if it's your reality. Is it really your reality? I don't think so. Okay? I'm like, you're trans oppressed. Like, go sit out somewhere. You're a bunch of weirdos. Right? But I'm like, even here, I think about like, even like James' dad, he served. His father also served. Like, so his dad was, and what? He was a Marines, right? Yeah. Jimmy's granddad was a Marines. His dad was in the Army, right? So like you have two generations that serve. But I'm like, even Jimmy's granddad, I don't think he grew up in a sweet and kind to Black people, America. Sorry, Maverick, stop doing this, right? You understand? Where you had Black people who could afford a $200 million house in Malibu and things like that and eat Nobu every day of the week. Like, they didn't grow up in that kind of America. You know what I'm saying? And yet, they, like, amidst all of that, they still had respect for the flag. They still put on that uniform. They would, like, his granddad went to Vietnam, right? Like, I mean, like, this is exactly. And yet, America was so awful. The chain gang, I mean, this place was just, it was horrific. It was really bad. It was really, really bad. And amidst all of that, to say, oh, wow, you know what? I'm still going to fight for this country. Like, I'm still going to believe in this country. Like, I'm still going to fight for freedom and fight to free the Jews from the Hitler. I'm like, that's crazy. That is really crazy. But today, it's like, there are a lot of people. You have free school. You live wherever you want. You have the job you want. You go to college. Like, you live your life. Nobody bothers you. But yet you have so much hatred. I really do not get that. That probably needs to be studied so somebody can answer my questions. But I do find this inverse relationship. For the love of country, it really does, like, I don't know. It makes me like, I don't know. I really need to understand that. Like, why are you so hateful? Like the immigrant, I understand why he's hateful, because he wants more than what he has put into the pot. He's greedy. He's greedy because he thinks he's owed something. How? It's not your land, right? But why are you so mad? That's the part I don't get. I don't get. I really don't get this. Like, even when I see people when I see like African Americans who fight for illegal immigrants to stay and this, and I'm like, how does that benefit you? When we study this nation's history, I really want somebody to show me how immigration has ever yielded any kind of net benefit for Black America. I want to see it. Somebody please show me. I'm like, Black America always loses with immigration, whether it's legal or illegal. So why are you fighting for this? Like, what is going on? I'm like, I am so confused. And we even see it in Chicago. It's like all this immigration. It's Black Americans who are paying for this. It's their properties that are getting taxed, right? It's not white people. It's not even the fancy white side of Chicago that's going to get taxed to pay for them people. No, it's Black America. So why are we keeping them people here? Why is Mayor Johnson, I'm assuming he's Black American, why is he fighting to keep these illegals when he knows he's in a deficit? He's in a huge deficit. And then you're saying to these Black Americans, oh yeah, I'm just going to tax your properties. Excuse me, sir? Are you actually okay? Right? Why? I'm like, we should all be very well aware. And I got into this argument with this guy on Instagram, this Latino. And I'm like, sir, one thing we have to make really, really clear, claro, okay, is the fact that Latinos, when you come to Black American neighborhoods, when you come to historically Black American neighborhoods, you don't join the community, right? They usually build parallel economies. Latinos do not integrate. They compete. And that's a problem. That's a problem. And that's why when you look at places like in New York, especially like the Bronx and things like that, these neighborhoods eventually are like overly dominated by Latinos because they do not integrate. They will compete. If you have a Black store, they're not going to shop at the Black store. They're going to create their own store, La Tienda, okay? La Mercado Latino. So this is what they do. They compete. They don't integrate. Even when they go to school, they will intentionally speak Spanish to antagonize people. Right? Like, that has to be said. So I don't understand. Like, if you're a Black person, especially if you're Black American, what's your interest? What is your interest in immigration? What do you get out of it? What do you get out of this? I'm confused. The white person, I get it. He wants cheap labor. But what exactly are you getting out of this? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Because the vast majority of these immigrants cannot afford to live in predominantly white neighborhoods. So where they going to live? In your neighborhood? And then they're going to increase the price of rent? Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, right. You are crazy. You are crazy, and you are seriously crazy. No. You're like, oh, but Marlene, I thought that because you were an immigrant. I was like, no. I'm an intelligent person. I'm a fair person. And I'm a woman who I don't like foolishness. Right? I think people should respect the law. I don't know why that is so hard. I don't like foolishness. I'm an Aquarius. Saturn rules Aquarius. It's a strict ruler. I don't like foolishness. I truly, truly do not like foolishness. I don't like people who feel entitled. I don't like people who feel like, oh, somebody owes me. No, nobody owes you. I don't even think your parents owe you. I think sometimes maybe your parents' job is to just give you life. And the rest is up to you to figure it out. Like you have people in their 40s and their 50s who are still blaming their parents. It's like, oh, shut up. Okay. You were under their custody for 18 years. Now you're 40. You've been responsible for your life for 22 years. Okay. So you are more responsible for how your life turned out than whatever your parents did to you. It is your life. Fix your life. Take ownership of your life and stop always looking for somebody to blame. We are tired. We are excessively tired. Yeah, and the thing, we have to also blame MLK. We have to blame him, right? Because I'm like, to me, it's a real problem. It really is a problem. Because I'm like, if people truly had never joined this whole civil rights movement, I think that Black America would be what the Ashkenazi Jews have accomplished. I really do believe that. I think they would have taken over the government, like in such a way, it would have been like, what the heck? Like, these people are just like top notch. I really do believe that. But there's something about the civil rights movement. It's not good business. Socialism is not good business. Telling people to wait for the government, like you're trying to ruin these people. You're trying to ruin these people. Like, you're not a good person. You are really, really not a good person. And I don't like you.
Better life. She was not living here.
Okay.
Your father was not living here.
Okay.
But in those days, it was easy to come to United Kingdom
Okay.
and give birth to you because they knew that you would get citizenship. She was working in America. Why didn't she give birth to you there? Why did she?
Maybe she likes England better because she has family there. Like, what's the point?
She gave birth to you in the United Kingdom. And for me, as a mother first, I come from a sense of humanity, and I also come for my people.
You see? So this is what they do right here. Okay, self-aggrandizing, sense of righteousness. I come from a sense of humanity. Ma'am, you should have humanity for both sides. You can have humanity for immigrants, but you could also have humanity for British citizens, because who's paying the taxes to take care of all these immigrants? It's the British people. And the British people today, it's not just white people. It's all kinds of people. You have many West Africans who are now British citizens. You have a lot of Caribbean people who are British citizens. You have a lot of people from around the world who identify as British citizens, right? So why are we only talking about humanitarian proclivities when it comes to the immigrant? But we never say, okay, but we never say, oh, let's also have a humanitarian heart for the citizens who have to pay all these taxes. Exactly. What about those people? Is it fair for people in England to work almost like out the year? They pretty much work 5 months out the year just for the government, right? 5 months. There's 12 months in a year. 12 months. So 5 of those months are just, all the money just goes to the government. And they have to wait until like May or June to start finally seeing their money. Is that humane? Is it humane? Like, when you think about the fact that, you know what, if I immigrate there, I'm going to raise somebody's taxes by 10%. I'm going to raise these people's taxes by 3%, by 4%. That means what? They have to work more. They have to work longer hours. That is less time with their families, less time with their children, less time to even go to the park on Saturdays, less time to even go to a soccer game on Sunday, right? Why do people, like, why is it that people never have a humanitarian heart for the citizens? Right? Because you think, what, they're too rich, they have enough money, they're like, what, I don't know, what is it? They have privilege, so therefore they don't even deserve empathy or kindness. That is crazy. Humanitarian, it needs to go both ways. Have a humanitarian heart for all people, but not just the immigrant people. Also have a heart for the citizens and how that's going to change their lives, right? People think also like, oh, it's so easy to have like, oh, new people coming in who speak different languages, who act different ways. Like, it's not easy. Everybody has to adopt. It's not easy. It's like a blended family. It's not easy. Ask anybody who has a blended family. It takes years for everybody to like understand boundaries and limits and things like that. It's not easy. And it's not easy. And I think the notion is, oh, America is rich, so who cares, right? Oh, these Americans, they have enough money, so they can afford. Oh, these British people, they stole money from Africa, so they can afford. Oh, these French people, they stole money from Africa, so therefore they can afford it. No. A lot of times it's the elites that are rich. But the everyday working people, they're not rich. Right? If Africans want to be mad at England because they stole from the UK, if they stole from Africa, then take it up with the Queen of England. I mean, she's dead now, but so take it up with her son. Okay, it's the crown that stole your money. It's not the everyday working people, right? Like, even like a lot of these Mexicans, California used to be part of Mexico, New Mexico, Texas used to be part of Mexico. Yeah, you're right. Once upon a time, but what happened? You lost the war. Like, there are consequences to losing a war. Right? But it's no longer Mexico. Once upon a time it was, and we give you that. But it's no longer Mexico. It's now called Texas, okay? Say I'm on Texas, okay? It's no longer like in California. Yeah, it's not the California you used to know. It's a new California, okay? Get into it. Stop living in the past. Your people lost, fair and square. They lost. It is what it is. Like, you got to move on. You understand? It's like, I had this one girl, I'm not even trying to be offensive, y'all. Y'all know me, right? I am not trying to be offensive. But I have this one girl, she was like, oh, Marlene, she showed me the Queen of Hawaii, right? And I'm like, girl, I guess you want me to feel bad for the lady, right? But I'm like, this is what we told y'all, that women cannot lead. And no offense to the lady, right? Queen Lily, right? Shout out to her. But maybe when those British people came, when the white man came, She should have stepped down and she should have let some men, okay, run the country because she was no match for these men. Right? We try to tell y'all, women cannot run. They can't run a country. They cannot run a nation because the vast majority of the world is run by men. So when men start doing what men do, a woman is going to flee. She's going to run. And that's what she did. She got scared. She stepped down. So guess what? America took over Hawaii. Right? That's the cost of wanting to have a matriarchy in power. Like, listen, sometimes people don't want to say things because it sounds offensive and, we have to always blame the white man. But when you know the white man is who he is, respect him to be who he is, right? And then you do what you have to do. Like, imagine being mad because a white man is colonizing. Child, this is what they do. They can't help themselves. Right? You can't be mad at somebody for being who they are. That's their nature. Be mad at yourself for not being prepared. Boom, 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 boom. Okay? But Marlene, when I looked into her story, I was like, sis, you see, you were asking for a little too much. This is why women don't lead. They lead their children. They lead the church. Okay? Maybe a company, I don't know. But you don't lead a country. Especially when you know that you have a strategic island in the Pacific, right? Because these white men are going to come for your ass. And when these white dudes come, being the white men that they are, can you stand up against these men? You cannot. That's why you step down and you find the most ferocious man in Hawaii and you let that man become king of Hawaii, right? Because maybe then it would have went differently. But no, you had to stay because you wanted to prove that a woman could run. And guess what? You ran, indeed. You ran away from your throne. And next thing you know, Hawaii got sucked in and became, a state, okay? And of America, right? We try to tell y'all. We try to tell you. She was like, oh, Marlene. I'm like, hello? Like, hey, don't come to me expecting me to shed a tear. No, life is real, okay? Human beings are ferocious. Human beings compete. They take. The white man take it. We all know this by now. So when you see a white man approaching on his big old boat, you're like, you know what? I try to be a queen, but I know I don't have what it takes. It's a white man. They're evil. Okay? You go and find yourself the most ferocious man. And look at Gary. Gary's in his colonizer bag. You see this? Right? You go find the most ferocious man in Hawaii and you let the man take over. Because a man, even if he loses to these white people, he's still going to know how to beat their ass a little bit. And then you can get a better contract, like a better, you know what I'm saying? You'll get a better deal. You understand? But as a woman, can you really sustain these white people? Can you go against these white men? She was no match for the white man. She was no match for the colonizer. So she got colonized. And that's like we try to tell you, women cannot lead countries. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And then like in the rare cases that it does work, because she has a lot of strong men behind her. So therefore it works. But just by herself, a bunch of weak men, yeah, y'all gonna get colonized, all right? And that's exactly what happened. Okay? That's exactly what happened. So I'm like, Hawaii, I would love to feel bad for y'all, but at the same time, y'all believe in the myth of matriarchy. And so there was a price to pay for that. And you guys lost. And then you got sucked into what is now called the United States of America. You know what I mean? But either way, I think it's a pretty good deal. You get to have the U.S. passport. Okay? It's not that bad. But I'm like, hello? I'm like, you really think if a white man sees a piece of land that he needs for his business, for his money, for his whatever, you think he's not going to take it? You are crazy. You are insane. You are truly, truly insane. Whatever the white man wants, he gonna find a way to take it. Like there's this famous saying by Julius Caesar. He said, Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. This is their mindset. Now it's up to you. Hey, Queen, it is up to you to prepare yourself. Exactly. They let a white man, they let a woman, and she it was bad. Because there was a lot of white dudes because they wanted the sugar canes. They wanted the sugar cane. She was no match for these people. I'm like, it's like 4, 5, 6 white dudes. She had no chance. So I'm like, this is why a woman should not lead, especially when you have a strategic piece of real estate like this in the Pacific, right? You cannot let a woman run this place because mentally she's not going to be a match. Exactly. You need to know this about these people. But it's like, Marlene, I've gotten to a point right now in my life, you guys, I can't even be mad at white mans for being white mans. This is what they do. It is your job to accept these people for who they are. You go, you try to pet a snake, and the snake bites you. Who should you be mad at? You gonna be mad at the snake? You gonna be mad at yourself? It's a snake. Why are you playing with that thing? Right? It is a snake. Okay, it's a snake. Yeah, they do. It was the sugar cane. I think it was like 4 or 5 or 6 white men. I mean, they were businessmen. They were draconian. They were crazy. I said, Auntie, you are no match for these people. And then shame on the men of Hawaii also for not demoting her and them taking over. But the men should have taken over Hawaii. Right? They shouldn't have waited for the white people to show up and make this lady run. Right? Like, girl, you need to step down because you don't have what it takes. You understand? And I'm like, imagine if Kamala Harris had been president, these people would have been running circles around her. Zelensky, Putin, the Netanyahu, I mean, you name it. Trudeau, Mexico, all these people, China, they would have ran circles around that lady because she's so stupid. She's so stupid. She's just so damn dumb, right? You think Kamala Harris could have told the Mexican president to bring 10,000 people to the border? No. You think she would have talked to Trudeau? He would have listened? No. Nobody respected this lady. She went to Russia, I think, right? She went somewhere and she had a conversation with Vladimir or whatever. As soon as she got back on the plane, he dropped bombs over Ukraine. Nobody's scared of you. What you gonna do? Nobody's scared of that lady, right? Matriarchy does not work. It works with the kids. It works in a household with the kids, right? Women need to lead their children. Women cannot lead a country, especially when you have a rich country or you have a very strategic piece of land in the Pacific or wherever else. You are crazy. They will come for your ass. And mentally, you are not prepared because the way men go, like the way men wage warfare versus the way a woman will do it, you're no match for these people. Okay, exactly. They don't like these people. They don't like these people. Okay. Like, well, I'm serious. They would have ran circles around her. By this point, would have been in like maybe like 400 billion with Ukraine. She wouldn't have stopped anything because nobody listens to her. Nobody listens to her. So I was like, Queen Lily, I feel for you, sis, but honestly, you should have stepped down. The moment you heard that there were some white men who wanted your land for sugar cane, you're like, you know what? Whatever the white man want, he take it. These people are crazy. They are crazy. And they are capable of killing you, killing your children. They can burn the entire island to the ground. Lady, you are no match for these people. Humble yourself. You step down. You go find the most, like I said, find the most ferocious man in Hawaii. And it's also like, who has some kind of like political savvy. Let this man take charge of the country. And he probably, like, even if he didn't fight those people, he would have found a way to negotiate better deals because men are not as emotional. I'm saying, okay, like, you know what? Okay, let's just do it like this. You know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. Right? Make sense.
I will always and always stand for my people, protect my people. I am giddy. I am Naija.
Okay.
I am a Nigerian and I am proud.
Okay. So see, even though she lives in England, I think she's British now, right? She doesn't see herself as a British citizen. She sees herself as a Nigerian. And that is your choice. Like Kemi does not see herself as a Nigerian. She sees herself as a British citizen. Okay.
Mother is from the Gambia, so I am fortunate and blessed to come from 2 African countries.
Okay.
All right, we have an online webinar. Yes, my darlings, we have an online webinar on the 23rd of February from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. It is going to be absolutely fabulous, stepping out of the norm to run a successful business in the diaspora. Time with successful Black business owners, and you can tune in and be inspired and motivated and get that priceless advice, tips and tricks on how to keep up with your business. I am going to put the link for you below. You can scan, and then we have a surprise list of guest speakers. So, darlings, do not forget to tune in on the 23rd for the webinar online web. The link will be below, and I will also put it down here below. I have had so many avenues in my life because of what my parents did for me. So it's so offensive to hear this, because we know what our forefathers did for us. We know what our parents did for us. And in essence...
And who are you? See, your forefathers are Nigerians. So your mindset is you owe everything to Nigeria and the Nigerian people, even though she lives in England. I find that to be so funny. Oh, I'm so proud to be Nigerian, but I'm abroad. It's even like, and I see that a lot also, people who are Muslim, like Arabs, like people who are Arab, people who are Muslims, like they love being Muslims in Western countries, right? But they're never happy to be Muslims back home because the version of Islam they would have to practice back home is extremely restrictive, right? But everybody's always so proud to be so and this and that away from home. I found that quite peculiar, right? I'm like, even her, she does lots of events. Like she's done events here in the US, she does events in Canada. I'm like, it's funny how she has yet to do one event in Nigeria or even an event in Gambia. But yet, oh, I'm so proud to be Nigerian. I am so proud to be from the Gambia. But it's like, why don't we go do events in Nigeria? Why don't we also do events in Gambia? Right? Why all the events always in America, in England, in Paris, right? So it's like, I don't know. I find it very rich to say, oh, I'm so proud to be West African, but I do nothing in West Africa. I have no business in West Africa. I don't create wealth there. I don't create jobs there, right? Yeah, her first event was in America. Yeah, that's why I said, I think Big Sis Fumi, her thing is she likes to pander. She really likes to pander because she understands like people want to hear a certain message, so she's going to say what they want to hear. But I think that's not okay because there comes a time where we have to challenge people, right? We have to challenge Black people emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually to rise up to a higher standard. We can't continue to soothe their feelings at this mediocre level of intellect that they're currently being paralyzed and handicapped by. I don't think it's okay. I really do not think it's okay. It is not okay. Right? But you have to ask yourself, why are you so proud to be X, Y, and Z away from home? You understand me? Right? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I don't know. That's just me. Like me, yes, I'm proud to be Ivorian, but at the same time, it's like, listen, I'm in America. America been good to me. My husband's American. My kids are Americans. I mean, I guess they're like, my kids are literally African American, right? But my thing is, America has been good to me. My family's here. My friends are here. You guys are here. You know, like I guess I call y'all my cousins, right? Everybody's here for the most part. So it's like I want as much success for America as I do for the Ivory Coast, right? Because America's been a great place to me, and I don't see myself wishing harm because I'm like, yeah, even if I could go home, oh yeah, I could pack my bags and go back to Nigeria. Sorry, I could go back to the Ivory Coast, for example, right? But what about Kevin, right? What about Val? What, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, what about Nicole? Like, I have a lot of, I'm not even trying to be funny. That's why if you ever watch my channel, I don't engage in diaspora wars. I don't be like, oh, Black people this. Okay. I don't engage in diaspora wars because for me, everybody's my family. Like, it's like you people are crazy. I'm like, you people are crazy. You're just crazy. You understand? Because even if you remove Jimmy, like, I have a lot of family that's African American. Like, I'm like, like, what the heck? What is wrong with you? Like, you're just weird. You're just a bunch of bizarre people. I don't engage in that foolishness. Yeah, I honestly, I think it's extremely immature. Also, it's immature, it's divisive, it's hurtful. And I'm like, what's the purpose again? It's utter foolishness. Because for me, being West African, having lived, I guess, an African American experience, right? When I tell you, you can see the ancestry. Like, I'm like, everybody out here, we're all related. We all do the same foolishness, just in different ways. But whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't get involved in that foolishness. But my thing is, even if I could pack my bags and I could move, I could take James, the kids, and we move back to the Ivory Coast. Oh, yeah, let America burn. I will never have peace because I'm like, oh my gosh, like, is Kevin okay? My in-laws okay? You know, like, is Val okay? Is Nicole okay? Is Jenny okay? Is this? It's like you realize, like, you know, like, I have family here too. So if I pack my bags and I say, oh, I'm gonna move back to the Ivory Coast, I would still want America to be in a good place. I don't want my people to be hurting. Like, it's just so sick to me, right? And that's why when I see people who are immigrants and who wish, like, I do feel like you're wishing harm because, like, to what avail? Like, your mindset, your political positions and the things that you want, you know dang well this is going to take America down the wrong path. And you want to see it burn because you're not connected to this land. I don't even think you have friends here. I don't even think that you have family here, like, not like your ethnic family. I'm like, you haven't built an adoptive family, because once you really start to build an adoptive family, you can't even see yourself wishing harm on America. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because you're like, yeah, even if I could pack my bags and go, but what about my friends? Like, what about my cousins? Like, what about my people? Like, they're going to be just staying here and just suffer like this because they can come with me. And even if they can come with me, what about their families? Well, like, let's say, oh, Nicole can come, Kevin can come, Val can come. Okay, but what about their parents? What about their cousins? Like, what about their aunties and their grandparents? Like, yo, you can't just take everybody. So that's why I'm like, you cannot wish for America to burn. Like, what is wrong with people? Like I'm like, it's so cruel to me. What is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? You cannot wish for the economy to go into the shithole. Like, everybody's really gonna suffer, like, really, really badly. You cannot wish for foolishness. Like, you cannot be so upset because you don't have your way that you want everything to burn. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? You know what I mean? And even for me, like, put everything to the side, even as a Christian, right? Like, if you guys remember in the book of Genesis, when God was on his way to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, right? He stopped to tell Abraham he's going to go do that. Maybe because he didn't really want to do it. Because he didn't have to stop and talk to Abraham. He could have just gone into Sodom and Gomorrah and just set the whole be on fire. Like, yeah, burn this whole thing up. Right? But he stops and he talks to Abraham. And he's like, I'm on my way to go destroy this place because there's so much abomination, so much filth over there. And then so Abraham says to him, but what if you find like 100 people who are good? He said, oh, I might consider, I don't know. But he was like, okay, what about what if you find even one person who's good? Because God knew Lot lives there. And Lot is Abraham's cousin. Right? But Abraham, or his nephew, I forgot. But Abraham could have said, you know what, that boy, he stole the good land, so go burn his ass up. Right? But he doesn't say that. He starts pleading for his nephew because he knows his nephew is there. So he tries to stop him. So I'm just like, if you're a good person, if you're a good Christian, especially for some of y'all who claim to be immigrants from like third world countries who love to go to church. But if you are a good country, like if you're a good Christian, no matter what, even if you feel like America is deserving of punishment or America is deserving of this, and that, right? Sure. But at the same time, though, think about everybody that's on this boat. And there's a lot of people that we love that is on this boat. And we can't just say, oh, well, F America, go burn up. But like, Kevin's going to burn. His whole family is going to burn. How's that going to make you feel? Nicole is going to burn. Her entire family is going to burn. Like, there comes a time, like, you really have to stop. Like, you seriously have to stop. You cannot hate certain things or certain people so much that you just close your eyes and say, you know what, everybody should just burn. Are you actually okay? Like, are you seriously okay? You're not okay. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot, even people who are Black Americans who are acting a fool, right? They're just in their feelings. They're just being immature because they're not really thinking about what they're asking for. They're not really thinking about that because people say things sometimes and they don't really sit down and say, you know what do the consequences really look like? Like, the stuff I'm asking for, what does that really look like? Because they're just so upset. And when people are just so upset, they just black out and they just stop being like cogent. Like they just stop thinking about there are consequences for what you're asking for. And when these consequences hit, nobody knows how long it takes to fix it. Like, let's say the American economy falls into a slump, you guys. It could take a year, 2 years, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What? Because you never know. Like, we have had moments where the Federal Reserve has stepped in trying to save the American economy, and all it did was make it worse. We have seen it. We saw it in 2008 with the housing crash. Ben Bernanke, he stepped in there. Oh, we're going to do quantitative easing. It made things worse. We even saw things with this whole COVID stuff, right? Where there was all this money, it made things worse. Every time the Fed gets involved, it just makes things so much worse. It makes the economy worse. So, like, there's no telling, oh, if we go into a slump, if we go into an economic slump, oh, we can recover in a year. We can recover in 2 years, in 3 years. We don't know. We don't know. So it's like, that's why we don't even want to go there. We don't even want to go there because like nobody can tell you how to get out of this thing. It's the same thing like in Africa, right? Everybody can tell you the day of a coup d'etat. Like, oh, this coup d'etat happened on this day, this year, but nobody can tell you when it's going to stop. That's why coup d'etats are horrible. They're just so horrible. But sometimes people get so tired. They get so frustrated. Oh, let's just get the president out. Let's just go have a coup d'etat. Once you have a coup d'etat, the odds of you ever going back to any kind of peace, normalcy, where people respect democracy, good luck. Good luck. That's why I say people can tell you when a coup d'etat started, but after that, they can never tell you when the war is going to stop. That's why there are certain things in this life, no matter how mad you are, no matter how upset you are, there are certain things your mouth should never ask for. There's just certain things that should never come out of your mouth. Like there's just certain things you just don't say. Because God forbid, what you're asking for really comes to pass. Do you know what the consequences are going to be? And do you think you're going to be spared? No, you're not, because you asked for it. You might be the first one to be consumed by this. And today, every time I come on YouTube, you guys, every time I come on YouTube, who's out here getting laid off? Who's out here losing jobs and making videos? It seems like it's a lot of Black women, right? And yet, these were the same people trying to vote for Kamala Harris. Because I'm like, how can you people not care about the economy? Like, are you actually okay? Are you actually sensible? It is a real thing. How can we be in a country as powerful as America, where the average person, I think a year, spends about 13,000 kilowatts in energy? That's a lot of energy per person, 13,000 kilowatts per person. And then we have a government from Barack Obama to Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, who goes and signs the Paris Climate Accord, or who does the Inflation Reduction Act, where you are saying that we're going to move away from oil, which is cheap. It's cheap. It's all over the place. No, let's move away from oil because of some weird ass climate change control. And now we're going to go for solar energy, windmills, and electric energy. Are you actually okay? You're going to you're going to destroy this nation. Right? Like oil is cheap. It is really cheap. It's a lot cheaper to drill. It is a lot cheaper to get oil, refine oil, right? And just fuel everything. You understand me? It's a lot easier than to wait on solar energy, windmill energy, and come to find out whales don't even like windmill. Allegedly, there's some kind of like the noise is so loud that the whales can hear it and like it drives them crazy. I was like, what the heck? This is insane. But who does stuff like this? People who hate this country. Like, why would you do that? Even China did not sign the Paris Climate Accord. So why are we signing the Paris Climate Accord? Why? For what reason? It's so much cheaper to get oil. It is so much cheaper to even work with OPEC and to maybe get better rates on oil. I don't know. But there has to be a way that you can get these people to give you like a barrel at $40 a gallon, right? $40 a barrel. I'm sure there's a way, right? And then this whole solar panel energy stuff, like maybe like a little side project thing. But to make that the main project, so many billions of dollars were wasted on this goofy ass Inflation Reduction Act. Bunch of foolishness. Money squandered on renewable energy. We don't need to renew anything. We know that oil works. It is cheap. It's readily available. It doesn't cost that much to drill. Get the stuff out. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? And now here are the consequences. When you don't care about money, you will have to face real fight. You're going to have real consequences. And it's not going to be pretty. But you have to care about the economy. No matter how you feel about any political person, as an American person, you should always care about the economy, because if the US dollar is weak, everybody suffers. A weak dollar, it punishes everybody. Why would you ever want that? Because you have some kind of weird ass grievances against white people from like the 1600s, the 1700s. Are you serious? We are living to move forward, not living to live backward. Because if you keep voting like this, we're all going to be like the people of the 1600s. Okay? No. We want to have a better life. We want to have a better life. We want to have a better life. And not just that, when we work hard to have a better life, we want to keep as much money into our pockets. From people who are entrepreneurs, people who have or people who actually work, like they have careers and they work, right? Everybody is working to provide for their families and to potentially leave something for the next generation. We're not working hard to fan the pockets of the government and for these people to go and commit our money to goofy ass wars and to goofy ass immigrants and to goofy ass asylum seekers. You are crazy. You are crazy. You are seriously crazy. Nobody works hard to provide for asylum seekers. I am sorry that they're seeking asylum, right? I wish things would have worked out differently. But nobody wants to be responsible for paying for that. And it does not make you a bad person. Hilani, it doesn't have Valentine's Day. It doesn't make anybody a bad person. American people can say, hey, you know what? We want to help a certain amount of people have asylum, right? But that should be their choice because it's their money. Nobody should force the American people to take care of 1 million, 2 million, 3 million asylum people. No, people have their own family to take care of. People got their kids to pay for college. People have their retirement to think about. People have their own parents they got to take care of. Like people have responsibilities, right? So yeah, they can say, you know what? I don't mind giving like maybe 1% of my check to asylum people, but that's about it. And that's it. And that money has to be enough. And if it's not enough, then people can go somewhere else. And that does not make people mean, right? Like, for example, let's say all you have is $100, right? And you say, oh, I want to give to a charity. You can give $20. You don't have to give all your 100 because if you give all your 100, how are you going to eat? But you're not a bad person for saying, you know what? I'm going to give $20. I'm going to keep $80. Because you're helping, you are giving, but you also have other bills that you have committed to that you have to take care of. People say, "Oh, you're not nice because if you really care about the poor, you would give all your money." No, because once I give all my money, then I also become poor, and then I also have to start begging. I don't want to beg. I don't want to be like you. I want to help you, but I don't want to be like you, and that also does not make a person bad. Like this is happy Valentine's Day, Lenny, right? That does not make somebody inherently a bad person. No, like that's just crazy to me.
You just came up the elevator and you took clamping scissors and you cut the chains of those elevators and shut them down.
Okay, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens because like sometimes it does happen. Just like I'm also sure like you, when you started YouTube and where you are now in your career, like almost had 1 million subs, like your money's changed. A lot of things has changed. Like now you have a son. I'm sure there's a lot of people in Nigeria and even in Gambia who call you asking for money. And I'm sure you say no. Because things have changed. Your life has changed. You have a child. You have a nanny. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know why she's doing this. Like, I don't know why she's doing this, right? But you said no. I'm sure there's a lot of people who call you and you no longer send money the way you used to. Why? Because your life has changed. There's a child. There's a nanny. There are businesses. You want to do this. You have tour dates. You probably have an editor. Like, you have more expenses. Once upon a time, maybe people could call you, okay, fine, I'll send the money. But then you get to a point, you say, you know what? I can't send the money the way I used to because my life has changed. My bills have changed. My priorities have changed, right? And it's the same thing with Great Britain. We're in 2025. We cannot expect the country. That was like almost like 40 years ago, right? I was born in 85, right? Yeah. So that's 50 years ago. 50, like what is it? 45 years ago, huh? 45 years ago. We cannot expect Great Britain to continue to operate with the same immigration model that they had in 1990 in 2025. Times have changed. People have changed. The quality of immigrants that are coming to England has changed. The mindset of these people have changed. The culture of these people have changed. The family dynamic of these people have changed. Today in England, for example, there's so many Black kids who stab people. And I'm not saying it to be mean, but it's true though. It's a lot of West Indian kids. There's a lot of African kids out there. They stabbing the people. They pickpocketing people. They rob people in downtown, not far from Buckingham Palace. People get their phones snatched. They get their motorpads snatched. People just getting robbed in broad daylight. Even like, they have like the little fancy, like the London Eye, that wheel, right? A lot of people now getting robbed. People getting robbed. People getting stabbed. London is no longer safe. Because the quality of immigrants has changed. We don't even have shameful immigrants anymore. We have bold criminals who come, who bully, terrorize, steal, get lazy, impregnate, don't take care of their kids. So no. But everybody has the right to change their mission statement. Everybody has the right to say, we're going to change the way we operate. Because at the end of the day, England is for the British people. It's not for foreigners. They are seriously different. They are seriously different. And they are really, really crazy. They are truly crazy. Okay? Like, they're truly crazy. But we have to be honest. Like, even here in America, like when I came to America, like in the 96, right? But my thing is like even illegal people who came here in the 90s, y'all, they would come here on Monday. They would have a job by Wednesday and they stayed out the way. They were not out here committing crimes. They'd be so afraid to commit crimes. You know what I'm saying? We used to have like law-abiding, God-fearing, illegal aliens. They would stay out the way. So maybe that's why for so long it was tolerated, because they did not bother people, right? They stayed out the way. Like they come on Monday, they have a job by Wednesday, and they would work really hard, stay out the way, don't bother people, don't commit crimes, like none of that kind of stuff. So maybe that's why for a long time people tolerated illegal immigration, because they were actually nice people, quiet people, calm people, like family people. You fast forward now, we have a whole new breed of UN type of illegal immigrants. They're out of pocket. They are out of pocket. They're not humble. They're not grateful. They don't say thank you. They want the most. They don't want to work. Like it's like, I've never seen this. They commit crimes. They kill people. They rape people. They expose their private parts to people. No, enough is enough. Enough is enough, right? Exactly. Today, these people are crazy. They are really crazy. A lot of them are insane. They are seriously insane. And they have a crazy sense of entitlement. Okay? So it's like, no. No, people don't want that. And also, even me, I do believe that some part of Islam are good, but I do see how a lot of Western countries are taking issue with the fact that a lot of Muslim people are bringing polygamy to Europe. They do not want that, because it goes against the family values that they have. It also goes against women's right. There are certain things that Europeans no longer want to see in their nation. They don't want to see polygamy. They don't want to see a man with 4 wives and 6 wives and whatever. It's just too much, okay? It is not their culture. It's an antithesis to the Western culture. Like Western values and Western principles do not align with polygamy. Right. And so I think a lot of Muslim people also who are coming to these Western nations have to agree to concede. You have to concede that. You got to stop doing that. You might not want to, but you have to stop doing that, because what are you also willing to give up in order to create a better union in your adoptive country, right? What are you willing to give up? And what I'm hearing from a lot of immigrants, like, we don't want to give up anything. Well, it's our culture. It's our tradition. Well, it's okay to revise culture and revise tradition if it can form a better union with your adoptive country, right? They're not saying don't have any wives. They're saying no multiple wives. It's not that hard, right? Right? Like, you have to give up something. But it's like a lot of these immigrants are so self-righteous. They're so entitled. They're so pompous. They're like, oh, I have to be an absolute purist of my faith in a foreign country. Sir, this is not your country. If you want to be a purist in your faith, then stay home and then do whatever you do in your home. But a lot of people do not want to see polygamy in Europe. And I get that, right? I get it. Yeah. Like they're really crazy. Like, so I can see that, because you see, like here in America, for example, like, people believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. That's it. That's how they live here. Because when you start having multiple wives, they see like domestic abuse, a woman's right. Westerners are really big on women's rights. It's a big thing for them. And so for them, polygamy seems oppressive and, suppressive to women's right. They do not want that. So you have to understand, okay, if I want to go there, live there, and have a great life, I'm also have to understand that their culture is supreme. I can keep some of my culture, but I might have to give certain things up to have a better union with my adoptive family. Yes, it's not that hard. Why can't you give up polygamy if it makes everything better? Yeah, it's like, it really, like, it's a lot, and I'm like, so I don't see how that makes anybody bad. Like, I am really confused. I just feel like, as like they say, when you're in Rome, do as the Romans do, to the best of your abilities, right? But people are not saying you cannot have a wife. You can have one wife, but they're saying you cannot do multiple wives, because it doesn't fit in their ethos as Westerners. They do not want that. They don't want that shit. It's not that hard. I'm not going to budge. I'm still going to be polygamous and living in council homes, or I'm going to live in government housing. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? You're an agent of chaos. Right. And my thing is, if you detest their way of living and their mindset, why do you choose to immigrate to a country that is not suitable for your lifestyle? You can go to Qatar, you can go to Saudi Arabia, you can go to Dubai, you can go to Lebanon, you can go to Syria, you can go to Iraq, you can go to Iran, you can go to, I don't know, what else is out there, right? Yemen, I don't know, Pakistan, Afghanistan, right? There are a lot, even there are countries in Africa like Mali, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea that are welcoming to polygamy. Go there. Go amongst your polygamous people. Yeah. So that's the part I don't like. Me, honestly, I don't understand. Oh, I don't like their culture, but I still want to go live there. Why? It's going to create a clash. It's not going to work. So why are you doing this? Because you are an agent of chaos. You're not some meek immigrant. You are an agent of chaos. You want to bring chaos. You know what I mean? You want to bring chaos. But if the people say, like, you go into a country, everybody that is married is in a monogamous marriage, right? It's just one man and one wife. You're like, oh, well, I'm going to do what I want to do because that's my culture. No, culture can be revised. Just like even white people, at some point, being barbarian was part of their culture. But they've learned to be civilized, right? Because you have to adapt. We're not saying you cannot have a wife, but you cannot have multiple wives. Because that is not what Europe is about. And you have to respect that, or stay where you stay, or go somewhere that welcomes polygamy, right? But that's crazy. I don't know why people who are Muslim who believe in polygamy always want to go and immigrate in Western countries as opposed to immigrating in Muslim countries, because you would feel more comfortable there. Where I'm like, if I believe in polygamy, you should immigrate to Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Yemen. So, because that way everybody there is polygamous. It's normal to be polygamous there. You know? I don't get that part.
In essence, that is how it comes across. I understand that we have to have immigration laws in every country. You have to have your laws. It's not black and white. Every case is individual. And when you see families that...
We don't have time for that. We don't have time for that. Oh, you see? We don't have, she's like, oh, but everything is individual. We don't have time for that. You think we have time to go, if we have 1 million people every month, let's say we have 500,000 to 1 million people every month seeking asylum or seeking to immigrate in England. You want us to go case by case by case for 1 million people? Like, where do you even find the labor for that? Where do you find all these immigration officers? And then who's going to pay them? Once again, a socialist mindset. We don't have time for that. So we just have general rules. And it's true. Some people who probably we should have more empathy for, unfortunately, they're going to get the short end of the stick. It is sad, but that's what we do. You cannot go case by case by case because you're going to go broke. Like this, I mean, this is, I don't know. I think people feel as though there's all this money. There's all this money. Where's the money? Where's the money? Are you willing to pay for that? Even her, is she willing to, is she okay if they raise her taxes by 10% or 20% to pay for the people? She's going to say, hell no. Right. And that's the thing about liberals. Like, they have these like these grand ethos, like these grand positions that they take on social media. But end of the day, if you believe in that so much, are you willing to pay up 10% more or 20% more in taxes from what she's already paying in taxes, just so we can go by case by case by case by case? Most likely you're not going to do it. So if you don't want to do it, what makes you think the next British person wants to do it? And the next one wants to do it. And the next one wants to do it. The same way you don't want to do it, I'm sure the vast majority of British people don't want to do it. Because people are tired of paying taxes. The people are tired. They are seriously tired. They are tired of being taxed out their ass. Because Sylvia said it's 45%. So what if taxes have to go up to like 55% or 60%? For what? So we can go case by case by case by case? No. We're going to find the cheapest method possible to do what we have to do. And it's true. Some people are not going to get the kind of care and things like that they deserve. But at the same time, a government is not a concierge service. This is not the Dorchester. Okay. It's not what they have, what other fancy hotel they have in England, right? It's not the Dorchester. It's not the Mayfair. Okay. Immigration services are not 5-star hotels. They're not here to give you, a la carte service. Oh, no, that's not how life works. Okay? It's extremely costly. It costs a lot of money. Okay? It costs a lot of money. So who's going to pay for that? Right? When she goes on her tours and she charges all these tickets, right? What if UK says, okay, your tour money. We want all the money because we got to go take care of asylum people. She's not going to be okay with that. Who's going to pay for that?
Come here and want to have a better life. They do that for the sacrifice for their children, the way your mother did for you, Kemi.
But her mother did not do that. You're saying a whole lot of nonsense. She was born there. She was raised outside of the UK. So she wasn't even raised in the UK. So it's not comparable. It is not comparable. It's not comparable. The immigrants are coming there for a better life. Okay. Once again, immigrants do not take priority over the citizens. So the citizens, they don't want a better life. And I'm like, and the way she's talking, like you would believe that everybody in England was like super rich, super successful, working like 3 days a week, driving like a Range Rover. What other car they got? What's the other car they got? Austin Martins, and then vacationing on the countryside with horses. Like you would think every British person was so rich. No, there are so many poor, struggling British people. So if the country itself has not managed to lift more British citizens out of poverty, why would it incumbent how can I say this, like burden itself by trying to lift the immigrants out of poverty? What? Once again, immigrants are not a priority over the citizens of a nation. And I've even thought about this. Okay. Yeah. And I even thought about this because in the Bible too, with the book of Genesis, right? When what's his name? When Joseph was prime minister of Egypt, right? The Egyptians were very nice to the Hebrew people. But then by the time we get to Moses, they're in slavery. And so initially I was like, you go along because that's just how you're trained to go along. Oh, Pharaoh's a bad person. Let my people go. Wumpty wump wump. But one day I sat there, maybe it was like because of all this election stuff. I sat there and I really started thinking about Pharaoh. I'm like, okay, I've never looked at the Egyptian perspective. I've always looked at the perspective for Moses and the Hebrew people, because according to the Bible, they're the chosen one, right? But how did y'all go from being welcome in Egypt to being slaves in Egypt? What happened? Then I started looking at the behavior of a lot of immigrants in this nation. And I'm like, is this what happened in Egypt? Did y'all start to smell yourselves? Did y'all start to sniff yourself? Did y'all start to think that you were better than the actual people of Egypt? Is that why they got mad? Because I don't understand this. How can a people that was once welcoming has now turned you into slaves? Okay. What happened? Right? But you see, the problem with quote unquote indoctrination is that when you are indoctrinated, you are told off the bat, this side is good, that side is bad, no question. Right? So when I was okay, so I was like, you know what? I've never thought about looking at the perspective from the Egyptian people, because how do you go from being welcome into a country where they are actually in the time of famine? It was a time of famine, right? When Reuben and them and Jacob immigrate to Egypt, it's a famine everywhere. So I'm like, in a time of famine, they welcomed you, right? Even though it was a time of famine, they could have been mean, like, oh, you know what? We barely have enough for ourselves, so I don't know, man, tough luck. No, you can come in, you can eat the food, you can eat the stuff they saved up, whatever. But then it's like you fast forward from Joseph to Moses, the people in slavery. Like, you're in slavery? What happened? And I do feel like sometimes this could happen because immigrants sometimes they don't know their place. Yes, I said what I said. I think sometimes they don't know their place. And they don't know how to be grateful, don't know how to understand, like, you know what, I am an immigrant, like, I gotta chill a little bit, right? So it could be that they try to walk all over these Egyptians and they're like, hold up, wait a minute. We try to be nice to y'all, and now y'all think y'all gonna run us? These chains, there you go, chains on your neck, chains on your feet, okay? Like, yep, you're gonna work for us because you out of pocket, okay? That it could have been that. I don't know. I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, what happened? Okay, what happened? What happened in Egypt, y'all? What happened in Egypt? Okay, we need to go do our own little research and find out what happened in Egypt. Because from being welcome guests in time of famine to being enslaved by these people, you must have done something. Okay, exactly. You must have done something. Cause why? What happened? Right? And I can see that when people come into your country, like, oh yeah, even though I live here, I'm a proud so and so, and I'm a proud so and so, and my what's it called? My loyalty is with da 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 da. You know, is this like the kind of stuff she's saying? Is that the kind of stuff that the people were saying in Egypt? And they were like, what? After everything we done for y'all, what? What? Mm. Okay, because I'm like, something had to happen, and we never really go into that. But something happened, because why? Why do the Egyptian people change like that? From welcoming these people to enslaving these people, something happened in between. Okay, because these are two extremes: super welcoming to now slavery. Why? What happened in between? And it's funny how they never tell us what happened in between. But I do feel like they were feeling themselves. I really do. I really do feel like okay, I really do feel like they were feeling themselves. They were saying all kinds of foolishness. They probably thought they were better than the Egyptians. Like, they were probably doing some foolishness. And the people got sick and tired of it, and it was what it was. Because it's very bizarre. Something happened. Like, nobody does this. Joseph, you're welcome. By Moses, you're slaves. Hold up. What happened? Okay. And I'm like, we need to go and do our own research, because something happened. And I think this is it right here. I think this is it. I think this behavior right here is what triggered these people to say, if we don't fix this, one day we're going to wake up and we're going to be their slaves. So like, no, you're going to be my slave before you enslave me. I really think that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? Because you're nice to people, and then people forget their place a little bit. You know, I'm like, it's very bizarre. It's very bizarre, y'all. But I really thought about that. I sure did. I was like, something had to happen to trigger these people into so much hysteria that they felt like, if we don't enslave these people, take everything away from them, we're gonna wake up one day and we're gonna be their slaves. We're gonna wake up one day and we're gonna be their slaves, and it's not gonna be good for us. So before they enslave us, we're gonna enslave them. They did something. They're not innocent. They did something to trigger these people. And maybe that's why God also let it go on for so long, because like, yeah, y'all did trigger these people, huh? But now it was like, okay, it's too much now. It has to stop, right? Because why does it also take God so long to intervene? Okay. All right. They were feeling themselves. Something happened, y'all. Something happened.
Why I think this is trending. We are both Nigerians. We are both British. Thank you, Father, because if not,
she is not, like, no. She's telling you she's not. She's telling you she's not Nigerian. She told you she's British. She has Nigerian ancestry, but she is British. You were born in Nigeria. You are a naturalized British citizen. It is not the same path to citizenship. She was born there. Therefore, she's British. You are an immigrant who becomes a naturalized British citizen, right? It's not the same path. So you see yourself as a Nigerian, right? She does not. She didn't have a choice. Her mom took her out of England and raised her in Nigeria, America. Then she comes back to Nigeria, to the UK. Maybe if she had her way, she would have stayed in the UK her entire life. But she was a child. She's a minor. So she has to go with the parent, right? Your whole life, until like your formative years, you were raised in Nigeria. So you strongly identify as a Nigerian. You were born there, you were raised there, you become an adult, then you leave and you start living in different countries until you settle in the UK. You're not the same. You have the ancestry, that's about it. But Kemi has told y'all, I don't get this. Like, Kemi has told these people she is not Nigerian. Like, I don't think they get it, right? Her nationality is British. She sees herself as British. It is not her fault that her skin is black, and it's not her fault that her name is Kemi Olu. That is not her fault. You don't get to choose your family. Now that she's an adult, she identifies as a British national. She was born in the UK. Her loyalty is to the UK. She does stuff for the British people. You've told us that you're Nigerian, your mother's from Gambia, and that you do everything for Nigeria. You're about Nigeria. So you're not it's not the same thing, right? You don't have the same paradigm. You are a Nigerian living in the UK with a British passport. She's a British living in England as a British. It's not the same paradigm. And you can't look past her skin and her name. So you have the problem, right? It's not her fault. But she's been telling you people she is not Nigerian. I don't get this. I don't know. I don't know why it's so hard. I get it. Right. And I'm like, she's doing exactly what you guys have always wanted. Because when white people used to say, go back to Africa, oh no, I'm French. Oh, I'm British. Like, this is my home. That's exactly what she's doing now. What a lot of Africans have always wanted to do and be able to say is like, no, I am not this. I'm British, right? You have a lot of African Black people, when you ask them, like, what are you? I'm British, even though we know Black people are not indigenously from Great Britain, but whatever, right? Cool. That's how they identify. Why can she also identify as a British? She's British with Yoruba ancestry. But this lady has been telling y'all, I am not Nigerian. My mother is Nigerian. Her mother is Nigerian. Her dad is Nigerian. She says, I know I'm Yoruba, but I identify as a British woman. She is a British national. What more does she have to say? She was voted in the parliament, not by Nigerian people, but by the British people. There was an election open to people who are British people to go vote. They voted and she won. So therefore, she's there to serve the interests of Britain and the British people who voted for her, not Nigeria, not Nigerian people. She doesn't owe Nigeria anything, my lord. I just don't know why it's so hard. And plus, it's 200 million people in Nigeria. How can she owe 200 million people something? That is not possible. No, nobody in Nigeria put her where she is. No Nigerian person put her where she is today. She worked hard and she positioned herself where she is today. There was an election. British people went and they voted and she won. So she's indebted to the British people. She works for the British government. She does not work for Nigeria, the Nigerians. No, leave her alone. I'm like, what is this? This is so bizarre.
That's how Kemi will be disturbing me when I'm filming my YouTube episodes. Auntie for me. Yeah. Do you have your citizenship? I can't imagine. Oh my God. I can't imagine. And so you want to extend and you want the process to be much more painful. If you come here and your intent is just to cause havoc, chaos, and be a criminal, fine, not a problem. But when people come, they want to better themselves. You extend that gratuity and you do not attack their integrity and make them feel small. You find food, you find shelter, you find clothing. You give them jobs. You give them opportunities. I have to refer to your heritage, to how you came here, because it's the very thing that you're knocking against. Your mother was not a criminal. Your mother was not here to steal, to beg, to make things difficult. She did not have a high net job. She did not pay a private clinic. She took advantage of what she knew that you would benefit from. May your father rest in peace. But I do know that that was what he wanted for you. And I'm under the impression that many would have been proud of you because we have somebody who belongs to two worlds. I would have expected that you would want to come to Nigeria, that you would go to Nigeria, that we would set up different treaties. Let us see how we can weld this together. Because I tell you, Kemi, the white man that you think you have impressed, you have not impressed him. You've only shown him that you will betray your people.
But you are not her people. I don't understand this. I do not understand this. I really do not understand this. Like, what white man? And the funny thing is, what makes you think that even if Kemi's mom was alive, she wouldn't even agree with her daughter? Like, you assume that Kemi's mom was a socialist. How do you know that her mother does not have the same mindset? Like, if her mom was alive, she'd be like, yeah, girl, do that because this is crazy. Right? There was a time, I remember, like, I don't know if you guys ever heard this, like, but once upon a time in Nigeria, like, they had a thing against Ghanaians. And it was called Ghana Must Go. Like, so they kicked a lot of Ghanaians out of Nigeria. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Like, this is crazy. So, like, yeah, there was even a bag for that. There was even a bag. Like, These bags, they're usually known as like Ghana must go, right? Because a lot of Ghanaians were like, they were just kicked out of Nigeria. Okay. They were kicked out of Nigeria. Let me see if I can find the history. Hold on. You see? You see? So even once upon a time, Nigeria was kicking out West African people. She is a layman. Her husband is white. I think he's like Dutch or something, right? But I'm like, even Nigerians themselves in the 80s, they were kicking out Ghanaians out of Nigeria. So because Ghanaians used to have these bags, the bag became known as Ghana must go. There's the red one, there's the blue one, but they were kicking these people out, even though we're all West African, right? They kicked them out, right? Okay. Hello. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, so yeah, they kicked them out. They didn't want them. They felt like it was too many Ghanaians. You know, because they had a coup d'etat. Like there was a coup d'etat in Ghana with rollings and stuff. Like it was a hot mess. It was a mess, Kevin. It was a mess. It was a mess. You know, Africans love themselves a coup d'etat. They love a civil war, China, right? But a lot of some also came to the Ivory Coast and stuff. Ivory is a lot nicer, but Nigerians kicked them out. Well, you see, whichever way it went. She said Ghana kicked out Nigerians first. Maybe that's what happened. But my point is, though, Nigeria kicked people out too, though, right? So it's like, you see, so my point is, even amongst West African countries, people get kicked out. Y'all do too much. I know, like with the war, when the war happened in the Ivory Coast, a lot of Ivorians moved to Ghana, right? Ghanaians were extremely mean. They were very, very mean to a lot of Ivorian immigrants. Like my family's like my people who were there as refugees. They didn't have a good experience at all. They didn't have a good experience, right? So I'm like, so even amongst Africans, like people do mean things. They have these immigration laws. They kick people out. They rob them. I mean, all kinds of stuff, right? But my point is, what is so wrong with Great Britain saying like, okay, we gotta bring this down a little bit. Like we don't want to have all these people. It's a bit excessive. Okay. Oh, if we're outside, child, right? It's a bit excessive. Like, let's just calm down a bit. It's not a bad thing, right? But it's like she owes nothing to Nigeria. The lady's been, I'm like, she's been killing herself trying to explain that to people. You can't help yourself but see a black woman when you look at her. That's not her fault. You can't help and look at her name. Oh, she's Nigerian, so she owes me something. Well, you gotta deal with that. It sounds like a personal problem. It's not her problem. And maybe she should probably change her name. Like, Linda, call herself Sarah. So that way y'all can leave her the hell alone. Right? But it's like, my gosh, leave her alone. Like, leave this woman alone. She has the right to be who she wants to be. That's the whole point of being a free human being. Like, this is who she wants to be. Respect it. Let her be.
That's all. And that's what this is. You did not have to make the statement. Somebody else in your party could have said it.
Why?
As a Nigerian with Nigerian blood flowing through your veins, it was not for you to say. Because now we know you're not our ally. Again, like I said, it's not a matter of immigrants should flood this place. No, immigrants should not flood any country. But there are circumstances and there are situations. And you being in a position where something could be done, it is to help, but not to push against. And that is where.
But she's helping the British people. She's it's to help. No, I don't. Makes sense for me. I hope you understand that Great Britain is not the UN. Okay, Great Britain is a country. It's a sovereign nation. It is not a non-for-profit. It is not United Nations. Like the immigrants come in. No, it is not the UN. Okay. It is a sovereign nation. It's a sovereign country. They have the right to say, we don't want this anymore because it's no longer serving us. That's it. It is their right. Now, of course, if you're an immigrant that you're not happy to hear this, okay, we get that, right? But nobody owes you a thing because it is not your home country. You don't even pay taxes there. So why are you mad? Why are you even sad? And I'm sure if your country was rich, right? If your country was rich, then I'm sure you would want the same things. Like, hold up, wait a minute. You see? So she has dual citizenship. Okay, right? So that's what it is. But you cannot be mad at people for saying enough is enough. Like, this model is no longer serving us. We're going to extend how long it takes So that way you pay more into taxes. We make sure that you have contributed enough, because once you become a citizen, you get to claim certain benefits, right? And we have to make sure that you have put enough money in the pot just in case, like, you know what, now I'm a citizen, I don't want to work anymore, I want to claim benefits, that we have enough money in there to take care of you. That's it. They want everybody who's a British citizen to be able to pay for their own way. If you ain't got the money, you don't get the passport. Okay, it's life. There are rules. You know what I'm saying? Bam. It's enough.
This angst is coming from. It's also coming from the fact that you are a Nigerian.
Oh my gosh.
Whether you don't claim yourself to be Niger or Yoruba, please make that make sense. That does not make sense to me whatsoever.
Because you don't want it to make
doesn't make sense. You are Nigerian. You are black. Anytime when anybody sees you, they know you're black.
You see? You see this? Does not give, oh, because you're black, you should be Democrat. You see this? A plantation. You see this? Plantation talk. So because her skin is black, therefore what? She should always at all time be pro-immigration, even if it can bankrupt the nation that she lives in. So because she is black, because she's African, because she is West African of ancestry, she should vote for policies that could bankrupt the UK. She should shoot herself on the own foot. She should continue to make London unsafe. People can get stabbed, robbed, all kinds of pickpocket. People don't want to pay for the train, don't want to pay for the tube, don't want to pay for ish, right? Like I'm telling you, Val, I've been telling y'all, it is the ancestry. It's in the blood. You see this? It's in the blood. It's in the blood. That's why when I see these diaspora wars, I always laugh, because I'm like, if people could understand, like, they have the same behavior, like, it's the blood. It's the blood. It's that African DNA, that West African bloodline. That's how it goes. This is how it goes. You understand me? This is insanity. Okay? This is really insanity. This is really insanity. This is insanity. Okay. Like, she lives in the UK also. You guys, the UK is so unsafe. It is so unsafe now. People get robbed, stabbed. I mean, it is so unsafe. Like, even going downtown, like, even the bougie places, are no longer safe. I'm talking like, you could not even be far from Parliament. They're gonna stab your ass. You hear me? Them little destructive ass kids, they will stab you like within like 2 steps of Parliament. Are you kidding me? You know, like, what Big Ben is? They will stab your ass right there and take your purse. These people are crazy. It's insane. It needs to stop. Okay? They are truly, truly crazy. They are insane. So I'm like, no. You you are forcing a paradigm on this young woman where you want her to see herself as a Nigerian, as an ally to Nigerian people. Whoa. And my thing is, I would even argue and say that she's an ally to British Nigerian people, right? Why? Because if you're a Nigerian and you're British, she's helping you keep the country safe. She's helping you not increase the taxes on your property. She's helping you by making the British passport be worth something, right? She answers to her stakeholders, and those stakeholders are people with the British passport, not people who aspire to have one. That is her job, right? And Nigerian politicians need to do whatever is best for the Nigerian people. She's going to do what's best for the British people. Okay? I'm like, but you see how they are? They never want you. I'm like, it's a black people thing. They never want you to be your own person. You always have to do groupthink. I mean, it's crazy. It is just so crazy to me, because the vast majority of black people across the diaspora identify as socialists. They really do. I don't even think they realize that they're socialists, they're Marxists. They don't even realize what they are. But this is how they think. Somebody owes me something. Oh, if you're black, you owe me loyalty. No, I owe loyalty to my pocketbook. Thank you. Okay. No. Unburden us, but what has been, okay? We're no longer going to be burdened by these shackles, okay? It's like, this is what they do. And they're so mean to her because they want her to see herself as Nigerian, pro-Niger. Oh, yes, come here as much as you want. You only need to wait 6 months to get a visa, 6 months to become a British citizen. Like, what? They want chaos. They want utter chaos. They want utter chaos. They want this country to go bankrupt. It's like, no, she cannot allow this. And she's doing her job. That is her job. Protect the interest of the crown. She's like, oh, whatever white man you think. No, I'm like, why do they think Kemi? I'm like, have you ever heard Kemi speak? Does it look like Kemi is being told by a white man what to say? Man, please. Oh, you Yoruba. So if you keep saying she's Yoruba, then you gonna know she has a mind of her own. She cannot be bullied. Does this look like a person that a white man gonna be, oh, let me put a battery up her back and she gonna start saying this? You make no sense. Which one is it? Is she Yoruba or is she not? Right? Because if you say, oh, I reckon that you're a Yoruba woman, then you know her pride is lit. Like, nobody's gonna crank up a battery. This is who she is. She doesn't need no white man to tell her how to think. This is how she thinks. I'm like, this is so crazy. Oh, there has to be a white man. There has to be a white man that's making you do this. Like, what? I'm like, stop giving white people so much credit. No, Fumi is South African. Fumi is P-U-P-H-U-M-I, right? Fumiza. This is Fumi. Fumi is F-U-M-I. It's like phonetically it sounds the same, but it's not the same spelling. Her Fumi is Nigerian, so it's F-U-M-I. Fumi, her name is Fumiza. It's not even an E. It's not even an I, it's an E. No, it cannot be. Fumi would never step for this foolishness. Fumi's like, oh, hell no. Fumi doesn't like illegal immigration. She says it all the time. She's like, I came here legally. And she's like, I paid a lot of money. But Fumi's name is Fumiza. With an E. M is Fumiza, right? Fumi, yeah. It's an E and then a Z and an A. And this is Fumi. This is F-U-M-I. But Fumi does not like illegal immigration. No. And you'll notice that like most immigrants who came legally and paid all the fees and waited their years, they don't like illegal immigration because it's not fair. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Fumi will tell you that. She's like, oh, I paid for this money. She had to pay. She even had to do like all these tests, like HIV tests, like STD tests. Like it was a lot of testing also. It was a lot, but she paid a lot of money. But Fumi came here legally. I'm like, people who come here legally do not like this foolishness. Like, what is this? Like, what is this? What is all of this? Like, what is this? And sometimes if you can't go to the embassy to get the visa the right way, what are you hiding? Okay. What are you hiding? If you cannot go to the embassy and get a visa the right way, suspicious. Somebody call Dr. Umar. Okay. Suspicious. Yeah, it's phonetically, it sounds the same. But it's not spelled the same. Nah.
That will never go away. It will go into your children and to your children's children. And that is what we stand for. That the generation in front of us will be better than what we have done, of what we can accomplish. And so I say to my fellow Nigerians.
So the only way to accomplish a better generation is to let all kinds of immigration go crazy. Makes it Fumi, you're too much.
When I see how this thing done Nakake Lake.
Yeah.
When I see how this thing done Nakake Lake. Biko Kekwan, it's time for us to come and do something. So if it means that we have to go right back to the drawing board.
What is that?
Let's go back to the drawing board, because these people here in United Kingdom, in America, they don't have two heads. And we are so talented. We are so gifted. We are so intelligent.
Amen.
Nigeria, every university, top. Nigerian. Is it medicine? Is it engineering? We have it.
Okay.
But we have to be better organized.
Okay.
We have to do better for us. Because who would have thought that the day would come when we have one of ours in a position such as Kemi's to say, you know what, I'm locking the gate on our own. That's just what this is. It goes.
And you know what I don't like about this kind of tribal foolishness is that it's making it seem as though Kemi took this position only to penalize Nigerian immigrants. No, if anything, I think she's doing it because of Islamic people. It's like, I don't even think Nigerian people are in her mind. I think I think Kemi's fear, like a lot of people's fear, is this displacement of a lot of Muslims, lots of Arabs who are immigrating into the West and whose cultures and ethos are completely opposed to Western ideals, Western values, and things like that. Kemi is not thinking about Nigerians. right? And I'm like, so to me, you know what I mean? So to me, it's like it's very unfair because when you give out a message like this, like not only is it tribal, but it encourages a tribal hatred towards a Yoruba daughter, right? And I honestly, from what I have seen, from what is going on in England right now, I think Nigerians or even illegal immigrants who are Nigerians are the least of her concerns. She does not want to see in us how can I say this? And it's Islamified, I don't know, yeah, you know, like an Islamified version of Great Britain. They are really concerned about Islam, an extreme version of Islam taking over the West, especially Great Britain. But it's not because of Nigerian people. In the past 5 years, England hadn't had to tussle and wrestle with a crazy influx of Nigerian immigrants. No, no. So we have to stay on point. I think if you're going to criticize the lady, at least do your research and understand who she's really targeting with this law. And it's not Nigerians. It's not West African people that she's afraid of. She's afraid of something else. And I know what that is. And it's like it's mostly Arabs, extreme Arabs. Those who make it really hard to believe that there is a possibility for integration, assimilation, because they are so rebellious and they are so hateful of the West, and yet they want to keep coming to the West. But she's not thinking about Nigerian people. Right? Now, it could be, yeah, that some Nigerian people will be penalized because of that. It happens. It happens. But it's not intentional. Oh, this is like, I'm passing this because I'm coming after Nigerians. No, you're not the first people on her mind right now. I promise you that. It's the Middle East that's concerning her. Okay? Well, thank you, Yvette. But she's not thinking about Nigeria. I don't think it's fair. And that's the same thing they do. It's like, oh, if they see Byron Daniels, oh, look at this black guy. Oh, he's a coon. And as if it's like, oh, Byron Daniels is just waking up. Oh, yeah, I can't wait to go oppress black people. I can't wait to go hurt black people. They love to do that. Like every time there's a black, I don't know if Byron is African-American, but if he is or if he's not, but it's like here in America too, like every time you have a black person or every time you have an African-American person who's a Republican, you should see how they talk about the people. Like, oh, you see, they betraying their own. Oh, they're attacking their own. It's like, what the freak are you even talking about? That's them goofy ass rappers you listen to, right? But meanwhile, for example, like I listen to Byron a lot. Byron is extremely intelligent, for real. Byron is extremely intelligent. He's extremely well-versed. I mean, he's in the House. He's in the House of Representatives, right? And everything he says, it makes so much sense. But the way they talk about him, you would think like he wakes up in the morning, oh, I can't wait to ruin black people. I can't wait to catch me some slaves. I can't. No, shut up. It's those Democrats who do that. It's those black Democrats. They're slave catchers, right? You listen to Byron, he makes a lot of sense. Like, oh yeah, this actually makes a lot of sense. You know, sometimes I even compare him to JD Vance. I'm like, Byron's a great speaker, and he does a great job explaining issues to people. That's why every time he goes to a Breakfast Club, they can't really say much because he's actually right. Stop doing this, right? I hate when they always try to galvanize tribal hatred against a black person. Stop. If you're not informed, if you're not politically sophisticated, just say that. But I mean, everybody who's been keeping up with the news in England right now, you know, Kemi is not thinking about Nigerians. She's not out here, so I need to pass laws to, you know, just persecute or just be mean to Nigerian people. She is worried about Muslims. And she doesn't hide it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying like she doesn't hide it. I think he would, but I think the thing with Byron, he's playing the long game. I don't think he wants anything right now. You know, I don't think he does. I think maybe he would have had it, but I think he might want to be governor of Florida. I don't think he's in a rush. And so I respect it. A lot of people are like, these goofy ass black people per usual, who are also, once again, not politically sophisticated, but always emotional. They're like, oh, what they say again? Oh, how come like Trump doesn't have this? Like, how come Trump didn't elect any black people? You know, like making fun of Byron and the other guy. What's the other black senator? I forgot his name. I was watching him earlier today. And I'm like, y'all so damn stupid. Because once again, y'all live for your emotion. Byron is not in a rush. Byron knows what he's doing. And I really do believe that Byron wants to be governor. I think he wants to be governor of Florida. because it could be, because I don't know if you have a term limit on how many times you can be governor, right? But DeSantis, I don't know if he can run again. I don't know. But it could be that DeSantis, Tim Scott, exactly. People try to make fun of him, like, oh, y'all didn't get anything. I'm like, y'all have no idea what the long-term plan is. Stop being stupid. Okay, you think everybody wants to work for the government? Okay, some people have bigger dreams. He might want to be governor of Florida, and then from that point on, might want to do something else, or he might even be interested in being in the White House because maybe he actually likes his job. Okay, so what was it again? But I do believe, I was listening to him on the Patrick Bet David podcast, and I'm like, I do believe that Byron might want to run for governor of Florida. Okay, I think he might want to. I think if DeSantis can no longer run, I think Byron's going to put his he's definitely going to put his hand in the game, and I definitely do believe that most likely he will get an endorsement from Donald Trump. So I think he's going to win. But I'm like, he knows what he wants, and he's just patient. Something a lot of Black people know nothing about. Okay, they do too damn much. They do too much. And they would have you thinking that every Black person who's not a Democrat hates Black people, or they hate Black people, oh, they're anti-Black, oh, you hate yourself. Like, what are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Like, shut up. Shut up.
Right down, deep down inside of me, no matter who I am, no matter where I go, no matter what I accomplish, I'm an African, and I am proud. And I will always stand for my people and do for my people wherever I go. Whatever I can do, I would. I would never have made that statement, true, false, or indifferent. The irony of it, Okemi, is that you will never see Oyinbo talking about their own Oyinbo people like that. You will never hear a British talking about a fellow Brit like that. In another...
Of course you will not, because we're not talking about British people. We are talking about immigrants. Miss for me, I'm a bit confused right now. She's like, oh, you would never hear Oyinbo. Oyinbo is a slang, is pidgin for white people, right? But I'm like, man, okay. White people are not the ones immigrating illegally into other people's countries and trying to plunder their welfare system and their public treasury. So, okay. It's okay, maybe, right? So that's number one. Number two, why would a British person talk about another British person? They're both British. Like, what the heck? I'm like, how does that even make sense? They're both British. It makes no sense. Okay, they're both British. So I'm sure they'll be on agreement, like, okay, we don't want to pay taxes for these asylum seekers. It is just too much. Yeah, they are really crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are truly crazy. And how many of them can do what Dr. Ben Carson has done? Like, one time I was sitting here and he was talking about how he split those twins. Like, you had Siamese twins that were joined like by the head. The surgery was like 18 hours long and he separated the babies. I'm like, what the freak? What the what? That is crazy. How? I'm like, that is amazing. Right? No. They're so silly. They're just really, really silly. The people are so silly.
A country where he has migrated, they don't do that to each other. We have to learn from them. Make it open your eye. They don't do you make mukumuku. Now be that now. They don't use you make mukumuku. And the thing is that they are not impressed. It just shows how far you will go. And that has backfired on you. We sit back and we know, okay, as you say that we are not one of you, you are not one of us.
Okay. My thing is, why does she need to be one of y'all? She's a British citizen. She works in Parliament. She's the leader of a whole British party. Her husband, as you said, is like maybe of German ancestry. Her husband works for Deutsche Bank. Her husband probably like a multi-millionaire. She doesn't need you people. It's like Candace Owens. They were like, oh, Candace got fired from the Daily Wire. Watch, you gonna try to be back with Black people. She was like, what? And I'm like, they were saying all of that the whole time. Candace was in Europe, going from podcast to podcast. And I'm like, y'all want Candace to need y'all so bad. Candace is done with y'all. Candace does not need Black people. Her husband is worth $250 million. Okay. She needs Black people for what? For what? Candace has almost 4 million subscribers. Angela Rye don't even have 2,000 subscribers. Right? Like, I'm like, what are we even talking about? Oh, Candace gonna try to come to the cookout. A cookout, she's at dinners, luxury dinners. You're doing barbecues. She's doing 5-star restaurants. You need to calm down. I'm like, this is like, it's insanity, right? They thought Candace was gonna come on her knees begging. I'm like, she is not. Like, are you like, do you not see, like, do you not see the numbers? Like, are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? You socialist, right? Her husband's a multimillionaire. Candace probably travels like in private jets. Like, do you know who she knows? For her to be bold enough to even go after the president, like the French president and his wife, and claim that the lady is a man and not be scared, you think she needs black people? Coming out here and telling the world that this man's wife is a man, that Brigitte Macron is a man. Monsieur Macron. I was like, Candace, you are insane. Exactly. I'm like, you people are crazy. You are crazy. They were waiting for that. I'm like, you will never have that. Candace, she has built a lane of her own that does not rely on the support of black people. She does her own thing. And her own thing works well for her. Candace can stream. You'll have like 40,000, 60,000 people on the live. Angela Rye with Andrew Gillum and Tiffany Cross can't even do that, right? Even Joy Reid, you put her on YouTube by herself, she can't do that. Roland Martin cannot do that. None of these people can pull these numbers. And I'm telling you, you can put all these people on one stream, they will not pull Candace's numbers. Candace is a powerhouse by herself. By herself. She does not need black people's support. So I'm like, when it comes to Kemi here, she does not need y'all. And I think maybe that's what hurts y'all. I was like, oh, damn, she don't need us. No, she does not. And that's the beauty of being a person that marches to the beat of your own drums. Be your own person. Yeah, be your own person. You know, I think like oh my gosh, if slavery hadn't happened, all this racism stuff, this is exactly how the world would be. People would not see themselves by their skin color, but people will see themselves like based on their mind. Like, okay, this is how I look at the world, and I want to walk with like-minded people, right? People would actually join with other people based on how they think, how they see the world and things like that. Unfortunately, because of slavery, we're kind of like, we've been forced to, okay, stick with black people because they black. Right? But now there's no more slavery. There's no more oppression like that. Is it enough of a compelling argument to walk with people? Oh, yeah, just walk with them because they're black. No, not really. I need more than that. Right? But that's really the way the world should be, where everybody is free to be themselves. Don't harm other people, right? But you should be yourself. Like, think for yourself, do what works for you, stand up for what you believe, and as much as possible, try not to hurt other people. But you have the right to guard your own self-interest. It does not make you a bad person. Yeah, it's like, this is how she sees herself. Like, let her be. Let her be.
It is a very unfortunate circumstance, and that's all I got to say on the matter. You might have some good points, but when it comes to immigration, you can't talk about something of which you wholly and handsomely benefited from.
But how did she benefit from that? If anything, you have more. You have 2 passports. She only has 1, right? I'm like, I don't get it.
If that be the case, then let your citizenship be revoked.
Why?
Start from scratch, go back to Nigeria,
Why?
and go from there.
Why?
Which one be this? I've been on don't vex because you can't find better plantain. I can tell you where to buy plantain, soft plantain. And then you can go to Healthy Hair Studio. Anytime, she will sort you out because I can see that you have some great parts there. You're only 45. Why are you so stressed? Auntie is here, 55, kicking and working and doing her thing. That's it. Well, again, like I said, Healthy Hair Studio. And I can show you where to go and buy pounded yam. Yes, Idi Corn and co.
Yeah, but makes it for me. You sit here and do gossip videos and you talk about celebrities. Why would you be stressed? Like, you do vain stuff. Like, it's extremely vain, right? Kemi is involved in building the trajectory of England for the next 50 years. That's some serious work. Like, you can't compare it sitting on YouTube, like talking about Blake Lively, talking about Two-Face and Annie getting a divorce. Like, like these are mindless, like brain rot topics. Like, sometimes I do enjoy them, but it's like, that is not comparable to being in parliament and be responsible for the future of a nation. So yeah, she's going to gray out because she's stressed, because she's doing like serious things. She's being a leader, right? We sit on YouTube and we gossip. It's not it's not comparable. It's not comparable.
Yes. So you can eat and enjoy yourself and leave this matter with somebody else. It does not concern you, Biko Kekwan, because that is how you also came here. How can you shoot the plane that brought you here? Talking about we're going to make it 50.
But it's not the same plane. It's not the same plane. And you read that. It's not the same plane. Her mom flew there with money to go to a private hospital. Her mom did not go there with zero money, have a baby at a free hospital, run on the bill, then stay, live in council housing, raise her daughter on council money and welfare. No. So yeah, she can shoot that plane down because that plane is a plane full of terrorists. They are coming to terrorize the public treasury. Yes.
That means I'll be 70. No. We're not part of it at all. We're not part of that new comment. You have to change it. Do something big, Okekwan. I will be here next week. I beg, make a chook mat for comment section. Tell me how you see this matter. Now, wow, it's Sunday. Let me go and pray. Let me also pray for Kemi and Co. Make sure don't mind them. Don't mind them. They don't vex. You know, it's one or two little things here. You know, I'm in London. I will talk to her more. Don't forget to like, to subscribe, hit the notification button, and I'll see you. What?
Let me see.
Are you shouting for me?
Crazy.
I'll see you sooner than later. All of my love.
Hold on. Let me see the video where she talks about it, if I can. Because over here, you see, all of them crying. Look at them crying. Hold on. Let me see if she's talking about it. There was one video that I saw where she talked about the price of immigration. But she was saying like it's about like 30,000. It's like almost like $30,000. Like, no, sorry, 55,000 pounds. You see? Look at him. It's so sad. I have never seen a people like I've never seen people so entitled in my life. I need to find this one. I need to find the video.
National interest before the ECHR. Does he agree that we should legislate even if lawyers warn that this might be incompatible with human rights law?
Hold on. You see,
people who arrive in the UK illegally.
And my thing is, let's be so for real, right? Let's be so for real. You want to sleep out? Let's be so for real. If you saw people like this on a raft coming to your country, would you not be scared? Like, who are these people? Like me, I'd be scared. Oh hell no! Because why are you coming in like this? What is going on? Who are all these men? Okay, who are all these men?
By taking dangerous journeys, will never be able to claim UK citizenship, according to new Home Office rules. The new guidance states that any migrant who's made a risky journey, such as by small boat or being stowed in a vehicle, will be turned away.
Yes.
And so now people arriving by that kind of route had to...
Britain is our home. It's not.
Yeah. It's like, really? No. If I see this, I'm scared. I am really scared. Who are you? Like, why are you coming on a raft like this? Who are these people? Who has vetted you? Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah.
She also said today she was far more worried about the 5 new MPs elected on the back of what she called sectarian Islamist policies. Alien ideas, she said, that have no place here. She means those MPs who voters chose because they opposed the Israeli government's continuing actions in Gaza, didn't she?
Yes.
So why does she call it sectarian Islamist policies?
Well, because those MPs sort of drew their support and sought their support from a particular part of the community that was in, not exclusively, but in large part based on religious identity. And I don't think politics...
based in large part on opposing what the Israeli government was doing in Gaza to the people of Gaza.
Yeah, but it was an appeal, not exclusively, but in a significant part to a particular community. And I don't think doing politics based on...
My thing is, people have the right to vet the people. Like, people have the right to vet people because, listen, some people in some cultures, they do all kinds of crazy stuff. So to me, it does not make you a bad person to say, hey, I want to vet people. But I'm like, I don't know why people feel so entitled to people's countries. It's so bizarre to me. It really is.
The illegal immigrants are coming here. Illegal immigrants. They are hiding. They are on benefits. The government is giving them council houses. Huh? The illegal people are coming into this country. You're giving council houses, big houses. You're giving them all benefits. And this country, those who are working in this country, you don't give them anything. What is this? You can bring people to work in the country, which is okay. But they have to live in the country by the rules of the country. They cannot bring their own agenda, and they cannot bring their own laws and religion, their whatever the force religion or force laws upon people. This is a free country, and this country has the right where the people can speak free of speech, and people can give their own opinions. So, my dear friends, this country is no more safe. The illegal immigrants are coming here. Illegal immigrants. They are hiding. They are on benefits. The government is giving them council houses. Huh? The illegal people are coming into this country. You're giving council houses, big houses. You're giving them all benefits. And this country, those who are working in this country, you don't give them anything. What is this? You can bring people to work in the country, which is okay. But they have to live in the country by the rules of the country. They cannot bring their own agenda, and they cannot bring their own laws and religion, their whatever the force religion or force laws upon people. This is a free country, and this country has the right where the people can speak free of speech, and people can give their own opinions. So, my dear friends, this country is no more safe. The illegal immigrants are coming here. Illegal immigrants. They are hiding. They are on benefits. The government is giving them council houses. Huh? The illegal people are coming into this country. You're giving council houses, big houses. You're giving them all benefits. And this country, those who are working in this country, you don't give them anything. What is this? You can bring people to work in the country, which is okay. But they have to live in the country by the rules of the country. They cannot bring their own agenda, and they cannot bring their own laws and religion, their whatever the...
And you see, look at this. Hold on. Because these people never like to talk about numbers. They'll try to get you with, oh, you're black, so you always just shut up. Okay? Shut up. Okay? Look at this, right? Migrants could cost the UK. Hey, Lauren. What's up, boo? What's up, my love, right? You see what she said right here? Migrants could cost $234 billion to the UK. Y'all, they don't have money. The UK even borrows money from America. These people don't even have the money, $234 billion. And they call that being a humanitarian. Oh, you know, it's about being a humanitarian. At $234 billion, they don't even have the money. So how much is that? How much is that in dollars? Hold on. What? British pounds. Y'all, this will mean zeros for me. To US dollars, right? Okay. So 238. So that's about $300 billion. They don't have it. They don't have it. 300 billion just to take care of immigrants. How do they pay for this? How will they pay for this? How? And I don't know why people refuse to admit that to themselves.
The Conservative government established the Ukraine Family Scheme, and in total, over 200,000 Ukrainians, mostly women, children, and the elderly, have found.
So you see, look at that. And Auntie Fumi trying to make it seem like she's coming after Nigerians. No, look, 200,000 Ukrainians came to the UK. Children, women, and elderly. So they're not going to work. They're not going to work. They're coming and there's no husband. Husband getting blown up in the war, getting killed. Right? Can a child work? No. So if you bring a child to the UK, they're going to have to take care of the baby. The child don't make no damn money. The elderly, the child, what is a grandma going to do? Okay, sell fish and chips at the market? So these are people, 200,000 people. None of them are going to work. Like I don't know why people are so evil. I don't know why people are so evil. Who can, like, these people right here, they're coming, they're vulnerable, they're weak. They're not going to be able to work. You have to take care of them. So 200,000 Ukrainians. Okay, what about other people from the world, right? But I'm like, this is not sustainable. This is not sustainable. And it's like, why are people so evil like this? Why are people so evil? Why do people always like to malign people with some foolishness? They are exhausted. They are really, really exhausted. Even I'm exhausted. You know, I left a comment on this girl, right? Because I really enjoyed her content. I don't know, right? But she got upset because, you know, a lot of these influencers, they really think that you have to kiss their ass because they have a channel and a camera. I'm like, okay, to me, you're just another person, especially like 50,000 subs and you get 3,000 views on video. It's not that deep. But the girl, she's cute. She has long hair. You know, I'm really into like my hair journey, so I'm supporting the person. But she made a video where she's saying that she's going to have like indefinite part, like permanent parts on her head, like these twists, right? For the next 6 months. Like she's not going to change her parts for the next 6 months. So then, you know me, I'm like, that's extremely restrictive because what happens if in the next 6 months you have somewhere to go or you have to wear a bun or you have a photo shoot, right? You're not going to undo your parts because you decided to commit to parts for the next 6 months. It is so restrictive. Like, enjoy your hair. She has so much hair. I'm like, how much more hair do you want? Okay. My thing is, you have long hair. Live your life. What's the big deal, right? Like, and I said, to me, the way you care about your hair, this obsession is really giving idolatry. Maybe that's what triggered her. I don't know. But hey, if it wasn't true, would she have been triggered? Right? But I'm like, to me, it's idolatry. And I think a lot of people, like there's a lot of girls that I follow here, like I've used to watch their hair content, not anymore, right? But I'm like, your hair is really turning into idolatry. You okay? I'm like, yeah, take care of your hair, grow your hair, you know, try not to damage your hair. But at some point, it's just hair. Like, it's not a child. Like, it's just hair. Live your life, girl. You know what I'm saying? It's like people who go on diets. I'm like, oh, yeah, for the next 6 months, I'm not going to eat any carbs, no alcohol, no this, no that. Okay, you might lose the weight, but it's so restrictive that once you lose the weight, you won't get it back. Okay? Because it's not sustainable. At the end of the day, you also have to enjoy your hair. Like, you have to enjoy life. Okay? Like, enjoy your hair. Oh, I'm going to go a whole year without a silk press. I'm going to go a whole year without blow drying my hair. Like, what is this? Okay? You have to enjoy your hair. So because I said that, the groupies that be like, you're being negative and you're being mean. I'm like, being mean how? Like, how am I being mean? Me telling this young woman that you need to enjoy your hair, live life. If you have your parts for just a month or even for 2 weeks, oh, who cares? Like, enjoy life. Like, nothing bad's going to happen to your hair because you didn't keep your parts for 6 months. That is extremely restrictive. Live your life. Right. So these girls just kept piling on. So I guess she got upset. So maybe she blocked me or she deleted my comment. I don't know. So I follow her from my other page because my other hair page, I follow her from there. And I saw a comment that she made like, oh, that somebody was being negative. And so before, what'd you say? Before they could even something before I could even open my computer, there was something going on in the comments. So the person in their comment has been removed. And I'm like, oh, are you talking about me? Because I don't know who these girls think they are. Like I just don't know who they think they are. I said, Maya, are you talking about me? Right? And I'm like, what did I say to you that was actually mean? Me telling you that you should not be obsessing over your hair. Like, you don't have to have permanent parts in your hair for the next 6 months. You don't have to. Like, that is crazy. Like, in the bigger scheme, like, what is that even going to do for you? And you might even go bald. You know, sometimes if you don't change your parts, you can start to bald, right? Okay. And I did say it is idolatry because, first of all, before that, she had a 30-day Chebe journey. Like, she will come on, so like, I think it was like 90 days. Like, every day she was applying Chebe to her hair. Every day she's applying Chebe to her hair. I'm like, girl, are you actually okay? Right? And then this whole Chebe stuff, like, you know, the powder from the ladies from the Sudan, right? My thing is, what is the science behind Chebe? Because I do feel as though a lot of people, I'm not going to say black people, but a lot of people, they always believe that causation means correlation. Oh, because these women, let me show you, right? Hold on. Let me show you something, right? So you can get the context. Hold on. Okay. All right. So you know how a lot of Sudanese women have like super long hair, right? Like they have really, really long hair, right? But my thing is, you cannot just say that, oh, their hair is long because of Chebe. I don't agree with that. I'm like, we would have to do a lot more research to really determine that the Chebe is the reason why these Sudanese women have such long hair. It could be their diet. It could be genetic. But my point is also, when it comes to Chebe, if it actually does work, to me, the ladies in Sudan, they are living in a very dry weather. Like, it's extremely dry. They're living in a desert. If you're living somewhere like in Georgia, where you have 4 seasons, like you have spring, summer, winter, right? You're not even living in such arid conditions. So do you even need Chebe? Is it going to work for you if you don't have the same elements of like dryness, like, you know, the same lack of humidity? I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say? Because I'm like, what is the science behind Chebe? Also, given the fact that these Sudanese ladies are from somewhere really, really dry, they could have extreme low porosity, right? They could have extreme low porosity. You don't even know because it's so hot. So most likely their cuticles are packed even tighter and tighter and tighter. But my thing is, and they've done this for they have done this maybe for as long as they've been out there. Right? You think if you do Chebe for 30 days or 90 days, you're going to get the same results as people who've been doing it for the past 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. It doesn't make sense. It's the fact that, oh, I see somebody do something, they have long hair, so therefore I'm going to pick it up, start doing it, obsess over it without even understanding the science of it. Because causation doesn't always lead to correlation. Right? So I guess that's why she got upset, because she was doing her Chebe journey like every single day, coming on Instagram every single day. I'm like, girl, you could just do weekly updates. Like, it's not that deep, right? Only for her not to like the end results, because for 90 days, her hair didn't even grow that much. And I'm like, because sometimes when you obsess over something, you're less likely to get results. Okay? Like, but you have she has really pretty hair. It's really, really pretty, right? But I'm like, okay, so people can't disagree with you. Like, people can't offer a different perspective, you know, because I'm like, it's giving idolatry. 90 days of Chebe, every day, Chebe on my hair, Chebe on my hair. Then it's like, okay, now I'm going to have my parts for 6 months. I'm not going to move my parts for 6 months. I'm like, girl, it is excessive. It's giving neurotic. It really is giving. Are you neurotic? This is bizarre behavior. So I'm like, girl, if you're talking about me, I'm right here. I'm like, and I told him, let me tell you something. I wish you would have told me. You wouldn't even have to waste your time trying to unblock me or whatever. Girl, I would have gladly unfollowed your page. You don't pay my bills. You don't pay my bills. I'm like, it's so funny with you people. People can leave you all kinds of comments. But the one day they don't agree with you, it's like, oh, how dare you? Girl, shut up. I said what I said. Even to Temi, I said, Temi, the way you treated your hair, it is giving idolatry. When you have hair down to your butt, but you're afraid to cut 3 inches of hair, like, are you actually okay? Right? And she was like, oh, what did you say? She said something cute. And I was like, girl, I didn't expect you to have self-awareness. Like, hello, right? But I'm like, at the end of the day, Temi, you filed for divorce. Like, how can you make a video? These girls are just so goofy sometimes. It's like, how can you make a video where you say the biggest fear of my life was to raise a child by myself, right? Maybe he was a bad husband. Maybe you were a crazy wife. I don't know. Don't care. But my point is, you had the courage to go file for divorce and break up your family, right? Now contrast that to cutting 3 inches of hair. Make it make sense. It's just hair. right? And my thing is, even if you, let's say you have hair down to your back and then you have to cut your hair into a pixie cut. Yeah, it sucks. It's an inconvenience. You wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But if you really, really had to, whatever, it's hair. It grows back. And I said the same thing about Natural 85. Oh, maybe that's why she got triggered. Because I said, like, when it comes to Natural 85, when it comes to Whitney grew her hair super long. Then she cut it like a whole big chop. And she grew her hair all over again. And she was not doing all this restricted business. Okay. And today she has a brand in Ulta. She has her brand Melanin Hair Cares at Ulta, Sephora, Nordstrom, right? Because you don't have to be extra restrictive in order to grow your hair. This is not healthy. You don't want to teach people to become neurotic. You don't want to teach people to become obsessed. There's no need for all of that. So maybe that's why she got triggered. But my thing is, I'm going to say what I got to say. And I'm going to repeat what I said to you because I'm not scared of you. You're behind a whole computer and a screen, sis. Okay? I'm sitting here like, who does she think she is? Like, oh, and I removed the individual. I'm like, girl, so I typed a comment again. And some of these goofy ass girls who were like commenting back, I'm like, okay, if y'all don't agree, that's one thing. But when you keep commenting under my post, you're making the thread longer. So now you're dragging attention to it. And there's something about some of these black girls out here where they think that people are scared of them. I ain't scared of you. Save that for the white girls. Okay, the white girls scared of y'all. You can scream racism or call them Karens, and they just start running and just disappearing like mice hiding into a hole. That will never be me. I'm not scared of you, right? Because there was this one girl named Jazz. She wrote something like, "Oh, are you okay?" I'm like, "Are you okay? Is it okay? Like in your custom, in your tradition, is it customary for you to insert yourself in conversations that have nothing to do with you? Make it make sense. You're gonna ask me if I'm okay. Are you okay? Nobody tagged you. Why are you here? Why are you here? Am I talking to you? No. Then she left another comment. She said, oh, the girl was being negative. I said, Jazz, it's me again. Okay. And I told you yesterday, right? Is it common practice where you're from to insert yourself in conversation when nobody is talking to you? Right? She was like, oh, but it was a public post. I'm like, exactly. For once, you are showing some keenness of intelligence, right? It was a public post on which I made a public post. I made a public comment. Did I insult this girl? No, I'm not going to kiss her ass because she has long hair. I don't give a fuck. It is not a virtue. Okay? Like I'm outside. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know. I really do not know who these people are. Who do you think you are? You are nobody. Like, I'm not trying to be, even me, I'm a nobody, right? It's just YouTube. Don't think too highly of yourself, right? You understand? It's a lot of people on social media, even people that have millions of followers, but they go outside, nobody recognizes them. Okay, that's it's a real thing, but nobody's here to kiss your ass. And me, if I see your content and I like it, I'm gonna support you, right? But hey, Brunel. But at the same time, if you're doing something that's giving neurotic or obsessed behavior or idolatry, I'm gonna tell you that. And I even told Tammy, I said, do you want me to text you so I can say it to your face? Like, make it make sense, sis. Make it make sense. If you say, oh, I'm afraid to file for divorce, I was always afraid to raise my child alone. Ultimately, you did it, right? Okay, cool. Now compare divorcing to cutting your hair. Sis, like, does it actually work right? Like, what? Like, why are these girls so damn stupid like this? Like, they're just so dumb. Like, they're so dumb. There are too many black girls that are so stupid. Like, why are you so stupid? And one girl was like, oh, I was so livid when I read the comment. I'm like, you see, typical black women behavior. Always this knee-jerk reaction for unhinged emotional outbursts instead of asking yourself, why am I even triggered about a comment that has nothing to do with me? Right? Why are you even triggered? Where in the comment did anybody insult this woman? I said you don't have to have permanent parts in your hair for 6 months. It's too much. It is too restrictive, right? If your husband says, hey, wife, I like it when you wear a bun and let's go out to eat, whatever, you're not going to wear the bun because you have to wear a permanent 6 parts. What if he dies tomorrow of cancer? Okay. If your mother plans a photo shoot and say, oh, daughter, like, do your hair this way because I'm doing my hair this way, it's a photo shoot. You're not going to do it because you committed to wearing these parts that nobody even asked you for. Make it make sense, right? I'm like, y'all just so damn weird, right? I don't know what, I'm like, is it like a burden, like intellectually, that prevents people who share my complexion from always, like, from just put your emotions to the side and actually, right, learn to read, to understand. Stop always reading stuff to be offended or just to respond to stuff from a place where you are offended. Nobody means to offend you. You're not that important. You are not that important. Okay. And I was in her thread again. I was handling all these women, bunch of goofy ass people. One goes, oh, but she was being mean spirited. I'm like, no, Me saying something that you did not like does not mean that I'm being mean-spirited. Absolutely not. Because when this girl has her live on Instagram, it's only 2 people, 3 people. I'm one of those people. I don't see none of you heifers in there. Okay? She'll go live, have like 2 people on her live, 3 people on her live. Y'all love her so much. She has 50,000 subs, but she only gets 2,000 views per videos. Make it make sense. They are so unregulated. I'm like, damn, they must have like yeast infections like on the go-go. Like, what is going on? Like, they're just so remedial. They are just so crazy. I saw this other girl. She was saying like, oh, the black girls attacked her because, you know, she teaches like modesty and stuff like that. I'm like, sis, that's the number one mistake you made. You try to correct black women's behavior. Let them be. Let these girls crash out. They are crazy. They have made a covenant with stupidity. They have made a covenant with failure. They have made a covenant with being losers. Let these people be. They refuse anybody who wants to enter their life and challenge them to think on a higher scale. They do not want to be higher vibrational. They want to be low vibrational. Let them be. Let them be. They're going to be just fine. Like, stop thinking that you have to save people who share your complexion and your vagina. No, you do not. But my thing is, right, I was like, I think she's talking about me. Girl, I will never be scared of you. Like, seriously, sis, you are insane. You are seriously insane. You are so insane. I remember one time I was also like, I was in New Orleans, right? I went to this, like, they have this really fancy mall. It's called Lakewood, right? No, is it? Yes, I think it's Lakewood, right? Okay. When I pulled up in there, it was like towards Dillard's. So I'm walking to the store. I get out of Dillard's. Like, there's like a little like living, I don't know, like, you know, like a little situationship with the couches, whatever. And, you know, Super was sitting right there. It was like a shoe store. She was sitting right there. When I tell you there was not a mob of people, she was just sitting there by herself eating ice cream, right? And I was like, you see, it just goes to show you, like, you can be big on social media, but when you go outside, you're just a regular person. And I was like, girl, you're not scared. She was like, no. I was like, okay then, right? And I just went out to Sephora. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not like, it really is not what people want to make it out to be. People are people. Treat people accordingly. And honestly, 50,000 subs on YouTube, I ain't scared of you, sis. And I don't even need to see your videos. You're not teaching me how to be a mother. You're not teaching me how to be a better citizen. Girl, you're playing with your hair all day. Find you some business, some meaningful business. Like, go volunteer somewhere, right? And I'm like, I said what I said, right? And if I feel like anybody, if I watch your content and it gives idolatry to me, I will tell you this right here is giving idolatry, right? I'm not against taking care of your hair. But at the same time, though, you should also enjoy your hair. Don't be afraid to put heat on your hair. Don't be afraid to, you know, use a curling wand. You know, like, everything is about balance. You know, you have people out here teaching black women not to wash their hair for 3 months, for 6 months, because somehow, somewhere, the hair doesn't like water, that black hair grows better when it's dirty. All of this is idolatry. This is bizarre. Why? Why is it that? Why do you think that black hair does not like water? Everybody washes their hair every day. You have some white girls who wash their hair every day. You have white people who wash their hair every other day. You have Indian girls who wash their hair twice a week, right? Everybody out here from different ethnicity, they're watching they wash their hairs multiple times a week. And here people are telling black women, oh, wash your hair once a month. Wash your hair once every 2 months. It is so disgusting. It is so nasty, right? Once again, you are turning your hair into a nasty idol. It is hair. Wash your hair. And if it gets damaged, cut it off and start over. It's just hair. Even me, I've had to cut my hair. I was not excited about cutting my hair, but so far I've cut my hair 5 times. It is what it is. It's just hair. It's fun. It's pretty, but it's just hair. I'm not going to just change my whole schedule, my whole life, restrict myself over some hair. It is just hair. It's hair. And I'm like, you see this right here? You're going to play some stupid ass game where you're going to have to eventually cut all that hair off. And I don't want to say what I want to say, but I'm like, when you show the devil that you are so obsessed with one thing, he will take that thing away from you, right? And so Temi, she was afraid to cut like 2 or 3 inches. Eventually, she got a whole bob. Like, at first, she was just going to cut this much. But because she waited so long, it just got so bad, she had to cut like almost like this much hair. So then she cut her hair into a bob. I'm like, you see this? But to me, I would think, that's just me. You can be mad, that's fine. But to me, I would think if I'm able to do something I was most afraid of, like file for divorce and see it through, and now I'm raising my child alone as a single mom, cutting my hair is not a big deal, right? In the bigger scheme of things, cutting 3 inches of hair, when you have over 20 inches of hair, oh my gosh, you're going to be left with 17 inches of hair. How will you live? How will you cope? Oh my Lord. I'm like, silly AF. So damn silly. Grow the hell up. And I'm like, then I'm starting thinking, like, okay, if this is how she was acting in her marriage, I can see why it's not gonna work. Because marriage is for big people. If you're scared to cut 3 inches of hair, can you imagine when you have conflict with her, how you have to suffer to even arrive at a conclusion? Can you imagine? Right? Because she gonna want to fight over every little small thing. Because if you can be that, like, I don't know, obstinate over 3 inches of hair, my lord. You see, and to me, I'm gonna move on from this conversation, right? But to me, people who make a big deal out of small things truly have a hard time compromising. They have a hard time for partnership. They have a hard time losing, and they have a hard time seeing the bigger vision. So therefore, to me, I don't think you make a great partner. That's why I've told y'all this. When these women come outside and talk about their exes and talk about their ex-husband, their ex-boyfriend, like, yeah, it's not really fair until we also get to hear his side, because you might be delusional. Most likely you're a narcissist. Most likely you're a liar. Most likely you're not going to tell us exactly what happened, but your perception of what you think happened. Because a lot of these women don't have enough integrity to keep it real with themselves, let alone keep it real with me. Girl, you're insane. Move out of the way. They're just batshit crazy. They're batshit crazy. So I'm like, nah, you're insane. You are really insane. You are insane. You are insane. You are really, really crazy. I'm like, girl, what? I am not scared of you. You don't scare me. And the way my mind is set up, you could say, hey, Marlene, I want you to unfollow. Like, I'm like, okay, girl, I gotta go. That's fine. I don't need your hair content. I don't need your hair content. Because if anything, you need me. Because I like your post, I comment on your post, and I share. I do a whole lot of work because your view's not budging. I don't need you, boo-boo. And I promise you, by the end of the year, she might at most have like 60,000 people, because that's how much your shit's not going to grow. I don't need you, baby. Got to go. I got to go. You know, and because I was on her live one time, one more thing, and she was talking about like some bond repair. And that's because she used the Shea Moisture one. And I said, well, the Shea Moisture, it claims to be a bond repair treatment. And I asked her, what bond does it repair? And she didn't know. And she got flustered. I'm like, you see, once again, lack of humility. It's easy to say, oh, you know what? I never thought about that question. That's it. She's like, oh, but based on the ingredients. I'm like, okay, which ingredient? The ingredients. Which ingredient? Right? Once again, a lot of people have long hair because they were impatient, so the hair grew. It's not because they know about ingredients or formulation. They don't know shit. They just know how to retain length. And that's what I've noticed with like Monique of Mael Organics, right? Monique, I'm like, this lady don't know shit about products. She doesn't know about ingredients. She doesn't know shit about product like product chemistry. No, she does not. Monique of Mael Organics, I have come to realize that all she does, she sells colorism and texturism. She understands that she's light-skinned with a looser curl texture, and a lot of girls want to look like her, so they'll just buy the product. Right? Because her stuff makes no sense to me, because you have to understand the science. And I'm like, I get it that you work with Shea Moisture and that they pay you, but you should always care about the science of things so that you can properly explain it to people. Because when Shea Moisture says our product is a bond repair treatment, well, the hair has 3 bonds, disulfide, ionic, and a hydrogen bond. So which bond is they repairing? Right? So if you can't answer that question, that's a problem. Because why are you taking money for things that you can't even explain to people? You're promoting a product to people and you don't even understand how it works. There's no integrity, right? That's the way I see it. Because you should know which bond are you repairing, right? I saw this one girl too. She made a comment. She was like, "Oh yeah, like there's this line by Amika, The Cure, and it's a bond repair treatment." And she was telling people that it's a protein treatment. And I'm like, no, a bond treatment is not a protein treatment. Bond treatments work inside the hair, the cortex, where you have all your bonds. A protein treatment works on the cuticle of the hair, which is the outside layer of the hair. It is not the same thing, right? And you have to be mindful what you're teaching people. If you don't know something, don't teach it. If you don't know something, do not promote it, and don't take money for what you don't understand, because you could be harming people. And I said to her, the reason why Shea Moisture is so cheap, because their formula is not patented. There's nothing special, because most likely it don't repair shit. Okay, but they are banking on the fact that a lot of their consumers are ignorant. All they're going to see is bond repair treatment. Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy it, without even saying to themselves, okay, which bond is it? Which bond is being repaired? Right? So I'm like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. that there are gaps in your knowledge. Because when you're an influencer and you promote stuff to people, you need to do your homework and know exactly what these prices are about. If you don't know, study. Study the product before you take these people's money. Otherwise, you're part of the problem. And that's why so many people today do not make for great influencers, because all they care about is the money. And they don't even care about what they're promoting to people. Why are they promoting it? How does it work? Why it works? And how much you need to use it. Don't even care. So I'm like, But yes, you guys, I was in her comment section acting a whole fool. Okay. Like they were crazy. But anyways, I don't even know, child. I don't know. I don't even know. Let me tell you something. I don't know, nor do I care. But my point was, if you say that your biggest fear was to raise your child alone, but ultimately you pushed through that fear, you filed for divorce, you saw it through, because y'all can still reconcile, be like, no, I'm gonna see it through, I'm gonna raise my child by myself and be divorced, right? Then why are you afraid of cutting 3 inches of hair? It's just hair. And 3 inches, like in 6 months, you have your hair back. But your marriage is gone for, hopefully, I think so far it's gone, right? And it might be gone forever. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a whole divorce. But I'm like, cutting your hair, the hair, it grows back. And sometimes some people might wait 6 months. You might only have to wait 3 months and you get your hair back. Wumpty wump wump. What is the big deal? But I just don't, I really don't like it when I see Black women, like Black influencers, teaching Black women how to be emotionally crippled. I think it's some weak shit. I think it's weak. I think it's weak. You should always encourage people to have a perspective of strength. You're like, no, like there's nothing to fear. Like, it's an inconvenience, but it's not the end of the world, right? Even Val had to cut her hair. It's not the end of the world. Like, it's an inconvenience, but guess what? It's going to grow. And it's going to grow even better. Wumpty wump wump. Life goes on. It's not a big deal. Even me, I have to cut my hair. It's not what I wanted to do, but hey, life goes on. You cut it, then you even forget about it. I forgot to cut my hair. And you move on to something else. But I don't know if, like, sometimes it's like people don't have purpose. I don't know. But it's like, I'm like, to me, it's just too much. Like, stop being so damn vain. Stop being vain. Like, use your time for something more relevant. Like, that's just crazy.
Sanctuary in the UK from Putin's war. However, a family of 6 from Gaza have applied to live in Britain using this scheme, and a judge has now ruled in their favor. This is not what the scheme was designed to do. This decision is completely wrong. It cannot be allowed to stand. Is the government planning to appeal on any points of law? And if so, which ones?
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I do not agree with the decision. She's right. It's the wrong decision. She hasn't quite done her homework, because the decision in question was taken under the last government, according to the legal framework of the last government. But, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. It should be Parliament that makes the rules on immigration. It should be the government that makes the policy. That is the principle, and the Home Secretary is already looking at the legal loophole which we need to close in this particular case.
The issue we are discussing today is about judicial decisions. We cannot be in a situation where we allow enormous numbers of people to exploit our laws in this way. There are millions of people all around the world in terrible situations. We cannot help them all, and we certainly cannot bring them all here. Will he commit to bringing forward that new legislation or amending his borders bill?
I've already said the Home Secretary has already got her team working on closing this loophole. We don't need to wait for that. We're getting on with that because we're taking control. They lost control of immigration. We had nearly 1 million people come into this country, had an open borders experiment. On a Monday of this week, they voted against increased powers to deal with those that are running the vile trade of people smuggling. Same old Tories, open borders, empty promises.
Man, you cannot continue to. This is a lot. It's a lot. You can't continue to pay for this. This is crazy. And people are not going to like it, or so be it. They're going to be mad. They're going to scream. But it's like, you have to do what you have to do. Okay?
Okay, so a lot of talk is going on surrounding Serena Williams and her cameo at the Super Bowl happening.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you guys feel about the fact that Serena was out there crip walking like this for the Super Bowl? Like, did you like this? I don't know how. I don't know. I'm torn. Like, a huge part of me, I didn't like it. I really thought it was beneath her. I really thought it was beneath her. I really did. I'm like, I don't think it is what she thinks it is. And also, I don't think that even Kendrick was protecting her. I don't think any of these quote unquote black men was protecting her, because there's no need for that. There is no need for that. How can you be a married woman and you're out here crip walking to a song that's dissing your ex? Like, girl, what? Like, that's just crazy to me. That is crazy to me. I will not even be featuring my ex. But I'm like, are you still thinking about him? Girl, what? Do you miss that man? Hey, Goldie, what's up, my love? Yeah, I don't know. I did not like it. Because I'm like, you're married now. Like, okay, like that was the past. What happened? What happened? I'm like, let bygones be bygones, but I'm not going back to that chapter. Right? But sometimes, oh my gosh, please don't be mad at me, y'all. Do not be mad at me. Serena, don't be mad at me, right? But sometimes I don't know if I feel like Serena likes her husband. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think she's in love with that white man. Okay. Alexis, there you go. Right? You know? Like, I just, I don't know. I'm trying to find a picture of his ass. Like, I'm having a hard time. No, I didn't see that. You can send it to me. I'm having a hard time believing. I'm having a hard time believing that she loves that man, y'all. I just feel like Serena likes to have control. I'm going to tell you something. I feel like Serena likes to have control. And I feel like in this man, she found some submissive ass white boy to just let her do whatever she wants to do. But I don't even think he's her type. Yeah. And I also think, like, I really do believe that she has body dysmorphia. So I think she also wanted to have light-skinned children, biracial children, so she can, like, her kids can be something that she's not. I think she really suffers from the fact that she's dark-skinned and she's not naturally blonde and things like that. I don't think so. I don't think she likes herself. I don't think she likes herself. I don't think she's ever, I don't know, maybe one day she'll change. But yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just like, I don't know. I just feel like when you're a married woman, you got to be very mindful who you listen to, because to me, like, to what avail? Like, okay, what is the point of this? Like, you know, are you thinking about Drake? Do you miss Drake? Do you want to be back with Drake? You know, like, how many years ago was that? Like, it was so long ago, right? And then people are like, oh, but Marlene, you know that Drake dissed her husband. I'm like, okay, then the husband can respond to Drake. Mano a mano. Right? Why does she have to come out as a woman to stand up for her man? He can't stand for himself. Because all this to me, once again, is masculine. Like, I don't like that. I do not like that. Even Drake talked about Kendrick and his situation, right? The mother of his children. I think he called her a white woman also. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. What is her name? Whitney. There you go. Girl, sorry, I know your name, sis. My bad. Okay. See? But Drake also talked about her, right? And a lot of people were even saying, like, oh, is she a white woman? Is she biracial? Is she this? Is she that? Right? But I'm like, she didn't come out. She was in a video, right? But why didn't she also come out Super Bowl Sunday and do whatever she was doing in a video with this man, right? Why did you show up with this man? Okay. Because I'm like, okay. But I'm like, if Drake talked about the husband should pull up on Drake. No, is he not a billionaire, as they told us, or is he not? What's the problem, right? But you're going, oh, so Drake talked about my husband, so then I'm going to go fight for my husband. Like, no, that makes no sense. That is not feminine. Like, that is not, to me, that's crazy. That's really, really crazy. No, we are not doing that. Okay. We are not, I repeat, we are not doing that. But I'm like, Serena, though, I don't really think Serena loves her husband. I think she wanted to be married. You know, I really do, y'all. Don't come for me, huh? Do not come for me. But I just like I don't know. I'm like, what is there to be attracted to? Like when you see her, I mean, she dated Drake. She dated Common. Hold on. Let me show you something, right? You tell me if it makes sense, right? Where's Papi? Champagne Papi? Okay. Come over here, Drake. Okay. All right. So she was out here with Drake. Okay. Type number 1. All right. She was out here with Common. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. All right. She was out here with Common. And now, this is her husband? Nah, I don't believe this. I do not believe. Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean, huh? I'm not trying to be mean. But I'm just like, how do you go from Common to Drake to Alexis? Something is bizarre. But I do feel like maybe she wanted babies. She found a man that was submissive, and she found a man that could give her biracial children. That's about it. Because, I don't know. It never gives. Come on. What in the mighty name of Jesus? She found this man attractive. Suspicious. Yeah, I'm having a hard time believing this. I'm having a hard time believing this. I'm sorry, but I'm not believing this, y'all. But anyways, let's resume.
Halftime show. Right off the bat, it was a pretty clear conscious decision for Kendrick to have SZA and Serena there, both of them Drake exes. They're going to have to check the mentions on that show on social media, but I'm pretty sure Drake's name was the highest mentioned during and after that performance, and he wasn't even a performer. Not sure if that was a bad thing or a good thing, but he was definitely the most talked about, and he wasn't even in the country at the time of the show. Some people believe SZA and Serena both tried to get back at Drake and had some sort of resentment towards him. Honestly, though, I didn't get that energy from SZA. SZA is obviously working with K-Dot. So yeah, for her, I think it was just work. It's business. She got like 5 songs out right now with Kendrick Lamar in the tour, so why wouldn't she take the opportunity to appear on the big stage like that, promote their music and their show? But Serena Williams, I don't know, it was given tacky. Maybe a left out, forgotten scene from the movie White Chicks with Marlon Wayans and Shawn Wayans. I mean, where do we start? And yes, I'm going there for all the snowflakes who don't like it. Click off the video right now. But I am not about to play with y'all right now. I can't lie. Serena is not above criticism, especially when she's out here literally setting up the alley-oop. I don't know how she was a good representation of a black woman in front of millions, showing up looking bleached out. The blonde wig and the bleached out faded skin just wasn't right. We're talking about the best female athlete of our time, reducing herself to a circus clown, crip walking. Why would this woman be crip walking on some gangster stuff, representing a gang that, from my understanding, took the life of her own sister? Why promote that on the world stage as a top female athlete, a tennis icon? It's just not adding up. It's trashy behavior, and she didn't even look right doing it. She really looked crazy. And no, I don't care where she's from. This is what Serena was looking like, a complete donkey.
They not like us. No, they not like us. They not like us.
Now don't get us in trouble.
And let's address the elephant in the room. Serena dated Drake, and obviously he still got a hold on her somehow because there's
and that's the problem, because now people are gonna start wondering, like, okay, like, do you like him? Do you still have feelings for him? And I didn't think that was respectful to her husband. I was like, that's not respectful. You know what I mean? Like, that's still your husband. It's like, that is so bizarre. Like, I'm not doing that. No. It is what it is.
No way anybody could call a married woman to play games like this, trying to get back at an ex. You gotta still have something going on there. It's just out of pocket. As a married woman or a woman with any self-worth and confidence, when Kendra called her to do that, she should have said, thank you. I love what you're doing for our city, but I just can't be a part of devaluing my own brand and disrespecting myself and my family. Then her husband looks like a beta simp trying to defend it too. It's nothing alpha about watching your wife be so invested in some dude that she was messing around with years ago. Stephen A. Smith commented on this on First Take and got all the ratchets, the wannabe city girls, and the feminists angry right now. He basically said if his woman did this, he would tell her to go back to her ex because you're doing too much.
Yeah.
Her and Drake were together at one point in time. And it seemed like everybody wanted to get their lick back on Drake.
RC's, what Stephen A. is saying, if he was in that situation and now he's married, he's not allowing none of that's happening.
No.
That's what he said.
If I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for and you with me?
I gotta get that lick back.
Go ahead,
Stop it.
What?
Stop it, Stephen A.
And honestly, I wouldn't expect any man with any decency and respect for himself to say anything different. As for Molly, she'd have shut her cucumber head self up. Nobody's watching for her opinion, but she's always attempting to control the conversation and talk over the men on the show. It's crazy. So yeah, Molly is still trash. But I don't know why anybody was surprised and had an issue with what Stephen A. said. This goes for men and women. If a man was married and doing all this over an ex, I would say the same thing. It's not about being jealous or insecure. It's really about being disrespectful. And the only person screaming insecure with this crib walking clown act is Serena. She's obviously not too happy with her husband to even be caught in this situation. And her husband is a super weak simp.
Yeah, that's what. Look, you see. I'm like, did she really find this guy attractive? No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I was like, she's probably good. Oh, I'm at a certain age. I want to be married and have my kids and maybe have biracial kids. But I really do not believe that she's attracted to that man. God forgive me if I'm wrong. You know, Serena, I'm sorry if you see this and you get upset. I do love you, boo. But I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't even think he's your type. You know what I mean? I don't believe he's her type.
Yeah, he don't know any better.
When it comes to dating, one thing I have zero tolerance for is you having some type of connection to your ex, whether it be good or bad, right? It's obviously worse when they still kind of have that lingering feelings, but even when it's bad, like even if you and your ex hate each other, I don't like it if that person's still on your mind, right? And I say that to say this, right? I saw Serena Williams crip walking, during the halftime show the other day, and it's obviously a dig towards Drake. My thing is, why? It's like you're going above and beyond. You're over here dancing at Supertime or halftime show as a dedication to the diss to Drake, but it's like, are you still stuck on this man? Do you feel like you settled for your husband? Like, because to me, it's like, yo, just ignore him. Ignore Drake, ignore your ex, because if you're going back and forth, there's still something there. Right? Drake still feels some type of way about her, but now it's like, do we just get a confirmation that she feels some type of way about him still, right? I don't know. I don't like it. If you got an ex, let that person be. That person's dead. Don't address them, whether good or bad.
Man, I did not crip walk like that at Wimbledon. Ooh, I would have been fine. It was all love.
So let me get this straight, and I know a lot of y'all gonna hate me for saying this. But y'all gassed and hyped up about a married woman going on a Super Bowl stage to diss an old fling.
Yeah.
That's not crazy to y'all.
That's crazy.
I grew up around married people my whole life. Damn near everybody in my family married. I don't know any happily long-time married person that's worried about getting back at an ex. And I don't know any happily married long-time husband or wife that would condone their spouse trying to get back at an ex.
Yeah, this whole thing was a horrible look for Serena. She devalued herself, and to be crip walking with a white husband is also crazy work. Nothing is matching up with this lady. And I thought the same thing when she was up there with Beyonce in that video years ago. Beyonce sitting on a throne while Serena Williams looked like a lower value wannabe tramp popping her thought pocket. I didn't like that either. You have this super dark-skinned woman being a circus animal for a light-skinned woman sitting up in a queen chair. The optics of that was also problematic. I didn't like when Serena did that too. No different from her crip walking at the Wimbledon all those years ago. Just straight up trashy. When you act tacky, you'll be treated as such. And everything about her is coming off as a wannabe gangster, a wannabe city girl, a wannabe white woman. It's like she's trying to be seen as a respected champion and a trashy city girl type at the same time when that's not really her. But wanting to be that so bad is ridiculous when you're tennis royalty. It's like the educated and professional class trying to be like and act like Sexy Red or Glorilla or somebody. The fact that both of these roles seem to collide like this when they should be separate is a telltale sign that we're lost as a society. I've been saying this for years with the Magic City female rap. You see all these so-called professional females wearing Magic City uniforms and acting like Cardi B or Young Miami. Didn't matter if they had a degree or a professional career. I mean, look at this one. You have a professional athlete, the top female athlete.
It goes to show you that women are weak. Women are weak. Women are easily bullied. They're bullied out of their convictions. They're bullied out of their grades. They're bullied out of their, like, they're just bullied. Like, and I've noticed that. And if you notice carefully too, like, the vast majority of women are attracted to women that they can actually bully. Like, when they can get you to doubt yourself, second guess yourself, be insecure, then they love you because they just like to manipulate you. Like, they're crazy as hell, right? But if you stand strong on your square, none of people do that. No, I don't like her. Why? Because she won't let me bully her. Right? She won't let me bully her. But I'm like, girl, this is crazy. I didn't like it, you guys. I was like, I don't like this. Okay. Because I'm like, in my head, I'm like, okay, will Beyonce have done this? Most likely not. So why are you doing it? Okay. Get somebody else to do it. Get somebody else to do it. Okay. Get somebody else to do it. You are just way too big for this. You're too big for that.
Our generation, an icon, crip walking, representing a group of people that did nothing but promote taking out other black men. I'm sorry, Serena Williams is out of order, and she's not above the criticism. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this mess.
If he was busy today, he should have been prepping at the beginning of February. Because what better gift is there than to be released by somebody that does not care about your happiness?
You have a lot of these women talking about the grass is greener on the other side. Oh, you can find somebody else. You can find somebody better. Ain't no grass over there. Okay? Ain't no grass. What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. Now, I told y'all, okay? I already said it. I said yesterday on Valentine's Day, I'm like, listen, when these girls get on social media, they are going to be doing the most for, their situation of they don't have no man. And, I'm so glad I had nobody's son stressing me out on Valentine's Day. I said that yesterday because I knew it was coming, and so said, so done.
You do not have to have a man. You do not have to have a significant other. Don't be acting like you're depressed because you don't have somebody. It'd be a lot to have somebody, okay? You got to go through shit all year long. That's why that day came up, because you got to go through shit all year long. And then you get this day where you get a surprise after going through all that bullshit. Do you really want the flowers and all that? You got self-respect.
Now, besides that, another thing that I kind of underestimated was the fact that a lot of these other women were going to be convincing women who are already in relationships to break up with their man because of this man-made holiday called Valentine's Day. Okay, I said it in my video yesterday. I don't know if they was already at work, already in their feelings, already too emotional, but I already said it. I'm like, listen, ladies, don't go comparing yourself to other women who are on the job with you and what their man did for them. Don't go out there looking on social media and then putting your man to a certain standard because of whatever situation you think it should be. Everybody calm down. Okay? Everybody calm down, relax. It's not that serious. You can have an amazing relationship and a horrible Valentine's Day. It does not mean anything. Well, a lot of these girls were on social media eating up all of this advice that they were getting from other women on, again, reasons why you should be breaking up with your man on Valentine's Day if it was not up to your quote unquote standard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the videos. Then I'm going to pause and play and give you guys my thought on the entire situation.
This is how you would know you are with a low effort guy for Valentine's Day. Well, first, let's talk about the obvious. He has no plans, no chocolate, no flowers, nothing. Zip. Zero. Now, if this is something that you are into, then do you, boo. But for the rest of us, if you guys are freshly dating, he needs to be doing something. And if he can't see you, then he should be sending you flowers. You may be thinking, well, like that's a lot for him. He's busy. No, it's not. People will make time for the people they want to make time for, no matter how busy life gets. Stop expecting less.
Now, let me tell you the issue I have with this, right? Because it goes further, but let me tell you the issue I have with this. You see, in my opinion, it says no matter how long you guys been dating, if you're in the early stages, he should still be doing the most for you. I disagree. Okay, he don't even know if he like you like that.
Yeah.
Because, and the reason why this is, in my opinion, horrible advice to be giving to single women out there is because you did not specify a time frame. If you've been dating this guy for more than 6 months, you should expect this. Like, the fact that you did not put any parameter, it's allowing these women to believe that because they started talking to this guy 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, that they deserve the earth, the moon, the stars when they're still, definitely getting to know each other. And I do believe that the consideration for men and all the planning and the hoops and stuff that they have to jump through, just to appease you on this certain day when they have work going on, okay? Because nobody didn't call off of work. Business don't stop on just because Valentine's Day is happening. To try to minimize the amount of effort that is needed to, quote unquote, make these women happy. I think it's a little foolish. Okay, that's just my opinion. I think it's foolish. I think it's a little bit, foolish to inflict all of this. You have to do this for me. You have to do that. And if you don't do this, you're not a good guy. Because again, you're outweighing one day that everybody is, it's a systematic thing telling you have to celebrate on this day, when you can have an amazing situation between the two of you. And if he's caught up that day, you're going to hold it against him.
Actions speak louder than words. Everybody knows what day Valentine's is, meaning that if he was busy today, he should have been prepping at the beginning of February. Stop expecting the bare minimum, especially if you yourself go above and beyond on certain days, birthdays, whatever it is. That should always be reciprocated.
You know why this kind of advice frustrates me? Because it makes my conversations that much harder. Okay? It really does. And this level of advice that women are giving to other women is only going to allow these women to be single. I'm hate to break it to you. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's only going to lead.
But my thing is, when are also most women going to wake up and realize that most women are not their friends? They're their enemy. Like, that's your op. Most girls don't want you to have what they don't have. Like, they also have to wake up to this.
More women into singledom, waiting for them to be appeased by this perfect magical guy that's going to come and meet every single expectation. And that is not true. There are indeed levels of compromise that are necessary in relationships, right? And, just for example, she said action speaks louder than words. Very true. If you knew that he was busy and you knew that it was going to be a hard, difficult day for him, why don't you plan something? Okay, why not? I thought it was supposed to be a day of showering, each other with love. Why don't you, if you love planning stuff so much, why don't you plan something and have him be a part of the situation, since you know he might be busier than you are? What's the problem with that? I don't see the issue. Making it seem as though, he's inadequate and he should have been planning since February. The level of...
Let me play this video. Hold on. Let me play this one.
Probably is, if it's 5 guys, 3 to 4 of us don't like weed, but we take it though because that's what y'all do. But we don't prefer that stuff. Y'all wear that to be in competition with each other.
Whenever I've heard a man say, "Let me see what you look like with no makeup. Let me see what you look like without the hair," I feel that man is telling you that he does not have the money to finance your beauty upkeep.
It's crazy.
What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. So as we know, this is Lover's Day. Okay, this is obviously Valentine's Day. And, you know, though I personally do not subscribe to any of these, you know, systematical, you have to show love or appreciation to the person that you're with on this day. I know that a lot of people do. And, you know, I was in the grocery store literally this morning, still seeing people scatter around, men scratching their head, looking stressed, you know, trying to make sure that they're doing right by the women that they're in a relationship with, because they obviously don't want to get cussed out. They don't want to be compared to other men, and, you know, that they're not good enough or whatever the case is, all of that foolishness. And, you know, interestingly enough, as I was scrolling through Instagram, I ended up seeing 2 posts pop up. And I was like, you know what? The same women who I can guarantee will be on social media gallivanting and talking about how they had the best Valentine's Day because they didn't have no man, and, you know, nobody's son was stressing them out, and they didn't have to beg anybody to show love to them. You know, those same women showed their heads within these conversations. And so you guys might be wondering what I'm talking about. I'm going to explain it to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press play, and then I'm going to pause and play and give you guys my thoughts and my opinions on this entire situation.
What do you like?
I like a natural woman. I love a natural woman. I love someone that's soft. I love a woman that basks in her femininity. I love a woman that loves to cook. And I love a woman who likes to love on me, like what likes me. And I'm used to women like my grandmother, my mom. They didn't wear weave and things like that.
Okay, look.
They didn't have weave back in your granny days.
We're talking about look. Let's stay on looks here.
Yeah, that's what.
So here we have a man who is, you know, talking about the kind of woman that he's interested in and the kind of women that he likes to date, deal with in relationships, all of that, right? And so this man is pouring his heart out there, and he's saying, I like a natural woman, right? I don't like weaves. I don't like the extensions. I like a woman that I can identify her in her natural state, admire her beauty in that way, and, you know, be in a relationship with a woman like that. And already he's facing all of this backlash from various different women who look like they're sitting next to other people, but are, you know, showcasing their disdain for this man's actual preference that he is voicing.
Look,
I love a
you went
natural
into
woman.
cooking. Okay, we all can cook. I mean, we better know how to cook. We got to eat. What's your look type?
Not to stop it so quick, but I beg to differ. Okay, because a lot of y'all be on the internet fronting like y'all know how to cook and don't. Okay, it's a microwave at best. Don't play that. Okay, jar Alfredo sauce and some pasta at best. Don't do that. Don't act like all women know how to cook just because they are born female. That is a lie. Okay, and just because you put stuff on the food on the stove and it comes out done also does not mean you can cook. Okay, it means that you can see a task into completion, but that's a conversation for a different day. But let's continue.
It's not a certain look.
It has to be because you're popping on weave.
I say that I don't like weave.
But we love to wear weave, honey.
Yes, and y'all wear weave for each other. Y'all don't wear weave for us. I guarantee you probably if it's 5 guys, 3 to 4 of us don't like weave, but we'll take it though because that's what y'all do. But we don't prefer that stuff. Y'all wear that to be in competition with each other.
Mm-hmm. Now, why did he say that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why did this man say y'all be wearing weave to be in competition with each other?
Yep.
That was fighting words. Okay, these women were ready to take their, you know, same said weave wigs and take it off and put it to the side and scrap with this man. Okay. And again, the reason why I thought of this in lieu of Valentine's Day is because here we have a man blatantly, clearly explaining what he wants, what he's looking for, what his type is. And then you have a room full of women telling this man that that is not okay for that to be his type because that is contrary to what they want to do as women. And again, these same women are going to be on social media talking about, oh yeah, you know, I didn't have nobody's son stressing me out for Valentine's Day. I treated myself to do whatever it is that I want to do. I was happy. I was living my life. And the same reason why these women have that attitude is because they are unable to get into healthy relationships and see them, you know, to completion, you know, like just like the cooking thing, because of the fact that they are unable to listen effectively when a man is telling you verbatim what it is that he wants or he does not want, because they want to be in their comfort zone.
You are so fake. He is really delusional.
That's real.
That is so
fake. Hey, if the brothers up here don't step up and say nothing, y'all better not.
We wear it for ourselves.
It's nothing.
This man said, y'all, these men need to back me. Okay, y'all need to stop playing this game. Don't have me out here on this island by myself like y'all don't agree when y'all know y'all do. And thankfully, this man in the red hat did come through in the clutch. Okay, he's also sitting next to someone who is obviously a natural woman. She has very little makeup on. She has no hair. She has literally a short haircut. Like, so he was able to freely speak his opinion, while these other men who are, you know, sitting next to women who do have extensions in their hair are, you know, kind of holding back the words and not wanting to agree with him. And I want to start by saying this. I personally have nothing against extensions. I have nothing against weave, extensions, wig, none of that. The thing is that men want to see you in your natural state, right? They want to be able to see you in totality for who you are. And, you know, it's the same thing with men. When you see a man, you see him in totality for what he is. You know, now they have these, you know, beards extensions or, you know, hair extensions for men. And so now it's becoming a different space. And you will have women who will be in the comment sections of those posts and like, oh, nah, I'll never be with a man who have like a fake beard. Oh, nah, I'll never be with a man who have a fake, fake hair or whatever the case is. So so you do understand where these men are coming from, but you're choosing to act like you don't understand where these men are coming from. Why? Because you want to be able to do what it is that you want to do.
Wrong with weed,
we just like to have fun.
It's not like, I mean, some dudes just don't care. Like, if you get your hair done, it's not really for us. It's not a make or break thing for a lot of
you saying this, we like to have fun. Y'all doing it for y'all. It's not for us.
For ourselves, not to be in competition.
Yeah. That's the one natural hair girl that's sitting on the couch, right?
Not for us.
For ourselves, not to be in competition.
For ourselves, not to be in competition. And just to make sure that she is on code for the sisterhood, she had to speak up for her sisters that are wearing weave on the panel. Foolishness. Okay? Foolishness. Because he obviously was not talking to you.
Do you put on a chain to be in competition with another man?
No. Anybody? No.
Okay,
no.
yeah. So that's not how it is for how we choose to wear our hair and nails. It's not competition.
We're talking about hair.
I don't like when women listen to respond and they know exactly what this man is saying. And what he is saying is factual, right? A lot of the things that women do are to compete out there with other women. What he said is not wrong. It's not a lie. It's not a facade. It's not something that's made up. It is actual and factual. You know, men can.
I think the problem is they don't want to admit that they're in competition because they don't want to seem like they're male centered. Like, because if we're in competition, what are we competing over? A man. And they don't want to admit that to themselves. Okay, but girls are in competition with each other. Yes.
Stand on their soapbox and say, I don't want a woman who wears weave. They're gonna go ahead and get weave. I don't like a woman who wears lash extensions. They're gonna go get lash extensions. I don't like women who wear, nails a certain length. They're gonna go do that. I don't like women who, modify their bodies. They're gonna do that. They're not doing it for the male gaze. It's clear and evident that that's not what they're doing it for. They are doing it for the, praise and the admiration of other women and to be the baddie, the number one hot looking girl out of their clique. And again, that leads to the same thing that he's saying, being in competition with other women. But again, this man is blatantly saying what his preference is, what he does not like. And they are cowing him down to say that you are not able to say that. You don't have the right to have that opinion.
Are we talking about?
Yeah, but that's for us. That's not in competition.
And she's asked me, what do I like?
Yeah.
I have a right to have.
You do.
Very true.
You do. But you could have kept the part when you.
Whenever I've heard a man say, let me see what you look like with no makeup. Let me see what you look like without the hair. I feel that man is telling you that he does not have the money to finance your beauty upkeep.
This was the second post I saw. Okay. Now, the woman asked a very specific question.
Do you think men should see us in our natural state before they get in a real relationship with us?
She said, do you think that a man, before being in a relationship with us, should see us in our natural state? I know we all heard that question, okay? This woman said, when a man asks to see her in her natural state, it makes her feel like he can't afford her. That did not answer the question, okay? The question came and went. That was not the response to the question. She immediately went into defense mode and is now trying to call a man broke, an imaginary man who didn't even, pop up into the scenario. And again, this is not in lieu of answering the question. The question was, do you personally believe that before you enter a long-term relationship with a man should see you without the lashes, without the makeup, without the weave? Do you feel that that is something that is necessary in a relationship? She immediately went defense mode and called this man broke. Just listen to this.
Don't come over here thinking that I'm going to go to Sephora and get you some makeup. So I need to see you without all that because I want to strip you of all that because I ain't got it. When a man says that to you, he wants to strip you of everything. He doesn't want you to have the thought process of maintaining.
Do you think men should see us in our natural state before they get in a real relationship with us?
I had to play the question again. Okay. And the reason why is because I wanted us to see that that does not make any sense. This woman did not say, should a man walk up to you and ask you to strip yourself of anything? This woman did not say, should a man, not require you to wear any makeup at any time and never upkeep yourself. That was never the question. The question was, should a man see you in your natural state before committing into a long-term relationship with you? She done said this man is broke. He don't want you to upkeep yourself. He wants you to be dusty, crusty. He don't want you to pour into yourself. He doesn't want you to love yourself. He wants to break down your self-esteem. She called him this man narcissistic. Like, she went all the way left. And again, the truth of the matter is that if a man wants to see you in your natural state, he wants to make sure he is actually thoroughly attracted to what he's seeing. Okay, there's a lot of women who wear extensions and their man has no problem with it because it looks natural, right? It looks similar to what her hair would look like, or it's undetectable. A lot of men that say that they want a natural woman means that they want it to be undetectable. They'll say, oh, well, I have individual eyelash extensions, and so he said he wanted a natural woman, but that's not natural. Okay, but it's undetectable. That's what a man likes. He wants
makeup, weave, and wig. That means that he broke and he can't afford your upkeep. So I don't know if y'all seen the podcast with the lady who said that, but I just finished watching it. And y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all just be making up stuff, right? A lot of y'all, you do not feel comfortable with no makeup, with no weave, with no wig. And you just gotta admit that to yourself.
Yeah.
You are not the bad bee that you parade around to be in your natural state.
Yeah.
You're not. You know you're not, right? That's why whenever you make videos talking about how bad you are and how pretty you are, it's always when you made up.
Yep.
It ain't never in your natural state.
Yeah.
You don't never make them videos with your natural hair. You don't never make them videos with no makeup. You know why? Because in your heart, you don't feel that way.
Yeah.
Right? This ain't nothing but a coping mechanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
You trying to put it back on men when the truth is the issue is with you.
Yeah.
Because if you knew you look good with no makeup and no weave, it would be nothing for you to pop up on the FaceTime or whatever without it.
Yeah.
But when you know you don't, you got to start making up reasons on why not to do it, right?
Yeah.
It ain't no different than nothing else. When somebody don't want to do something, they can make up all kind of lies and excuses as to why it don't make sense to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth of the matter is, you don't want to do it because you don't
feel pretty.
You don't really like the way you look when you don't have it on.
Mm-hmm.
Like y'all skipping completely over the fact that maybe they just want to see you in your natural state because that's what you're gonna look like most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to make sure they're actually attracted to what you naturally look like, since you're gonna be looking that way more than you are made up. Or could it be maybe they want to know what their kids would look like if they had them with you?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Y'all act like somebody be wanting.
And if you guys remember, I think you guys remember this, but there was a man in Asia. Maybe y'all asleep, but it's okay. Y'all can catch the replay. I'm gonna say this: there was a man in Asia who sued his wife because she was pretty, but the baby, according to him, not me, I'm not saying this, I don't believe in that, but according to him, the baby was ugly. So he was confused. He was like, okay, but why is my child ugly when you're pretty? Okay, man sues wife. Let me see if I can find this. Right, but he claimed that his child was, I think it was this. You guys remember this? Oh, he was Chinese. Okay, so it was some Chinese man who sued his wife because he said that the children were ugly. Right, so he sued her. I'm like, what? How do you sue someone? Are you actually okay? So he sued the lady.
Wake up to surprises. It ain't no different than dudes who be out here hatfishing. Don't nobody want to wake up and he got that head off and this old big nasty head underneath there. Same way he ain't trying to wake up and old booger wolf laying next to him when it was a baddie at the club.
My issue is if a man really has to ask you, oh, can I see you in your natural state? So you wear makeup every day? That's crazy too. I think that's really, really crazy. I'm like, nobody should even have to ask to see you in your natural state. If y'all been together for, let's say, like at least 2 months or even 3 months, even in 30 days, honestly, right? But 30 days, 2 months, 3 months, he has yet to see like your bare face. Why? What is going on? So I'm like, even me, I would start asking questions like, are you okay? Right? Because I'm like, nobody should even have to ask to see your natural face because by now they should have seen your natural face. Like, it's not a big deal. It is not a big deal, right? But when you're afraid for people to see your natural face, like after a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, even 6 months, nobody has seen your face without makeup. Yeah, now it's getting concerning. But I'm like, nobody should even have to ask you that. You should just be able to show your face. It's your face. Like, why are you embarrassed of your own face?
That he pulled, right? Y'all be doing too much.
Yeah.
To wrap this up, whatever you choose to do, whether it's lashes, wigs, weave, makeup, enhancements to make yourself look better, those are your expenses. And you can't ever forget that there's women who naturally look good and they don't need nobody to pay an expense to make them look good.
Yeah.
That's just something you have to do to compete with naturally pretty girls. But don't ever let that go over your head to make you believe that a man would want to take on an expense just so that you can look halfway decent when he could just go get a girl who already looks good naturally. Right? But trying to use his money, him not being able to afford your upkeep as the reason why he want to see you naturally, let it go. So if a man asks to see you without your makeup, weave, and wig, that means that he broke and he can't afford your upkeep. So I don't know if y'all seen the podcast with the lady who said that, but I just finished watching it. And y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all just be making up stuff, right?
I mean, Lori's a little too much nowadays. But I'm like, even Lori, does she wear a lot of makeup? She doesn't wear a lot of makeup. So I'm like, most girls today, most of the pretty girls don't wear too much makeup. But I'm like, people should be able to see you in like your natural state. Like, what is going on? Are you that hideous? Because even me, I would start asking questions. I ain't gonna lie. I would really start asking questions. You should not be afraid to show your own face. Like, and maybe if you're that scared to show your own hair, your own face, right? Especially if you have like acne or if you have whatever, maybe instead of buying makeup, like invest in skincare treatments, right? And if your hair is that damaged, then just cut your hair to a pixie cut and start over. You know, you can always start over, right? But it's like a lot of people are really enslaved to these wigs, these weaves. It really is too much.
Natural state. And do you think men should see us in our natural state before they get in a real relationship with us?
Whenever I've heard a man say, let me see what you look like with no makeup. Let me see what you look like without the hair. I feel that that man is telling you that he does not have the money to finance your beauty upkeep. Don't come over here thinking that I'm going to go to Sephora and get you some makeup. So I need to see you without all that because I want to strip you of all that because I ain't got it. When a man says that to you, he wants to strip you of everything. He doesn't want you to have the thought process of maintaining yourself.
Wow.
And do you think men should see us in our natural state before they get in a real relationship with us?
Whenever I've heard a man say, let me see what you look like with no makeup. Let me see what you look like without the hair. I feel that that man is telling you that he does not have the money to finance your beauty upkeep. Don't come over here thinking that I'm going to go to Sephora, get you some makeup. So I need to see you without all that because I want to strip you of all that because I ain't got it. When a man says that to you, he wants to strip you of everything.
See, it's not what you thought it was because look at the comments. Look at the comments. People are just not agreeing with this. Jess, how can your mind just go there? This makes no sense. This really, you see, nobody's agreeing. Even the man, the ladies, nobody's agreeing with her because this is wild. Like, you think if somebody says, I want to see you what you look like without makeup because they're broke, yeah, this calling everybody broke thing is getting old. It's seriously getting old. It is really, really getting old. People have the right to say, hey, what do you look like without makeup? Because people have the right to know. People even have the right to see your hairline if they want to, because what if you're bald, right? But it's like a lot of ladies nowadays need to really prioritize skincare, like take care of your skin, right? If you really have a lot of acne or if you have like dark marks because of acne, invest in skincare, go see an esthetician, get on a plan, get on treatment, because once you treat your skin, that's the thing with buying makeup. Like, makeup is not skincare. Makeup is not skincare. Makeup don't have no treatment in there. It doesn't have any medicine in there, right? It's a temporary fix. It's better to just invest the money, go to a dermatologist or go to an esthetician, have the people clear up your skin, get on some great skincare, stick to it, try to reduce anything in your diet that could cause like inflammation and cause your skin to act crazy, because you don't want that. You never want that, right? And just be patient. Now, when it comes to your hairline also, right? If your hair is severely damaged, cut off the hair, start over. Even me, I had to cut my hair. I didn't want to, y'all. And I might have to cut my hair again in April. Oh my gosh, right? Didn't want to do that, right? But it's life. It's not a big deal, right? But believe that you can, oh, my twist look a little crazy right now. But believe that you can look your best, right? It was so cute. We went out to eat. I had this cute little barrettes in there, but I took him out, right? But do not be afraid. Like, don't be afraid to wear your natural hair, At first, it's like it's an adjustment, but it's like eventually, like, you know what? It's my hair. Like, why am I afraid to wear my own hair? Okay? Why would you ever be afraid to wear your own hair? It is your hair. Okay? It's your hair. So love yourself. Love the skin that you were born in. Own it. Embrace it, and do everything to enhance what you naturally have. But stop wasting your money on wigs and weaves. They're damaging your hair. Stop even wasting your money on these boho knotless braids. They are damaging your hair. Take it from me, okay? Take it from me. My hair has been severely damaged because of these goofy ass braids. Child, I thought they were protective style, okay? But no, they were not. Okay? No, they was not. All right? Look, let me show you something real quick. Okay, you see? Let me show you something real quick, right? Do y'all see this? It was like for the regional selections for the Miss Côte d'Ivoire pageant. But hopefully they do it for the whole thing, the entire pageant, right? But you see, this right here was my hair. I was like, oh, my hair is so long because all I care about was length, right? Come to find out, my hair was getting chewed up by these braids, okay? My hair was getting chewed up by these braids. I mean, so much damage. I'm like, imagine if I had never put these braids in my hair. Where would I be today? Okay? Where would I be? Okay? If I had never put these goofy braids in my hair, these weaves in my hair, all different lengths, my hair just chewed up. Holes, like, look. There's a hole right here. Look. Hold on, Mavi. Okay? Look at this big hole. There's like a big missing chunk of hair. You see that? My hair's just missing. Okay? A hot mess. Seriously, a hot mess. Right? And I had to cut my hair. I cut my hair recently, right? Like Edna Mode. I'm in my Edna Mode bag. Okay? I had to cut my hair so short. I wanted to go even shorter, actually, because I still have a little bit of like unevenness in the back, but whatever. Most likely I'll cut my hair again in April. You guys, I've cut a lot of hair. I probably cut over like 12 inches of hair. It grows. I cut it. I just keep cutting it, you know. But I have a goal in mind. And it's like, I need to have hair that's even through and through. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying about Maya. Maya's hair is so pretty. I'm like, girl, you're doing too much. Like, enjoy your life. Like, enjoy your hair. But my thing is, let me say this too, right? Let me also say this. Every time I don't want to cut my hair, I cut my hair just so my hair does not become an idol for me. That makes I'm like, no, oh, I'm not going to cut it. I grew. So I'm like, nope, because of that, I'm going to cut it. I refuse to be attached to anything. Like even my hair journey, I'm going to enjoy it, right? But maybe one day if I grow the hair the way I want to do it and I want to cut it, I might even cut it. Like, you know what? Cut the hair. Because I refuse to be attached to anything. I am free. Like seriously, in the name of Jesus, I am a free person. I am free. Free at last. Okay. Dear God Almighty, we are free at last. I'm not a slave to anything. I'm enjoying it, but I'm like, my hair been through it. And I had to cut it and cut it and cut it. Yeah, I've been cutting this hair. This was like when October, right? I had cut all this hair in October. It was a lot of hair. Oh, look at the hair. I was like, just cut it. It's fine. Because I had a lot of breakage in the back. Cut my hair. Okay. And then, so that's October, right? And then last month, I cut my hair some more. I have to post a video about that, right? I've been cutting my hair. It is what it is, right? It's not a big deal. Because I'm like, hair actually grows. Like, you don't have to freak out. Like, you really do not have to freak out. Your hair can grow. Unless you have a serious illness, right? But most people don't. It's just bad practices, bad hairstyles, like not enough moisture, no proper regimen, no proper routine. So the hair is just breaking off. A lot of women just struggle with their hair, break it off, right? But you don't really have a problem growing your hair. So you really have nothing to fear. You don't have anything to fear. So fear nothing, right? But invest in your own hair, grow your natural hair. All this money being wasted on braids, weaves, wigs, right? You could have a Reveyor by now. You could have a steamer by now. You could have it like that. They have an infrared like mister. You could have that by now. You could have some of the best products, best shampoo, best conditioner, right? Like actually invest in taking care of your hair, not extensions, right? You never want to be in any position where like you're afraid to show your hair, you're afraid to show your skin, you're afraid to show the natural you. No. You got to be ready. Okay? Be ready. Stay ready so that nobody can embarrass you, right? But you should be extremely confident in the skin that you're in, right? It's your face. You have to learn to love it. Okay? Big nose, big lips, big forehead, all of that. You have to learn to love yourself. Even with your short hair, you have to learn to love yourself. And this is why even I cut my hair, because I want to teach other women that it's okay to cut your hair. It's not a big deal. It's an inconvenience, but it's not a big deal. Hair grows back. Your hair is always growing. Even dead people grow hair. Dead people grow hair and dead people grow nails. Okay? It just keeps growing. The problem is length retention, right? So as the leader of my community, I'm like, yeah, I got to cut my hair so I can show people like it's not a big deal to cut your hair. It grows back. It will keep growing back. You can have really damaged hair today, and by the end of the year, you can have a beautiful bob, all natural, and it's all your hair. You have nothing to fear. Your hair is always growing. You're just having a hard time retaining length because you're not taking care of your hair. You have to love your hair. The nicer you are to your hair, it will flourish. I promise you that it's going to flourish. It's going to flourish. You have nothing to fear. Let me show you this other sister, right? Oh my gosh, her hair is beautiful. That's why I'm like, Maya, please, you swear I need your page, okay? Let me show you Sabrina. Ooh, Sabrina hair is gorgeous, you guys. You have to follow her. Okay, let me show you her hair. So this is her page, Sabrina_E_, I guess. Oh my gosh. Let me show you her hair. Her hair is so beautiful, you guys. Hold on, let me show you a good video of her hair. Oh, see? And I didn't even see this one yesterday.
You gotta post something. What am I gonna post today? Yeah. You gotta post something. What am I gonna post today? They say just post the content. My content sucks.
Oh,
post 3 times
wow.
just once and let it. You gotta.
So see, look.
You gotta post something.
Oh, this goes too fast.
You gotta.
Oh wow, she had this big. Oh wow, look at that. Wow, was that alopecia? Wow. Okay. Look, 2020.
They say just post the content sucks. Post 3 times a day. Post once and let it. You gotta post something. What am I gonna post? They say just post the content sucks. Post 3 times a day.
When I tell you her hair is beautiful, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you see, when you follow Sabrina, right? Sabrina, she'll do her hair, she'll put flexi around in her hair, she'll fly out in her hair. Like, she enjoys her hair. She really enjoys her hair. And I'm like, that girl Maya, like I'm like watching her I'm starting to get stressed. Like, oh, I gotta have permanent parts for 6 months. I gotta do chebe on my hair every day. I have to do this. I'm like, girl, like it's not even fun anymore. It's excessive, right? Sabrina, she does a lot of things to her hair. She actually enjoys her hair within reason, of course. But I'm like, you have to actually enjoy your hair. Enjoy your hair. Okay? You've worked this hard to grow your hair. You need to have fun with your hair. She has so much hair. It is so pretty. I'm trying to find the videos I saw yesterday. Okay. She has so much hair. Look at all this hair, y'all. I'm like, wow. But you know, one thing I've realized is that like to have like really like long hair, like healthy long hair, like if you're on a hair journey, you need a good like 4 to 5 years. You got to put in 4 to 5 years into it. But y'all, this is so beautiful. I'm like, girl, I got Sabrina. I don't need your page. You crazy. You out your mind. Okay? No. Because nobody is going to make me have anxiety about my own hair. Okay? I'm trying to see what style she's done. So I also follow her from all my pages, though. But make sure you... Oh, look at that. So beautiful. So much hair. So much hair. That is really pretty. Well, you can truly transform your hair though, right? So don't believe in people who want you to be addicted to weaves, you know, like just preying on your insecurities, trying to sell you some foolishness. No, you need to take care of your hair, and maybe one day your hair will look like this. It's so beautiful. Okay, so beautiful. So that's it, my peoples. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's live. I don't know if I can come out tomorrow because I'm starting my political career on Monday, so I might have to work on that. But besides that, like this channel, I'm gonna try to have like some like celebrity gossip stuff. I want to put some Blake Lively videos. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow and put that up here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and start my little political journey. Oh man, you're addicted to your mommy, huh? I love you, Maddie. You're so cute. Okay, so I love you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Get some rest. Make sure you follow Sabrina. Her hair is so pretty. I was like, girl, your hair is so pretty. Yes, Maddie. But she's a straight natural though. Like she wears her hair straight. It works for her. But like I said, enjoy your hair. Do everything within reason, but you need to really enjoy your hair. Because that's a lot of hair. Yes, ma'am. That's a lot of hair. This is a lot of hair. That is so beautiful. Well, I bought this because of her. I feel like I know who she is. I feel like I know who she is. Let me see. Oh yes, the fairy. What she call herself? She calls herself like the fairy something. Yeah, her. I have seen her hair. My only thing with her also, I'm not a big fan because I don't like this whole, oh, I don't use heat on my hair. I don't blow dry my hair. I don't do this to my hair. I don't trim my hair. Like, it's like, girl, enjoy the hair. Like, it's just too much. Like, she's also one of those ladies, I think she's a bit neurotic. I'm like, it's okay to use heat on your hair. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, oh, no heat. No, never put heat on my hair. Or like, even when they trim their hair, it's like they only cut this much of hair. It's like, is this an idol? Like, what is this? Right? So I don't like people who have long hair and don't want to enjoy their hair. Because I'm like, to me, it stresses me out. I'm like, this is too restrictive. It is insane. It is hair. Enjoy your hair. Okay? Because I'm like, girl. Let me look at her channel. And maybe that's why her channel is not growing also. Because I'm like, you can change it up. Like, you can switch it up. Like heat. I'm afraid of heat. I don't want to use heat. I don't trim my hair. I trim my hair once a year. What is this? It's excessive. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Bebo. Right? It's excessive. Enjoy your hair. Now, should you actually put heat on your hair every day or every week? Man, probably not. But I'm like, you can have fun. Like, yeah, she doesn't enjoy her hair. It's like, so what is this? It's just, is this a shrine? Is this an idol? And so when I see that, to me, it stresses me out. Because I feel like she does too much. And I would love to see her hair blown out because I am sure she has lots of split ends. I'm sure she has lots of split ends, right? I'm like, blow dry your hair. Let's see the hair. When I didn't know a lot about hair, like people like her would impress me. I'm like, damn, look at all her hair. But now that I know more about natural hair, when I'm telling you this, right? Natural hair in its natural state, it hides so much damage. Like you be like, oh my gosh, her hair is so long, it's so thick. Yeah, blow that out and see what happens, right? A lot of people that have natural hair and don't use heat, they have a lot of damage. Right? So I'm like, yeah, you're good at lint retention. But does that mean that your hair is healthy? But I'm like, imagine living in fear of heat. Oh, I will never use a flat iron. Oh, I will never use a blow dryer. Oh, I will never get when they trim, they cut this much hair. It's like, what are y'all doing? So to me, these kinds of behaviors, to me, it gives idolatry. Like it really does. I think I believe you should try to grow your hair, be healthy, have healthy hair, be mindful with your hair. Don't abuse your hair. You don't have to put heat in your hair every day, every week. Okay, there's no need for that, right? Like you should also enjoy your curls. But I'm like, you can do everything within reason, moderation, right? Because me, what I'm doing with my page, even 4 years from now, 5 years from now, my hair grows, and I have the hair that I want. I promise you, as somebody who's a coach, how to grow your natural hair, I will never tell people not to enjoy their hair. Like, oh, you have to wear permanent parts for 6 months at a time. Oh, you got to put shape on your hair every single day. Oh, you cannot use heat for a whole year. What is this? No, enjoy your hair. But I will just say, do everything within reason, right? Don't take advantage. Mix and match. Be reasonable, right? Also, I believe you should trim your hair every 3 months because they natural hair. It just turns on itself, right? So the way her hair is natural, there is no way she does not have loads of fairy knots in there. She just ignores it because all she cares about is her length. Otherwise, she would have blown dried this hair so we could see what it looks like. You blow dried the hair and then you put a white piece of paper underneath to see what her ends actually look like. And I'm like, it's probably looking crazy, right? So it doesn't impress me anymore. Natural hair in its natural state, I'm telling you, it hides so much damage. It hides so much damage. And you blow dry that hair, you align the cuticle, you know what I'm saying? And then you'll see oh, wow, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage because the hair itself, it curls, it turns on itself. So sometimes a little bit of heat is good for the hair because it allows the hair not to tangle, not to turn on itself and curl and just knot on itself. It's horrible. Even me, when I get it, when I get a silk press, I do maybe every 3 months I get a silk press, right? but I'm able to see more fairy knots because when my hair is straight, I see them and then I just cut them, right? But sometimes, like when my hair is in this natural state, I can't really see the fairy knots because there's so much volume. Like you think, oh, everything is good. Like, no, everything is not good. Okay, everything is not. But I just feel like she does not enjoy her hair. So for that reason, I don't really like. I'm not really into her content because it's to me, it's really stressful. To me, it's very, very stressful. Why would you have so much hair and not even enjoy your hair? Like, girl, what is the big deal? You know what I'm saying? You see? So she's not getting lots of views.
Hey, lovelies. Welcome back to my channel.
You see how her ends right there? Look, if you look carefully, you see how her ends are like very stringly right here? These are split ends. Oh, sorry. Where am I? Where am I? These right here, all of this right here, split ends. The hair splitting. Yeah. And I'm cute. And you cannot tell people not to use heat. Like me, I would always say people use heat, but maybe like once every 3 months, right? When you get it silk press, that's when you do the heat thing. And then if you want to try to stretch your silk press as much as possible, but you do need heat to see how your cuticles are doing. Like, and sometimes you'll see a whole lot. But I'm like, for me, from what I know, I'm pretty sure that all of this right here, okay, these are all split ends. Yeah, it's too much. Like, it's a lot. And the hair becomes extremely hard to manage. Kinky coily hair needs a little bit of heat once in a while. It's like a good massage. Like, it just stretches out the hair, right? You can see what's going on. You get a good trim. And then if you have some fairy knots in there, you cut off the fairy knots, right? But to always keep the hair curly, like in this coily, curly state like that, it's going to be more prone to breakage and it's going to be more prone to knots. You know, that's just the way it goes. That's just the nature of the hair. It's a hair that likes to knot on itself. So the best way to avoid that is by making sure that, you know what I mean, that you actually stretch your hair and trim your ends. Like, but they think, oh, if I cut this much, that's a trim. No, not really. That's dusting to me, right? But I don't like people who have long hair and who are like, oh, I'm afraid of this. I'm scared of that. I'm scared of this. Yeah, I'm telling you, this right here, all of that is split ends. It's split ends. And I promise you, I'm sure if she had to blow dry her hair, they probably would have to cut all this. They probably have to cut like right here to her bosom. That's the same thing that happened to Timmy. They had to cut her hair. Because in its natural state, it looks pretty because people can't tell what unhealthy hair looks like. And sometimes natural hair, because it's so like coily, whatever, you think it's healthy. It's like, no, this is split ends. It got to go. It really has to go. It's not healthy hair. Because healthy hair does not look like this. It doesn't look like this. Right? But a lot of people don't realize that. Oh, her hair is so pretty. I'm like, you don't know that. It looks full. But once again, you have to blow dry this hair and see what it looks like. So maybe that's why her channel's not doing well anymore. Because it's like, girl, it's excessively restrictive. It's the same, like if you have a fitness channel, like a weight loss channel, and you tell people, oh, you can never eat carbs. You can never eat even a piece of candy. A lot of people are not going to tune into what you're doing because it's extremely restrictive. Who can last? Who can have a whole like 6 months, 8 months, 9 months with no rice, with no pasta, with no this, with no, come on. Like seriously, that's ridiculous. Okay. That is ridiculous. But okay, do it in moderation, right? Do it in moderation. But if you tell somebody, oh, have a whole diet with no carbs for the next 6 weeks, when I tell you when that 6 weeks is over, they're going to go binge eat on that rice because they've missed it so much. But when you tell people to do things in moderation, they're less likely going to binge. Like, you know what? Yeah, that's fine. It's not a big deal. And they might even want it. But once you tell people they can't have something, then they want it even more. So I just feel like you got to be very mindful and teach people how to do things in a balanced way, right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, keep your hair in its natural state, like preserve your curls, but sometimes you should stretch out the hair just to see how everything is doing, get a proper trim, and, you know, and also enjoy wearing your hair straight. You know, enjoy it. Like, you need to enjoy like different ways of wearing your hair. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, everything is always so like so extra. Coffee Cutie, what did you say, right? I'm like, everything is always so extra. You know, like no, just do things within reason, right? Like don't over like heat every week. There's no reason that you got to put heat in your hair every week. Like you're doing too much. Even once a month, if you want to blow dry your hair once a month and like do that also. Yeah. My only thing is like take your time, slowly blow dry your hair on cool setting. Then once it's like somewhat dry, you can use the you know what I'm saying, with the hot setting or whatever, and then use a lot of heat protectants, right? Use some heat protectant. And then enjoy your hair. If you want to blow dry your hair one day, enjoy it, right? I have days like me, sometimes I don't like to blow dry my hair, but then I'd be like, okay, today I want to blow dry my hair. And my hair can take it. Now, can my hair take being blow dried every day or every 2 days, 3 days? Okay, like that's a little too much. Okay, that's crazy. But once a month or like even once every 2 weeks, I don't think it's gonna destroy my hair. Like the hair is not that fragile now. Like people doing too much. But it's like people have to enjoy their hair. Like I want people to enjoy their hair. The whole point of growing your hair is to enjoy your hair. It's not for you to feel like you can't live life anymore. That's insanity. Okay, what did Coffee Cutie say? This one.
Hey, Coffee Cuties. We are back with another banger. And today we are back with another reaction video where I give my raw and unfiltered opinion that you need to hold off and see what is going on.
Stop thinking see-through hair means it's unhealthy. This is a normal characteristic of fine hair. You do not need to cut your hair off solely because it looks like this. As long as it's not breaking or excessively shedding, it's...
This lady, when I saw this video, when I saw this girl's video on TikTok, this girl, because I've seen this video before, I thought maybe she was iron deficient. Because it's not even about the hair is thin. Like her hair is extremely thin. So I'm like, she could be iron deficient. But once again, don't make these videos because, like I said, it's black people, man. They don't care about science. They don't care about science. They don't care about numbers. But I'm like, there comes a time where you should actually go to the doctor and run a panel because most likely you're iron deficient, right? Because it happened to me with the pregnancy. So it's like, yeah, your hair might not be snapping, but something is happening with your density, right? You could also have inflammation in your body. Right, so when I saw them, like, yo, she could be iron deficient, and she might not even realize it because it happened to me also. And my hair, like my ends, also became more see-through. Like when I had Maverick,
healthy, and that's on my cosmetology degree. Period.
All right, so what are your thoughts about what your girl has to say? I definitely will admit that fine natural hair is not something that I'm super versed in, so I'm definitely going to be learning as well. But she's basically, so let's go ahead and put this one on full screen. It says, I hate being black with fine hair. So let's see what the creator has to say to this.
What we're not going to do is this right here. When I first read this, I read this as I hate being black. You hate being black with fine hair. So is being something other than black with fine hair like acceptable? Because anybody can have fine hair. Black, white, yellow, red. One bitch, two bitch, old bitch, new bitch. Stop this. We have to stop disrespecting our hair. Okay, we have to stop comparing our hair to other hair. I'm just talking to the people who have naturally fine hair. I'm not talking about those of you who are like, when I was a little girl, my hair was so thick. And now, no, I'm not talking to you. That's a different story. We'll address that at a later date. I'm just talking to the people
who are dealing with genetics, people whose mothers had fine hair, their grandmothers had fine hair, their aunts have fine hair, their daughters are going to have fine.
I say this one too, like sometimes I hear this whole genetic thing, but I think it's an excuse though. Because how do you know it's genetics? Have you actually studied your genetics, or you are assuming it's genetics? It could be your eating habits in the family. You know, sometimes it could be the eating habits in the family. Maybe you and your mother ate the same because you learn your diets from your peoples, right? It could be your diet. It could also be that your practices, like maybe you and your mom and your aunties, y'all believe the same things about hair care practices, so you all get the same results. Like people say, oh, it's genetics. Like my mom didn't have it, so I didn't have it. No, it might not be genetics. It might be that y'all just do ignorant stuff. So I'm like, I don't know. You know, I told this lady, she's like, oh, my entire family has alopecia. And I was like, So she's like, oh, it's genetics. I'm like, I don't know if it's genetics. It could be like habits and lifestyle, right? But because you see everybody having alopecia, you assume it's genetics. But what about if we look at lifestyle choices, hairstyle choices, diet, right? Stress, lack of sleep. Maybe you guys have the same lifestyle, so therefore you get the same you get the same outcome. Okay. Right. But I wish sometimes people would actually go and like do a proper blood panel and see, you know, if you're not deficient in anything. And I think some people also should take a multivitamin just to be safe. But I do know, like when it came to hold on. Because also I used to think my hair was thin. I was like, oh, my hair is so thin. My hair would never be my hair will never be, what's that picture again? My hair will never be like thick and stuff, right? I used to believe that, you know, but it's not true though. My hair was just uneven. And you can see, like, if you look at all my videos, like if you start from this one, all the way down to here, you see, like in this video, for example, right? You see, my hair looks fuller. Why? Because when you have thin hair, if all your hair is even, the hair gets more weight. And I was like, oh, so that was a problem. You know? Like even here, I wouldn't say, oh, my hair is thin in this video, right? It's not giving thin. No, right? But that's what happens when you cut, like, because when you cut the hair and when you make all the hair even, you get more weight. Like the hair becomes thicker because all the hair is even. So like my hair does look fuller here, right? But I'm like, I never thought my hair could look this kind of full. But it's because I had all kinds of different pieces in my hair. So it depends. Like it really, really depends. And also I feel like if you do a lot of braids, like if you wear lots of braids, extensions and things like that, I feel like over time, you know, I think over time they will thin out your hair. Let me see if I show my hair in this video, right? I do feel like over time your hair is going to get thinner and thinner. But the more you stop wearing those braids and you really work on your hair, I think like your density is going to come back, as well as also you taking like your supplements and stuff, right? But I'm like, cutting my hair has really helped me to have thicker hair, if that makes any sense. I'm trying to see if I have like my hair somewhere here. Hold on. Let me see. You see this, right? Like my hair, it really does feel fuller, like, you know, but I'm like, that's what happens when you keep cutting your hair and you try to make all your hair even, is that the hair starts to have more weight to it. So like now everything feels fuller. And I was like, oh, but all of my life, I really thought my hair was like super thin. I was like, oh, I just have super thin hair. No, my hair was dry. My hair was dehydrated. My hair was uneven. And I just kept putting these braids, extensions, weaves. I mean, you name it. I was just out here doing all kinds of foolishness, you guys. Doing all kinds of foolishness. And so there's a price to pay when you do foolishness to your hair. There is a price to pay. Okay? But that's that. So, I don't know. Like, let me show you this also. Hold on. This is Esther. Look, you see? This is Ekadem's hair, right? Because she also used to like wear her hair natural, like in a natural state. But you can see all that's right here. And when your hair is in its natural state, you can't see all these see-through ends like that. You can't see that. You really can't see it. That's why you have to blow dry this hair. You got to blow dry your hair. You have to stretch out your hair. Sometimes even use a flat iron. And to really see what your ends look like you use a cape or you use a cutting mat, and then you let your hair rest against the cutting mat, and then you'll see what your hair looks like. Even Val, but I don't know where Val's picture is though. It's like so long ago. Hold on. See, even here, you see my hair looks fuller here. right? Because I was like, I cut my hair also. Like, I kept cutting my hair. But I'm like, cutting your hair, it really, really does help. Hold on. Let me see. Val, where's Val's hair? You see, even now, like, see this picture too right here? Look at this. All of that split ends. I should have cut this. But I was like, oh, my hair is long. No, look at this. I'm like, wow, now I can see it. All this right here is split ends. I didn't know any better. Hold on. Yeah, I make a lot of posts, huh? I post a lot. Okay, you see, this is Val's hair. You see? See this? Once you stretch it out, you'll see. So that she cut it, you see? And boom, it starts looking fuller. From this to this. So sometimes, a lot of times, when you cut your hair and you even out the hair will start to look fuller. You're like, oh, my hair is fuller. Yes, because your hair is more even. So when the hair is all even, there's more weight to the hair. So then the hair looks fuller. So even if you have thin hair, you can still have fuller hair. Stop wearing braids. Stop wearing extensions. Deep condition your hair. Take your supplements and get a proper cut so you can even out this hair. And then carefully take care of your hair, nurture your hair, and your hair is going to grow all around and you will have beautiful hair. It's not that hard. You know, now some people there are people that have like way more thickness than me. That is genetics. But even if you have thin hair, you can still have full hair. Now, if you do feel like you're balding, I definitely say you guys get on minoxidil. Like use minoxidil, 5% minoxidil, the foam version. Let me show you. Hold on before I go. Now I'm getting sleepy. Hold on, Abby. Where's the 5%? I meant to say the phone. Yes. Let me show you what I use. Okay. Ooh, this is crazy. Okay. All right. This is minoxidil. You can also get it on eBay. Maybe I'll post it on my thingy so y'all can see, like my vendor that I get from on eBay, right? You see, they have it on eBay. So this is what I use. Like I use it maybe like once a day. I put it all over like my edges. Like my edges used to be so gone. You know, I used to have like a balding spot right here. So that also affected my density, right? Like a lot of things could be going on with your scalp that's causing your hair to be so thin. But I pretty much use it all over. I use it once a day in the morning, right? Massage that in and then boom, boom. And also you can also do like a scalp massage. Like I bought this thing from Temu, right? Remember? I bought this from Temu. And it works like this, right? So you can also like stimulate blood flow, right? So you can grow your hair, right? But yeah, I love this little device. Let me do it for Maverick. Does he like it? Right? But it's amazing. So, but don't be afraid to grow your hair though. Like it really is. It's worth the time. It's worth the effort and it's worth the money. Take care of your hair. And if you start your hair journey and you want to send me some pictures, please do. I'll post them on the community page. Okay. Because the more you document your hair journey, the better. All right. And that's it, you guys. So with that being said, I'm going to bed. I am tired. All right. Love you guys. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. If I don't, I'll drop a video or something. Okay. Bisous. Say good night, Maverick. You're so attached to me, huh? I know, but let's go to bed. I know. Say bye, everybody. We gotta go. It's getting late. We don't sleep over here. We're like two little owls, huh? You're so cute. Good night. Oh, see, Val was here. And she even said she has to cut her hair again. Good job, Val. I'm proud of you, bro. I am proud of you. Take pictures, huh? Take pictures for me. So I can do like your before, your after, until we get to your final destination. It's gonna be so pretty. But take pictures for me. Okay. See y'all soon. Love you guys. Good morning. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your morning. Bisous. We gotta go. Bye. Happy Valentine.